My God, how does it feel like to be a superhero? All right, if AI has made your life easier this year, please do whatever applies to you. Sit down or okay.
All right. The last but not the least, if you're excited to be part of the AWS Community Day 2025, you can sit down, put your hands down, or do whatever applies. You can even give yourself a warm round of applause. Woo! Are you excited?
Wow. Amazing, amazing. Now look around you. Look to your left, look to your right. Look to your left, look to your right. First of all, I want to say you guys are looking very amazing this morning. Tell the person sitting next to you, say you look good.
They're saying you look good.
I know that guys, they find it difficult to tell a fellow guy that you look good. Please tell the person sitting next to you, say, you look good. Amazing. Just look around you. You're in the midst of people like you, right? People who go through everything that you go through. People who see you, who feel your pain, who understand everything that it is that you do, that you stand for. And so I just want you to know today that you are in the right place. You are in the right room. So even if this is your first time or if you're a pro at this tech thing, today we're learning and we're connecting.
Awesome. Yes, just like she said, we are learning and, of course, connecting. It is exciting to see the biggest gathering of builders, innovators, engineers, dreamers who are shaping the future of technology in Africa. Are you excited to be part of that? Are you excited to be a part of that?
You
Give
look
a warm round of
excited.
applause for yourselves.
Thank you.
You can do that better and louder. A warm round of applause for yourself. You know what? Thank you. They've told me you people's story. You people are always too boring.
They're very
You
serious.
don't like to have fun. I'm very serious. But today, you will learn and you will have fun.
Yes, please.
So that was why we're saying put your hands down. Claude, you are too rigid. I know we're going to be talking about AI today, but please try to also have fun while you're at it, right? Can we do that? Can we do that? Can we do that? Are you not curious about who are these beautiful ladies standing right before you? Are you not curious to know them?
Stop it, I'm shy.
Are you not curious to know who are these beautiful ladies standing right before you? Awesome. My name is Praise Ganiu. I'm a certified broadcast journalist, award-winning presenter, and of course, a professional master of ceremonies. I think it is. That's it. See me after these events.
Because why are you not clapping?
See me after these events. Thank you. All right. I am delighted and honored to be one of your co-hosts, right, for the AWS Community Day West Africa 2025. And as you can see, I am not standing alone, am I? There's this gorgeous, beautiful,
Oh my God.
So pretty, intelligent, articulate lady standing before me or standing beside me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Thank you so much, Praise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aramide, and I'm a professional event host and a TV presenter. And it is my absolute honor, alongside Praise, to be your co-host this beautiful morning.
Awesome. And we are delighted, right, together to welcome you to AWS Community Day West Africa 2025.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This year's AWS Community Day, just like every other year, right? Who was here last year? Yes, I was here last year. Who was here 2 years ago? Awesome. So we have so many returning, committee members.
If it's your first time, let's see your hands. Your first time.
Don't be shy.
Amazing. We have so many of them in the room.
Awesome. Right. Just like every other year, this year promises to be, another landmark year. Yes, last year was a landmark year. Yeah. This year is also going to be another landmark year because it only gets better, every year, right? Today we'll be learning, relearning, and of course unlearning about AI-driven enterprise operations. What was the theme of today's community day? There are goodie bags, just in case. So who knows, today's theme? Anybody? Can we get another
Someone
mic?
there.
Somebody,
Volunteers,
Okay.
please. Can we have a mic?
please. Awesome. So there's a lady in pink here. Yes.
Sorry, the lady in pink. The lady in pink here. Yes.
Just in case you're checking your phone, you know this is an AI event. There are cameras everywhere. Before you know
ChatGPT.
it's not, they'll just show you on the screen.
Your ChatGPT will not even work today. It will not work.
It won't work.
It will work. It will
So
work.
the lady in pink, the lady in pink.
Yes, please. She raised her hands first. Yes.
Yeah. Who's the lady in pink?
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
The theme for today is AI-driven enterprise operations.
All right, that's
Thank
just
you.
that's 40%.
Mark.
40%. There is a gift for whoever gets the full, the full theme. Uncle, are you looking at your phone or you're raising your hands up? All right, please give the phone to the microphone to him, please. To him. Or the lady that was with the microphone. Okay, yes. The full theme of this year's AWS Community Day.
Next gen solutions utilizing AWS infrastructure.
Come again?
Next gen solutions utilizing AWS infrastructure.
I don't think that's correct. Who again? Who wants to try? Somebody at the back, please. Somebody at the back. All right, another mic at the back, please.
Okay. Working. I don't think it's working.
Please, technical team, let's do it with the mics,
Hello.
or you won't get your balance. All right. Somebody at the back, please.
Okay, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So, I believe the theme for the AWS Community Day West Africa is using AI to solve real-world business problems. Yeah, using AI to solve real-world business problems with AWS services.
All right. Please, a warm round of applause for him. He used his own words, right? Who wants to tell me the exact theme? Hey, this goodie bag, should I just keep it? Should I keep my gifts?
We have
Who
people.
again?
The guy
Okay,
sitting.
let's try the last row here.
Okay, is there someone there? All right.
The lady there.
Hello and good good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So the theme for this year, if I get this correctly, enhancing security, accelerating DevOps, and just a second.
Second, please.
Yeah, enhancing security, accelerating DevOps. Sorry. Yeah. My bad. Thank you. I was looking for a word. Through scalable infrastructure, access to. Okay, sorry, it's a mumbo jumbo right now. Scalable infrastructure, access to cloud.
Yes.
Across
cloud and
across
hybrid
cloud, yes.
environment.
In hybrid environments.
Ladies
Try
and
it.
gentlemen, what's your name again?
April.
She just won herself a warm round of applause. Please put your hands together.
Amazing.
Thank you. I love that. Awesome. You can do that better. That's my gift for her. All right. Today's theme says it all. Just like she said, we will be discussing about AI-driven enterprise operations, enhancing security, accelerating DevOps, and of course, scaling infrastructure across cloud and hybrid environments. This isn't just a catchy title, right? It is a reflection of the reality we are living in. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. It is here, and we want every one of us to be a part of this move. Are you ready to be a part of the move? Are you ready to learn how AI can make your work easier? Are you ready for that? Are you ready for that? Awesome. I'm with you.
All right, we can see that, like Praise said, this is not just a catchy title. This is the world that we live in now. All across Africa, we can see startups, companies, industries, not just using AI, but actually building with it, actually, building with it, starting up great and amazing things with artificial intelligence. And so, while you're here today, we want you to be very present because we're going to be hearing real stories from real people like you that have used artificial intelligence to innovate and to do great work. So please be present. We're going to take you through some housekeeping rules right now. Praise, do you want to take that?
Yes, so before we dive into the business of today, we'll give you a few housekeeping rules, right, to make the few hours you'll be spending here very smooth, right? The first one is, in case you want to use a restroom, right, just at the exit here to your right. So when you come out of the hall to your right down to the reception, right, there's a restroom in here, but it's currently under construction. So please, you walk out to your right down to the reception and there's a restroom for you there. Secondly, right, in case of any emergency, unfortunately we have just one exit, but don't worry, no need to fear. In case too, you can, but of course there's just one exit. It's wide enough for you, right? There is not going to be any emergency, but just in case you want to step
Window.
out
Can you? I mean, you can see windows now. You want to like.
Oh
Okay, so-
yeah,
I trust you.
I love that.
I
So
trust
that's
you.
exit just right behind you by our left.
Yes, and also next housekeeping rule, please be very present. Let's have our phones on silence because we are going to be having our speakers come up here shortly. Make sure your phone is on silence and there are no distractions. You don't have to move around too much. If you need to, just do that very, very quietly. Please have your phone on silence. Pay rapt attention because we're going to be having quizzes, questions and answers during the course of each session. There's going to be a quiz at the end of the day as well. And we actually have goodie bags. I promise you it's not a round of applause. It is.
She's the one saying this now, so yeah.
I promise you, it's not a round of applause. It's actually, when AWS we come correct. Do you know that?
Yes.
I don't think they. Do you know that? Yes. Do you know that? Oh, you don't know. Today you find out. You will find out. Anyways, we have goodie bags, and so pay attention. We're going to be having quiz by the end of the session, and we have something, yes, for our best performers. So yes.
All right. So like we said, it's about to be another landmark here, right, of the AWS Community West Africa 2025 with a line of our speakers, right?
Such an amazing lineup of speakers.
And they are ready to pour out from their wealth of knowledge this morning. I said earlier on that we'll be learning, relearning, and of course unlearning everything about AI-driven enterprise, right? And of course, to set the tone of this event, what better way to start, right, but to have our first keynote speaker come up right here. A highly intelligent phenomenon in the IT industry with commendable years of experience, right? Ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you are going to hear after this intro that will be played by the media is the voice of the CIO of InterSwitch, Patrick Okebu. Please a warm round of applause for yourself. Over to you, media.
Patrick Okebu is the Chief Information Officer at InterSwitch, where he's responsible for overseeing the company's information technology strategy, initiatives, and providing leadership to the technology team. He has over 18 years experience in technology, spanning IT implementation, network, security, infrastructure, and enterprise architecture, and has worked in various industries, including financial services and manufacturing. Patrick joined InterSwitch in 2020 as the head of enterprise architecture and has advanced through the ranks to his current role as CIO. He holds a master's degree in operations and product management from the University of Lagos and a BSc in computer science from the Ambrose Ali University, Ekoma. In 2023, his team was recognized by Forrester as finalists in the Enterprise Architecture Awards, Europe, Middle East, and Africa category, and he has won several personal awards. Patrick is a member of a lot of organizations, some of which are Institutes of Engineering and Technology, the Nigerian Computer Society, and Fox Black community. AWS community, with a resounding applause, please make welcome Patrick Okebu.
Ladies and gentlemen, is that the best
Better
you
than
can
that.
do?
Come on, for Patrick Okebu, please put your hands together.
Good morning, everyone. So it's going to be interactive, right? So I probably might come down from this stage at a point in time, huh? So that we communicate on the same level. I'm certain most people here use AI more than I do. I'm not joking, right? Is my presentation going to come up on the screen? All right. So while that is coming up, I want to assume that most of the people in this room use AI more than I do. So I'll tell a little joke, right? When I was asked to come and talk to you guys about AI, I'm like, okay, I'm going to talk to the people who use AI more than I do in this room. So what am I going to tell them? Shouldn't they be telling me about AI? But there is something that experience tells you probably AI doesn't know, and I'd like to share here. Africa and Nigeria, with respect to AI, we're just trying to grow up with respect to local data, right? A lot of the data that AI is trained on is more on globally available data, and I kind of acknowledge the work that some of us are doing to provide local nuances with respect to our data. Please, once my presentation comes up, I'll just switch quickly, and I'm just trying to kind of break the ice. And I want to acknowledge the work that very brilliant people locally here are doing to present local nuances. Literally almost every week, I get a presentation on AI. And at the end, I'm going to show like a radar that kind of encourages quite a number of people here to say you can build a niche for yourself. In the last 3-4 weeks, probably I've seen AI initiatives on speech to text, languages, voice commands for different use cases, internet banking, AI bug fixing. Somebody was during the opening, someone was saying if you've Googled how to solve 404, you should sit down or put your hands down. You know, I've seen people building AI initiatives within their code that can notify them when there's an error, log a Jira ticket, and save it for analysis just to be sure that they are dealing with recurring issues. That's the local nuances that dealing with AI will bring to our lives, really, because we are now localizing the use of AI to our day-to-day. And that's the joy, right? The joy is not the flair of AI. And I'll share, right? I don't want to go ahead of my presentation so that you guys can follow. But once it comes up, I'll share. And that's the joy of AI. That's the flair of AI. Not that there is AI and we're all using Gen AI to chat, to find out information. It's about using AI to solve real problems in our day-to-day. Thank you very much. So, like I said, when they asked me to come and present AI to you guys, I thought what would be, I'm not a catchy person. I don't like catchphrases. I don't like catchphrases. I like direct information, direct engagement. And some of the people who work with me would know that really we're about building stuff, building real stuff and solving customer problem. I'm the kind of person that will walk to a supermarket and ask the teller or the person at the till, what are the problems you have? Right? And I'll ask someone that, why are you paying with your card? Why are you not transferring? Why are you transferring? Why are you not paying with your card? Because I want to solve real problems, not what everybody is trying to solve. Because when you solve problems, that's when you make an impact. So I'm trying to challenge everyone here who will listen to me, right? And what I thought about immediately was partner and accelerate. We are not going to, AI is not going to take your capability to think, and it will show you one of my slides. It's not going to take out your ability to understand problems. AI is not going to understand that for you. AI is not going to go to Bariga. Right? I go to the market sometimes, and when I go to the market, I realize that in one of those instances, and I'm sharing ideas, and this is what one of the benefits of me speaking here. While I'm speaking, I'll share ideas. It's only those who are listening that would get it. I'm not going to present code here, right? And jokingly, one of my colleagues was looking at something I had built. I'd written a script many years ago. So there's one of the new joiners that looked at something. Then he found my name in one of the scripts, and he came to me, you built script? I said, yeah, but I can't remember. I built that script like 5 years ago. I can't rebuild it again. I'm sorry. So I'm not going to build scripts here, but I'm going to tell you what you would need to solve problems. And you probably might not get that opportunity again, but you have to create it for yourself. Right? I've been to probably about 6 geographical zones in Nigeria, different states, trying to get problems on my feet. I've been to Lagos Island, Ikeja, Computer Village, walking down the streets, trying to understand user behaviors, to be able to go back into the room to solve problems. You don't solve problems by getting Jira tickets. You solve problems by engaging users, because sometimes the product you build and the way it's used is a wide gap, right? So I thought about partner and accelerate. The is that you partner, and that partnership will make you accelerate. And I kind of, pipe AI in sense of the multiple times. Several years ago, I was in a conference, and I met someone who told me that he graduated with artificial intelligence in 1986. He graduated with artificial intelligence in 1986. When I look at the demography of this room, I'm sure that there are just a few people who are around that age demography. So I came up with AI is not new. And I met this person just around this time 2 years ago, and he was in his 60s. So it dawned on me that whatsoever we're doing today has really accelerated in the last how many years? 96 is about 39, 40 years, meaning that for him to graduate with a BSc, a degree in artificial intelligence means that the degree has existed before then. So I went on my research. This is the first time I'm going to present this, but I shared informally in different sessions. In 1950, there was a checkers game. Some of us might still play checkers, or we might have played checkers board on our Windows desktop computers a couple of years ago, for those of us who are early adopters of computers. And it was anticipating future moves. That was the initial thought, right? And they had computers that could beat masters in games, in board games. And we could realize that the mainframe in those years was quite gigantic. But that was the first, or probably the first research I found about artificial intelligence. Next, there was natural languages, right, where there was a simulation. Psychotherapists demonstrating that machines could handle text interactions. Today, we're seeing text-to-speech. We're seeing people building AI tools that could literally communicate in Yoruba. And I'll share with you guys, I was somewhere, someone was demonstrating how somebody who couldn't speak English could interact with a payment device that could literally speak your language. so that somebody who is uneducated can actually receive payments, because they're actually trading. They're actually trading. Some of us are coming from communities where literally once you get in there, you're a stranger, based on your nuances, your education, the way you speak. And it's not like you're speaking foreign English or foreign languages. 1970 to 1980, and the next series will be one of the most exciting things that birthed a new dimension of what artificial intelligence will be like. There was expert knowledge in rule-based systems, and some of us would, if we are in payment tech, or if we are in now health tech, where there are emerging things around rule-based systems for now diagnostics, now fraud, it's typically a lot of rule-based and decision-making. You can see that the number of use cases have begun to expand. And that's why things like this were guiding my illustration around partnership and acceleration. So I like to interact with audience. So again, I'm not one that is boxed to space. So forgive me if you see me move around, because I like to also engage and get responses. So again, I'm just breaking this down because the meat of my slide is in like 3 pages. But this historical background is to say that the things that excite us today, right, have been around for at least how many? 70 years? Yeah, 60 years. This one started birthing a new era, because AI, in the same 2 years ago, I met someone else who used to work with, who worked many years ago in the, you know, what they call the guys that work in the satellite agency and stuff. I can't remember the name of the agency, NASA and co. And he told me, he said, Patrick, he's as old as my father. He's retired. He was in an AI conference with me, a different conference about 2 years ago also. And he told me, Patrick, in the early 90s, we used to look at printouts of satellite imagery. He showed me as AI. That's how we could tell that there is life form here. That's how we could tell that there is life cannot exist here. That's how we tell that there is soil here. That's how we tell that life form is going to die in this place. And you can see as far back as 40 years ago, people could analyze a space in Nigeria. So if you look at, some of us would have probably looked at many years ago, the geographical view of Sambisa Forest, and how they will tell you that there are terrorists here, there are terrorists here, there are people here, there are not people here. It's AI, it's satellite imagery, that's AI, but they don't tell you that's what it is. And those are use cases that people have been using for 40 years to tell that there is life form in this place, and tell the military that you can shoot in this place, and this is the coordinates. And if you specify, and again, out of war, you would take this amount of hostages alongside with you. It was there in the 80s. Okay. Now, this is my most favorite part of this presentation. AI is not necessarily new, it just got richer. Someone told me that the reason that we have those balls right now is the amount of investments that is going into AI, right? And the way I relate is this: everybody knows the rich kid, right? We all know the rich kid in school. Well, went to school. Now you guys should answer me. Yes. Exactly. It's an interactive conversation. I'm not trying to teach you guys something. I'm trying to challenge you guys. I'm trying to challenge you guys to solve problems. I'm trying to challenge you guys to create a new ecosystem, a new opportunity for Nigerians and for people after you. And I'll tell a small story in my next slide. So I'm going to say it again. We all knew the rich guy when we were in school, right? Yes. Where's our MCO? It's like we've not given them their gift. They're not answering. We all knew the rich guy when we were in school, right? Yes. Yeah, so that's the thing now. AI just got richer. If you look at the most investments and fundraisings in the last 3 years has all been linked towards AI. Right, so it's popular. There's more information, there's more knowledge, there's more distributed data on AI. There's trainings. You see Google releasing training. You see AWS investing millions of dollars in training youths. The knowledge has become democratized, and the use case is not what somebody has built in Silicon Valley. Right, what my GMD will say, this is this Safari. It's not the same. The use case for you will be different. Someone presented to me how they used AI and machine learning to determine the viability of tomatoes using seeds. Take that use case, and I'm giving examples, right? Take that use case, go to Jos. Growing up, we knew what they call tomato Jos. Plum red. We could deliberately create a new landscape for tomatoes in Nigeria. And we don't need to import tomato paste anymore. It's you and I that should solve that problem. The investments to be able to do that is more and democratized. In the early 2000s, they said cloud will take jobs. But take a wild guess. When I started my career in payments over 13 years ago, I by a stroke of providence, right? Admins, you have network engineers, you have devs. Everybody was just one team. Our manager was called Manager Switch Operations. We could just walk to one another and say, guy, everybody knew the same thing. You could fix a bug. But guess what? Cloud started trickling in and they said, all these jobs will go away. But that existed then still exists today. And most of the roles here did not exist 25 years ago. So when they say cloud will take jobs and they're saying AI will take jobs, I don't think so. AI will create new jobs. But the jobs is for the taking for those who partner and accelerate with it, because it's the things you're supposed to do in 10 minutes, you can literally do it in 5 minutes. There are projects that are taking me 18 months that literally now I'll do it in 1 month. It's experience, the knowledge, and the data that is available to me. So guess what? Let me ask again, would AI take jobs? Like some people are, will AI take jobs? Exactly, they said that 25 years ago that cloud will take jobs, but guess what? We have more jobs than we did before cloud, right? And those jobs that existed before cloud still exist. Wow, I didn't think that this screen will be not so bright, right? So I'm going to come down just to be able to see it and explain it. So sometimes early this year, there was a report by the World Economic Forum, right? And we'll try to share this in the community or the link to the global reports. And there was an assessment on jobs. There are quite a number of jobs in terms of its need and utilization that has grown. Quite a number. That's the data. And you see the percentage increase on the right. I'm sorry it's not clear. But the context is that there are some jobs that has grown in its requirements. And number 4 or so of the job is critical thinking. Let me take that. I have my mobile device here, sorry. And I'm going to call out what you'll see. What you're not seeing on the screen. I'm wrapping up shortly, also conscious of time. The number 4 is creative thinking. It's not coding. It's not coding. When I sit down and understand business context, I go to the street and ask questions. When you see me on the street and I'm engaging you, talking to my plumber, talking to my mechanic, talking to my vulcanizer, talking to different people, I'm thinking about problem solving. It's critical thinking. When I try to make payments, I try to understand where is this supposed to fail? What can we do to make the difference? You're a DevOps engineer. If your pipeline is failing while I'm making payments and is impacting work, then we need to rethink it, right? That's critical thinking. That's not thinking that my job is to deploy. It's not thinking that my job is to create visibility. Really, I always say this, that when things are processing fine, nobody checks logs. It's when things are failing that we go and check logs, right? So I'd rather not check logs, but make sure it's working. Again, it's just a joke on the side. It's number 4 on the chart is critical thinking. Number 1 on the chart, sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up on my mobile device. Number 1 on the chart is AI and big data. Number 2 on the chart is network and cybersecurity. We would have thought network and cybersecurity skill should have been declining with cloud, but reality is that the attack surface, because you are building AI, has increased. So again, jobs are growing, and there are critical roles that are on the rise. So again, you guys can look at the World Economic Forum report for 2025. It was in February, and you see that from page 38 or so, you'll see that. And my next point is, yes. Can this point? So there'll be great jobs and not so great jobs. Who has ever seen this? Have you ever seen this? Vibe coding cleanup specialist. Some of us will vibe code and will create jobs for those who will clean it up. You can see if you go to LinkedIn, you can just type it, vibe coding cleanup specialist. You see it. Many people, right? Who would have thought that this is one of the jobs that will be created? Right? So when they say AI will take jobs, I'm of the opinion that AI will create jobs. Because for you to be a vibe coding cleanup specialist, you should have your hand will be heavy, your experience will be large, right? And these are the kind of jobs, the funny ones, the unanticipated ones that will be created with AI, and there are quite a number of others. And I'm moving quickly, and this is important. I think this is my last slide. Gartner has created something called the AI Opportunity Radar. It's called AI Opportunity Radar, right? What is this radar saying? It's saying that you can classify your AI use by 4 radars: everyday AI, game-changing AI, internal operations AI, and external customer focus area, right? So if you pie it across, you need to then determine what you want to play. In the last couple of weeks, the CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria, has released tons of circular. Guess what? Your legal operations, your compliance team can use AI to quickly understudy that in a few hours and understand what to do. The game-changing AI, you can literally use AI to improve code. I told you about somebody who presented an AI use case where they embedded an open telemetry SDK within their code that can generate certain errors within their pipe. Once the error is triggered, create a Jira ticket, save the errors within a database for analysis, right? Somebody was sharing with me where they built an MCP on an infra and they can interact with it. I've seen that before. I've seen a use case where somebody has, there was a quote where someone said that if you hire a new staff and if you want to kill the new staff, send the person to Confluence. We all have tons of documentations in Confluence that nobody else can find except the creator, right? Somebody built something on Confluence that can allow you to interact with GPT, with it like GPT, and to give you links just by interacting. How to do this, how to do that, and it takes the person to the right context. It's everyday AI, everyday AI. So again, my view about AI is this, all right? We're all here, and there are tons of problems on the streets. Tons of problems on the streets. We won't solve those problems sitting in our offices with all the AI in the world. You won't solve the problem by sitting in your offices. You won't solve that problem just by expecting Jira tickets or by being passed down the strategy. You won't solve those problems. You would really, really solve those problems by engaging in what the problem would be, what the problem should be, what the problem is, how the users are interacting with the problem. So that when you interface with the strategy, when you interface with the Jira tickets, you can put an add-on. I always tell someone that this is what experience has done for me. If you ask me to deliver XYZ, I'll deliver XYZ plus. Because I want to understand the strategy. I want to understand the reason you are asking me to do this. If it doesn't make sense, I don't want to do it. I want to leave the problem. I want to experience the problem. Some of us have gone into public transport systems today, and all we are thinking is just getting here, whereas we've passed about 5 to 10 kilometers of problems. And we're all thinking about the shiny AI. The AI that will change Nigeria, the AI that will revolutionize Nigeria is not the Western AI. That's why a lot of tech companies have failed. We have not localized our problem solving to the people in Bariga, to the people in Bagada, to the people in Inupeju, to the people in VI, to the people in Ogun State, in Abeokuta, to the people who are the adire makers. And let me tell you something. It would get so rich that in the next couple of years, my predictions, and I'm wrapping up, let me just say this. My prediction is that in the next couple of years, AI will create a new fashion trend. As a fashion designer, right, there are pillars that we have to set aside to make AI functional for our country. As a fashion designer, if I document all my work and give it context and save the data on any drive or any S3 bucket, and I have a lot of data for it to learn, I can build an AI for it to tell me, oh, guess what? Before I came here, I asked for the dress code. I didn't want to wear a suit and be out of place. I can tell them that Patrick is coming for AWS Community Day 2030. This is the demography. These are the designs that he has won in the last 5 years. Build a next generation design for him. And there will be a design based on the way Patrick, as a fashion designer, designs. This is an idea that I'm sharing today, so that we don't wait for somebody to be in the Paris walkway or Paris fashion week and do it and we'll be like, wow, right? Our local fashion designer can do it today. And some of us, or a lot of us, have friends that are fashion designers who are sketching on paper. We can move it to a bucket, right? I'm giving somebody an idea right now. When you blow, please come and come and pay your tithes, right? When you blow, come and pay your tithes. That's how we solve problems in Nigeria, right? There's somebody here whose mom is a distributor selling eggs. You can actually help her to create the data and be able to create a forecast so that she can build a pipeline of inventory and never run out of eggs. Don't think, this is not the era where you will say selling chips is not what AI is built for. Forget about it. I'm challenging everyone here that, see, I have the opportunity to be in the office, but when you see me on the street, I move on the street and helping my organizations on the street to solve problems that natural and ordinary people would not see. I want to thank you for listening and have a wonderful day.
Wow. If you're clapping, I mean, you can do better than that. Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick. That was brilliant. Do you agree with me? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick. I like something he said about how AI is not here to take your job. Rather, it will create more jobs. I mean, when we started hearing about AI, you mentioned that AI it's not just coming, it's been around for a while, but right now, we're just getting to experience it and to use it. When it started coming out, we had some people believe it was the Antichrist. Do we have people like that in the room? Don't be shy. Just, brother, please see me before you leave. I'm sure you have repented now, but it's okay. And some people believe that, oh, AI is coming to take my job. I need to learn another skill. I need to just, just, I need to level up. Do we have, I'm sorry. Do we have people like that in the house? You ever believe that AI was coming for your job? No, nobody really. Media, please. Thank you so much. All right, what an amazing way to start today's conversation. I want you to take a minute to just appreciate him one more time, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Who's that? Thank you, thank you very much. I want us to do something, right? For every speaker that will be coming up here, I actually want you to take your time to appreciate them, because it takes a lot to leave the comfort of their home, of their jobs, to actually come here and pour into us, share with us from their wealth of knowledge. And so I want you to actually take your time to give them, it's just your applause that they need, and your screams and your shout. Do you want to practice that? Just imagine that it is me. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the United States of America, please make welcome Aramide Ogunkoya. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you so much. Please, now let's do that one more time for Patrick. 1, 2, ready, go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Moving on, because we're actually pressed for time. Our next keynote speaker is in the room, and she's about to blow your mind one more time. We have someone who is bringing, this person is actually bringing a fresh perspective into how change actually happens, into how change occurs. Because sometimes it's not just about the tech, it's not just about the tools that we use, it's actually about the people, the leaders, the people that are actually using these tools. Now, how are you using them to inspire change? How are you setting smart policies that can inspire change, that can make the actual magic? And so our next speaker is going to be taking us on why upskilled teams, visionary leaders, and smart policies will power the next wave of transformation. But before he comes on stage, I want us to take a moment, look to the screen, and just get a little bit more information about him. So, media, please, let's have his profile. And please don't forget, once it comes on stage. Do we agree? That's a deal, right? Please, let's have it.
Oyedayo Otokiti is the Director of IT and Operations at Lagos Business School, where it drives technology strategies that enhances operational efficiency and long-term goals. With nearly 2 decades of experience spanning insurance, supply chain, education, and consulting, he has twice been recognized as Nigeria's CIO of the Year in Education, a CISSP, PMP, and CGEIT certified professional. Oyedayo is passionate about advancing information security in Africa, mentoring young professionals, and shaping secure digital futures. Outside work, he supports the Abiva Foundation, is a proud father of 3, and he enjoys teaching swimming and table tennis in Lagos.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please make welcome Oyedayo Otokiti. You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning, all. I'm kind of a bit scared right now, following Patrick's lead. I'm prepared to tell you that AI will take your jobs. And Patrick just laid a foundation to let you know, don't be scared. AI is not going to take your job. So what am I supposed to say? I should say it anyway. Okay. I will first acknowledge everyone here, the volunteers, newcomers, Patrick, thank you for laying the foundation, and also for AWS for giving us such a wonderful forum. As I said, Patrick has taken away that scary part of AI. But someone here said, let me say it anyway. So let me start by saying AI will take your jobs, but with an if. I'm sharing the human part, the human factor in AI-driven operations, which means to a large extent, what is our role going forward? You see, I might not be as interesting as Patrick, but there are key facts I must share with you. From the beginning till now, human beings have been so much disturbed or skeptical about new tech and improvement in an advancement. Am I correct? Take a look back at the first human stone hammer and the likes of blenders that we have now. Some people here still have parents who grind with hand. Am I correct? Show your hand, please. Okay. Okay. Let's take it a step further. Washing machines. I still have people till date tell me that it's not a good thing you will wash with your hand. Don't spoil these children. Are you in the same room with me? I can't hear you. What am I trying to say? If you take the first sewing machine, where people revolted and said it's going to take away our jobs, till now where we have automated systems, we have driverless cars, we have drones, you would see that that factor of fear is still there, has not been totally eradicated. However, I will tell you that this technology improvement takes jobs. However, for those that are willing to upskill, those that are willing to adapt, that are willing to embrace new ideas, obviously, you will always remain relevant. Is that a true statement? Now, when you look at enterprise operations, you would take a step back to how some of us have functioned. In the days of networking, we use command lines. Am I right? Sorry, maybe Patrick will help me in that area. At least for those days where you use command line, you say C dot dot. That's the system that we programmed with and we networked and did a lot of things with. And now you have the likes of SD1 and GUI-based networking and functions and architectures. You realize that for those that have remained relevant, one key factor remains, and it's what? Adaptation. I said what? So as we look at today's systems, when we look at enhancing security, you would see predictive analysis. You will see that at the end, AI is going to move us from doers to what? To thinkers. Our role as human is evolving. And for those that will embrace that change, they will have a path in the future. And I will tell you that some people are far ahead of us. You see, in 2022, Gen AI ChatGPT was released, right? But 1 year later, in 2023, Gartner gathered together about 30,000 CIOs in 3 different locations across the globe and prepared them for the future of AI. I happened to be in one of the sessions that had to do with Middle East and Africa. And I'll tell you that when I looked through, in the whole of Nigeria, we only had 3 companies represented: NNPC, NLNG, and Lagos Business School. And that took me back. Because if we talk about impact, it means that information must be what? Must be available to us all. What role are you going to play in the future? That brings me back to Amazon itself. You see, when www became faster, 2.0, Web 2.0, Amazon was one of the first few to leverage its advantages and provided a place where you would order items and they would deliver at your doorstep. True of us. How big is that business today? In fact, it has given birth to a lot more because of foresight. And I think that what I would beg you to do, what do you see 10 years to be? What kind of future do you imagine when we leverage technology and AI? Hello? I can't hear you. Are you with me? What kind of future can you imagine leveraging technology and AI? Anybody? Let me make it as interactive as anyone. From the back. Yes, please. Can you help me with a mic there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll just go straight. So in different sector, for me, what came first to my mind is voice-enabled deployments, right? So if you're interacting with a system, let's say you're interacting with AWS, you no longer need to put in text to CLI anymore. You just have to say deploy an EC2 instance for me, and deploys it. Deploy a CI/CD pipeline with Docker containers and all those things. It does it for you.
Okay.
In terms of medicine, you'll be able to communicate with a Gen AI to say, look at the gene of a cow or a guinea pig and do an analysis, compare it with human and give me differences, create a new gene, and it does it for you actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have someone here. Please. Can you get a mic to someone here? Yes. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so for me, I see a future with even more advanced problems. So where AI will get to a point where we might not be able to undo the consequences of the technology. So which would also require more critical thinking, like the CIO of this intersystem.
Thank you very much. You see, one of the things that will become very important in the future that we have is a shift between our core function now and what it is going to be. You see, what we do now is think, right? And execute. Before now, what we do is we analyze from A to Z what should be, then we write codes, programs in steps that we execute those things. We give them to machines and they're able to process it faster, right? And in a repetitive form. Am I correct?
Yes.
However, our work going forward will move into more of creativity and intuition. Because in what areas are we and AI going to complement each other? One, AI has speed and pattern recognition. Am I right? So what we'll do is to bring about creativity and what? Intuition. Why? Patrick mentioned adaptation. When you look at a model that will work very well in Shanghai, probably a driverless car that will navigate the street. If you put that same model in Oshodi, what will happen? I can't hear you. Pardon me? But I can tell you something. You have what it takes to build the one that would function here. Because you have the perspective to factor in an Okada rider, factor in a keke driver, even factor in people that the pedestrian bridge is right above them, and yet they will still have to climb that middle covert. True or false? So our job is going to take a big shift from we can't leverage enough what power we have. Speed is there from AI, and repetitive, constant recognition of those things are there. But we have to come up with more ideas to be able to give value. Number two, ethical reasoning, our own factor. AI can be consistent and scalable, but it also has the tendency to be what? To be corrupted. True or false? Let me tell you something I've maybe tried out or demonstrated. If you go into AI and say a lot of false things about yourself or someone else, let someone else try and find out about that person. Some of those things will show up. True or false? So AI can be fast, can be predictable, can do those things, but there's still need for human judgment in getting that value. Am I correct? Now, I think I'm even way ahead of my slide. What I'm trying to bring up is what our role will be in the future. And I'll tell you something that has been debated very well, just to have context to what you have in my background. There are two dimensions to how we will be relevant in the future. Number one, build AI applications or build infrastructure. Do you understand that? Which direction should we go? Hello? Hello? Now, to be clear, if you look at AI, you can quickly do a quick search on your phone. How much infrastructure does ChatGPT require? Have you tried that before? What it will tell you is that using ChatGPT to search for information consumes at least 10 times more when you use a Google search. Hello? Have you checked? Am I wrong? 10 times more. So, for us to get the value we want in the future, infrastructure is what? Critical. However, let's not deceive ourselves. Some of us don't have it. Look at the number of data centers that are available all over the world. US has its own 5,308. See, this rest of the world includes Nigeria and West Africa. However, we can, if we know that the time to catch up, we might not have it, what can we do? We can play in building those solutions. True or false? That has always been our strength. And so we need to know. It doesn't mean that we should just let this go, but we can play in that space and know that this is where we will play for us to be relevant over the next few years. And if it's not even already too late, you can do a quick research. 70% of the AI patents globally are owned by the Chinese. 70% of the patents that we have for AI are owned by the Chinese, meaning that they can see that future. They know that as we create knowledge, it's necessary to document and own the intellectual property for that value. Are we on the same page? Am I becoming very boring? Do you understand? So let us be clear where we will function. And my world is not your world. Someone living in US with that level of infrastructure might be different from me. I can leverage the likes of AWS, the facility they give me, but where would I place safe more? Building solutions. Are we on the same place? Now, the human factor that I'm meant to talk about. Number one, understanding your situation and environment. This is what I just explained. We've known what is in our favor and what is against us, true of us. Number two, defining the right problems. Humans can only play this role well. You see, solving the right problem is far more important than merely solving a problem correctly. You solve a problem correctly, whose life does it influence? What problems are peculiar to us? If you sit down and detail out very intrinsic problems to your environment and you decide to use AI to solve them, then boom, you would have value. Are we together? Just yesterday, I came across a single post. Two young entrepreneurs, they designed a particular system to function in the northern part of Nigeria. And what happened? In Southeast Asia, people started consuming, it met their need coincidentally. So probably they were thinking of Naira, now they are dealing in yens. Are we together? You see some form of cultural match in the solution they presented. Are we on the same page? Number three, building the right team. This is very important, not just for you as an individual, but for the organizations where you work. Let's not be deceived. Some people will not change. Some people will not embrace technology. Some people will be laid back. I hope you are not in this room. If you want to function in the future that I see, that is AI enabled, number one, you have to focus greatly on AI literacy. What do you know? I'm not talking only about Gen AI. I'm talking about how it functions, the infrastructure behind it. Which space do you play? The concept behind it, content behind it, how you leverage AI to get value. Just 2-3 months ago, there was a meeting in Vienna that brought together all the developing nations. And what we're saying is, how do we take advantage of this boom for us to move forward and be a major player in the digital space? How many of you know what digital colonialism is? How many of you know what colonialism is? Who colonized Nigeria? Okay, so it's just the digital part that is missing. Am I right? When we were colonized, what did they do? Our very strong guys, they shipped them abroad to do what? To help in the plantations and farms, right? And if we don't take value from this now, that will be the same form of colonialism that we will see. People with a brain will end up developing solutions not to solve our problems, but for others, and while we are behind. So we will not be part of that wave. We want to be sure that we are adaptive, we're able to solve real problems, we understand cultural norms, and we put ourselves in the loop of the design that we have. Now, as I round up, history has it that disruption often creates competition for the most transformative breakthroughs. And this is your chance. I can tell you that for every technology that you met on ground, especially for this age bracket, you were probably at a disadvantage. But for this particular one, you are probably the most prepared for it in terms of consuming that knowledge, in terms of leveraging it, in terms of using it. And so, as we gather today, we will have breakout sessions. We'll have people who will talk to us from different perspectives, more specific to our needs. I will advise you choose your sessions wisely. Choose sessions that align with your personal goals and objectives, and don't be fearful. AI is probably over 50 years old or more, but this is the time to leverage it, and you are the right generation. I won't take much of your time. Thank you very much.
That cannot be the best you can do. That cannot be the best you can do. Do that better and louder till it gets to his seat. Do that better and louder. Come on. Awesome. I think we need to give Oyedayo Tokiti the best interactive speaker of the year, don't you think? Don't you think? AWS community leaders, don't you think we should give him an award? Please, a warm round of applause for him. That was very interactive. Like everybody was in the speech he was giving. Another warm round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much for that, right? It talks about the human factor in AI-driven enterprise operations, how to function greatly in the future where it's AI-driven. We've been talking about AI, but how do you function? How can you position yourself to get value, right? Almost everybody in this room is using AI, but not everybody is getting value. But not everybody is getting value. And he told you again, choose your sessions, correctly and wisely. He already told you, define the problems you want to solve. And if you know the problems you want to solve, I'm so sure you will know how to, choose your sessions wisely. Please, another warm round of applause for him. Thank you very much once again for that session. All right, just before we move to the next segment in this auspicious occasion, we want to warmly recognize and appreciate our partner for this year's AWS Community Day West Africa. So Aramide came up here and said, you know what? Whenever we call up anybody, do what? Appreciate them loudly and very, honorable, right? I always say something that if you honor people, you also be honored what? In return, right? Who wants to come up here next year as a speaker? Anybody? I love that. Yes, I love that. So please honor the speakers. You can even come here as a partner. Maybe the brand or the industry you are building, or the startup you are building, you come up here, to partner with AWS Community Day, right? So we want to really deeply appreciate our partner, Gigi Spot. That's our official partner. Yes, thank you. For AWS Community Day West Africa 2025. They are a technology company with specialization in business application automation, protection assurance, IT risk, and of course, compliance services, right? With intelligent solutions deployment. There is a video that will talk more about them. And then when we return from that video, RMD and I will be here to do something interesting for you. We've been saying we have, goodie bags for you. Are you ready to receive some of those goodie bags? Let me just tell you something. Let me give you, me, I'm your friend here. And I want to give you just a bit of what's going to happen. If they tell you volunteer, just volunteer. If they tell you we need 5 persons, just run out. I've told you. All right. Are you ready, media? Our official partner for AWS Community Day West Africa 2025, DG Sports. Thank you. Media.
Founded in 2011 and headquartered in Lagos, Nigeria, DigiSpot is a trusted IT solutions provider with over a decade of experience delivering secure and innovative technology solutions across Africa.
At DigiSpot, we're passionate about helping businesses unlock the full potential of the cloud.
At DigiSpot, we provide end-to-end cloud solutions, which include cloud adoption and migration, DevOps and infrastructure optimization, data security and compliance, and also we provide training and certification.
We work with clients across various industries, such as real estate, education, legal, helping them scale confidently with AWS.
Yeah, at DigiSpot, we don't just deploy technology, we partner with you we understand the challenges, and we deliver real impact.
AWS keeps evolving and we share the same builders mindset. We are always learning, innovating, and helping businesses thrive in this two-faced world.
My name is Kaluchi Udeshku. I am a DevOps engineer here at DigiSpot.
My name is Afis Aziz. I am a senior solution architect here at DigiSpot.
My name is Palukumo Azadele. I'm a DevOps engineer at DigiSpot.
My name is Oladimeji David, and I'm an AI engineer here at G-Spot.
My name is Njirika Ebube. I'm a tech business developer at DigiSpot Solutions Limited. Let's build the future together.
At DigiSpot, we don't just build technology, we build the future of business, one solution at a time. Visit us at www.digitspot.com and follow us on all our social media platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and X at DigiSpot Solutions Limited to stay connected.
All right. AWS coming today. What are you saying to DigiSpot? Louder, what are you saying to DigiSpot? Just so you know, when it's time for your break, their stand is right there at the back of the hall. You can decide to, just visit the stand, make connections as well, and know how, DigiSpot can help you on this journey. All right, Aramide, where are you? Please, a warm round of applause for my co-host, please. That beautiful lady. So, want to do something very quick, right? It's a game, and in this game, the rule is when I ask you questions, don't say yes, don't say no, don't say none of that. Give me different questions, give me different answers without saying yes or no. All right, are my goodie bags ready? Love that.
You can't nod your
head. So you
as
see,
well.
It's not a round of applause this time. Don't worry. Because some of you have seen me as a scam, so don't worry, right? So, are we ready? All right. So, Aramide, any other volunteer with the mic, go around the hall. So, who wants to play that for me? Who wants to start? For me, okay.
Yes.
I love it.
We have.
Should we start from front here? Oh, there's another lady here. So, where should we start from? Do we do ladies first?
Yes, please.
Ladies first. All right, lady.
You can't say yes.
I am begging you.
You can't say no. You can't say
You are supporting the whole female gender in this room. So
You
please.
can't nod your head as well.
Yes.
Nod or shake your head. Oh, okay.
No yes. No. No. Hello, good morning. How
But
are
I can
you?
nod, right?
No, you can't
nod.
nod. You have to answer, but don't say yes, don't say no, don't say all right.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
What's your name?
My name is Antonia Tukumbo.
Antonia.
My name is Antonia.
Are you sure not Rachel?
I'm not Rachel.
You look like Rachel.
No, I'm not Rachel.
No. Pum, 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 pum. Antonia. I trusted and believed in you.
We have someone here. Thank you so much, Antonia. Please put your hands together for us.
Hello, good morning. What's your name?
Hello, my name is Kelvin.
Kelvin. Why do you look like Femi?
I don't look like Femi.
Are you sure you're not Femi Femo?
I'm not Femi.
You're not Femi.
So he shakes his head.
Okay.
Hello, are you INEC? Are you the one that is INEC? But that can pass. Okay.
Your name again?
Kelvin.
Kelvin. Where did you come from this morning?
I came from Festac.
Oh, really?
I did.
Not Oworoshoki?
I did not.
Not Yaba?
I did not.
So, have you eaten this morning?
I have.
What did you eat?
I ate moi moi.
You don't like pap?
I don't.
Are you sure?
I'm not.
Wait! Wait now. Let me gather strength. Kelvin. So, are you an IT personality?
I am an AWS cloud practitioner.
All right. So have you learned anything this morning?
I have.
Really?
I have.
Which of the session is thinking? As you can see, he's taking time to think.
Sorry, Kelvin. It's okay to move your hand, though.
You know, that's where the composure is coming from. Lose composure. Kelvin, what's the name of the last speaker? Oh yeah, clap for me. Clap for me.
Please clap for my co-hosts. It's not easy. Let them have
But
it.
Aramide.
Yes.
Aramide.
Yes,
Let's
please.
give him one of the goodie bag. He tried.
Actually, yes. Please put your hands together for Kevin.
Kelvin, please see Ore right up when is the break time.
Ore, please can
where
you
are
wave? Let's see you. See Ore. So
Awesome.
Ore has a goodie bag for you.
Who again? Who wants to redeem the glory of the ladies in this room?
A lady, please.
Who?
Are you sure? You're doing like
Okay, Aramide, a lady. We've taken dark lady. Should we take the fair lady there?
okay. Let's have it.
All right.
Sister, I put my hope and my trust in you. Let's do this.
We have taken caramel, chocolate. It's time for skin like milk. Hello, good morning.
Good
Hello,
morning.
good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
You look very beautiful.
Thank you. You look beautiful too.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
Jennifer.
You cannot bribe me though, but I received the. So what's your name?
Jennifer and Cam Jacob.
So are you an IT personality?
Yes, I am.
Pim, 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 pim.
Aramide,
Yes.
come and represent the ladies. Come and represent the ladies.
Okay, guys, send me with prayers. Let's go.
Come and represent. I don't. What's happening?
You cannot clap for me. I'm about to represent you.
Okay,
Let's do this.
should we give the ladies one last chance?
Should we?
One last chance. I'm seeing that Alaja at the back. Let's try her.
So that they will not say it's only ladies. Because
No, now there's a
Okay.
guy that has helped.
Oh, and he got the gift,
got
Abi.
the gift.
Where's Alaja?
Alaja, are you sure that you are ready? Because the future of all the ladies in this room rests on your shoulder. Are you ready?
Long ago, in the time of
Yes.
the destiny of the
Of
great
the
kingdom
generation rests upon
rests
the
on
shoulder.
the shoulder of one Alaja.
Yes.
Our name
is
Hafsa is my name.
what's come again?
Hafsa is my name.
Hafsa
is my name.
Hafsa. Okay.
Hafsa. Hafsah.
Okay, Hafsa.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll make it. Okay. Are you ready for me?
I am.
Okay. How ready are you?
Very well.
Very well ready. So where did you come from this morning?
From my house.
What? Now
I don't know why. I don't understand. Why the noise? Please, Alaja, continue, Jare. You're doing it.
Where is your house, Alaja?
My house is here in Lagos.
Lagos. Which area?
Very close to Bagada.
You don't mind Lekki?
I am here.
Guys in this room, please warn yourself. Don't pressure her. Okay? You don't like Lekki Island?
Not really.
Not really. All right. So, were you here last year?
I was.
Oh, awesome. So, you came back again this year, right?
Very well.
To learn?
Very well.
To learn?
Very well.
Have you been learning?
Very well.
Very well.
Like, very well. I don't like
Very
it.
well.
So, have you learned since morning?
Very well.
Now, here we go, Deo.
Wait. Guys, wait. Did you see that video on social media where they were doing Bible and they were asking, said, and the Lord said unto Moses, saying, you are like that. Auntie, you are like that. Exactly. Please a warm round of applause for her, please. Woo! Okay, so
Thank
she
you,
does
Alaja.
want another goodie bag. So meet Ore right after when it's time for the break. Please a warm round of applause. Thank you. One brother is looking at me like I gave the women. Please.
What is that? What's a joro?
Please, when I came to this place, I not carry my pole. Don't corner me outside. I'm sorry. There will be much more, opportunities. A warm round of applause for everybody. Thank you. All right, just so you know, there's also going to be several goodie bags to be won. So don't worry. It's going to reach everybody. Right? Not everybody. Someone say, Not everybody. But if you attempt my game, you're going to get one of it. So right about now, it is time for another session, right? it is time to have a session, right? Where the community leaders of the AWS community West Africa will coming up here to talk about the state of the community. How many of us are members of this community? All right. More aunts, you're members of this community. Awesome. So it is important, right, to know the state of this community, the way forward, where we are as at 2025, where we tend to be in 2026, and of course, how you can be a part of this community, even if you are not a part of this community, how you can be a part of this community. And to do that for us is none other than the current community leaders, right, of the AWS community, West Africa, of course, and they've also been at the top, leading this particular AWS community day. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget what Aramide said with a resounding applause, right? Please put your hands together for Israel Kuti and Ann Usang, the community leaders of the AWS community West Africa. Don't stop clapping till they get up stage. Don't stop clapping till they get up stage. You can do that better and louder with a shout. Come on. I love that. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, can we have a slide? Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be here with myself and Anne. Leading the community has been one of the most amazing things, and it's also a privilege, right, Anne?
Actually, it is.
Yeah, so and with all your support, we've come this far, and we're excited for what also lies ahead. So thank you very much, everyone. A round of applause for yourself.
All right, so very quickly, we are going to be taking you through what we are going to cover right now. So we'll talk about who we are. We'll talk about the community growth and engagement that we've had so far. We'll talk about the diverse community involvement and how you can be part of it as well. Career advancement, the outlook and announcement to expect, and then how you can also stay in the know and keep in touch with our community.
All right, so for who we are, right, the AWS community West Africa, the user group was launched in 2022, and so far, one person in-person security summit has been organized. We've had 2 hybrid community day with about 3,000 persons as at 2024. So this is our 3rd AWS community day, the hybrid one, and then even year in, year out, the number is increasing. Kudos to you and everyone that has been a part of this. So a round of applause for yourself once again.
Celebrate yourselves, please.
So we had 90 plus virtual study series has been held. We featured the AWS Cloud Practitioner Essential Day, a growing community with over 10,000 plus and strong social media presence. And this is also to you. And I must also say, please, as you are seated, just go ahead to our Instagram and do, our LinkedIn and do, and also follow us, even on Twitter, so that you can stay up to date with lots of other information and opportunities that are going to be shared on those social medias. Thank you once again. 40 plus AWS community builders. I think that deserves a round of applause. Yeah, you can do better. Community Ambassador Program. The first user group in West Africa to be featured by AWS training and certification.
Please, let's celebrate.
And I think you say that again.
So we, the AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa, we are the first user group in West Africa to be featured by the AWS training and
Certification. A round of applause for us now, please. You can do better. You can do better.
Do better, please.
All right. We serve as what? Mentors to the other user groups in Africa. 2 different AWS Global Awards at the re-event 2024. And also got an award, yeah, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yes, and then we have Blessing also got an award. So this year event, we are looking out for even more awards. First user group in West Africa with an AWS authorized instructor. A round of applause again. I think the instructor is here. The authorized instructor is here in the building. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so one of the things, or few of the things that we do as a community to keep our community engaged is that we indulge in virtual study series. How many people here have been part of it? How many people have won AWS credits from it? Nobody.
I know some people that have won AWS credits here. You are not raising up your hand.
Raise up your hand very well.
I will
If
come
you
and
won
collect our
AWS
credit from you.
honestly.
That's if your EC2 instance has not used it up.
So we also organize certification study series. So for people who want to take their certification examination in AWS, we organize study series to help you achieve that. And we also organize a study and win a prize series. Yeah. So you're coming to study and then you're winning. Can you imagine that? That is, we are the ones teaching you and then you win.
That's
Please,
an
let's celebrate
encouragement.
this community now. And also we have physical meetups and we also have yearly conferences just like this one you're in. So we are going to be having another one next year and we'll tell you about it.
Yeah. So this is our meetup page. Right now, as you're seated, just go to meetup and then you can follow us on AWS Cloud Security User Group. And be on the lookout. We have our WhatsApp group that you can also join. So the link is going to be updated on Meetup so that you can always be a part of the community. You can have access to more resources, different study groups. For those of you that are planning, I mean, myself inclusive also, those of us that are trying to write other professional certifications later on in future, this is going to be of great use. And of course, career opportunities, which we are still going to talk about. All right.
All right. So this just here is a chart that tells us how many people have joined our communities, how it progresses. So you're going to see the progress we've had over the last 1 year. So right from October, December, January, March, April, May, it grew back. So April, June, August, October. So this is the progression that we've had so far. So we are expecting that you all seated here that are not part of the Meetup community yet, you just open your phone right now, go to meetup.com and search for the community, AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa, and then follow us so that you can add to these numbers.
All right, so this is still some of the graph that is showing the RSVP of most of our events. So on LinkedIn, yeah, this is the AWS Security User Group West Africa. Right now we have 5,722 followers. I am prophesying that by the end of this event, this number would have doubled. So it is over to you now. Go to our LinkedIn page and follow us, AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa.
Please follow us so that this prophecy will be fulfilled. Please. In
Please,
Jesus' name.
I'm begging.
Amen. Follow us.
All right.
And also on YouTube, we actually have 936 subscribers. Between me and you, this number is small, right?
Very small.
It's small, Abby. So now go to YouTube and follow us. Just search for AWS Cloud Security User Group. And also, this event is hybrid. So you see that we are live. So you can also share to people that are not here to also join the event ongoing.
Yeah, and to add to that, we have previous events also, study series that are going to be very, very beneficial to you on our YouTube channel. So you can go right there and also watch those ones later. Yeah. Diverse community involvement, right? So you might be thinking that, oh, maybe they are just technical people, maybe they are just guys that just write codes and they like, no, we have diverse people in our community. So if you are someone that is just starting out, you don't even know jack about what AWS is, this is a community that is going to hold you by the hand and actually help you. We have seen several people that are that this community has actually helped. I am also a beneficial of that particular opportunity that is available in the community. So I'm encouraging you, right? If you are just a starter, this is where you should be. We have security architects. You can see students, undergraduates and graduates. We have developers. We have solutions architects. We have data scientists. We have system admin, business professionals. So if you are the one that is out to make money, right? You don't know anything about the technical side of things, but you know that this AWS, how can I make money from it? There's room for you, business professionals, investors. I'm not talking about Sabinus. Somebody is saying Sabinus here. No. I'm not talking about Sabinus. I beg. We are talking. This might go online. I didn't mean no harm intended. I beg. So we are talking about investors. If you are looking at investing in startups, in businesses, this is the community for you. Then you have project managers also, right? If you are here and you fall within any of this category, can I see your hands up? Awesome. Please let the hand be up. If you are here, you fall within this category, you are part of the community. Drop your hand. You are here. You fall within this category. You are not part of the community. Can I see your hands up? So right now, go to our meetup page and join the community. Thank you.
All right. And when it comes to career advancement, one of the things that you get to also benefit from being part of the community is employment. I don't want to say we give jobs. We don't give jobs, but then you would see things like job postings on the group, and then if you're fit for it, you can apply. So we have community members who share that, and also you can increase your network. So just like they say, your network is your what?
Networks.
Good. So you can also increase your network, and you can also build skills. Most importantly, you build your cloud skills, and you can also land yourself an influential role in AWS and any other organization. So far as you're active, you're participating, and you are contributing.
Yeah, and just to add to what Anna said, we have instances where people will reach out to the community leaders and say, oh, we have this job opening. We are looking for a solutions architect. Oh, we are looking for a junior DevOps engineer. Can you recommend someone for us? Imagine you are in the community. You've been active, you've been participating. We know who you are. It's easier for the leaders to just say, oh, we have someone, and then they just send your CV to that particular person. You go through the normal recruitment process, but then, I mean, you have a step ahead, better than those that do not have anything to do with the community at all. All right. So the outlook and the announcement.
Yes. All right. So today we are having the third AWS Community Day. And by next year, we're going to also be having another one. So I want you to tell your neighbor that the one for next year, I want you to be here. Tell your neighbor, I want you to be here. So we have a tentative date, and that's September 19th next year. It's tentative, right? And that's why we want you to follow us on all our social media platforms, so that once we announce the next community day, you are in the know and you're physically present. And also, we are going to be having subsequent events. If you remember all the events we outlined, the study series, study and win a prize, all of those events, we are going to continue that in the community. So be on the lookout so that you're going to join each and every of those events and you don't miss anything at all.
All right. So if you are going to be at our next community event, can I see your hands up?
Everyone should raise their hands.
Can I see your hands? Some people are not raising their hand. Are you angry? You don't want to come. You don't have transport fare.
No, that they will have next year.
Yeah. So we want to see you in every of our community events, whether it is virtual, either it is hybrid, physical. We want to see you all. So thank you very much for listening. It's been an amazing session with you. You have a question? Sorry? Short link to the community group. Okay, before the end of this event, you get the short link. But before then, oh, the media has taken off the screen. Sorry. So before then, you can go to LinkedIn, you can go to Twitter, AWS Cloud Security.
It's up now.
Okay, thank you. So you can go to, this is YouTube. Okay, so I think this is easier. So just go to LinkedIn and type this. Search AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa. So you would see our community group. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Hello? I said that cannot be the best you can do for your community leaders. Yeah, so we just heard from the community leaders of the AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa. Another warm round of applause for Anne and Israel. Do that better and louder. All right, so I want us to do something very practical. They just begged you people. Follow us on LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, do all of these things. How many of you even reposted the design on LinkedIn? Like, reposted. How many? I did. So don't worry. You can go and check my own page. It's reposted. So how many persons reposted? How many persons have taken a picture, a selfie today? Just a picture. Did you tag AWS on Instagram? Are you sure? Stand up. Social media people, are you here? Have you seen his post on Instagram? Did you say no? What's your name on Instagram, sir?
Yeah, sorry, Azan Akibodi. Yeah, and equally on IG, Ladder Up Consulting. Yeah.
So, social media representative, if you can find his page, and it really tagged you, I have a goodie bag. I will give you a brand new car key. The car will come. Don't worry. The car will come later. So please, I want us to do something, right? Can you please take out your phones? Can you please take out your phones ASAP, 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 ASAP? You don't have phones? You don't have? Take out your phones, please. Thank you. We just need to promote the cause of this day, right? Can we do that? It's a free event. So we just want to make sure that the event is being promoted. So, yes, can I have the hashtags and the handles, please, on the screen? Where are your phones? I'm taking out my phone as well. And I am tagging AWS straight up on Instagram. So, where's everybody? Where are your phones? Oh? Put it like this. Where's everybody? Are you there? Ah. Can we do that again? Can we do that again? If you're in the room, give me a shout. That's just 40%. Give me another shout. So we are live at the AWS Community Day West Africa. Are you excited? Have you been having fun? What are you saying to people at home? Find your way where? Here. Awesome. So that video you made now and the picture, some people are looking at me. I can see you. I can see you. All right. So please do well. Like I said, if you took the video now or the picture, please tag, AWS West Africa Community. I want to believe that's the and do AWS Community West Africa. Yes. On Instagram, tag them. On LinkedIn, you can also post and tag them or repost the initial post that's been there. All right. I was about to say praise God. Oh, you really answered me. Awesome. So right about now, it is time for another session, right? Session where we would have another of our esteemed speakers come up here to talk to us again, of course, on AI-driven enterprise. Are you excited about the next session? Are you excited about the next session? I can be biased when it comes to women. No. So she's oh Lord. She's a lady, a powerhouse. I love when women are really taking, setting the pace in a particular industry that is maybe male dominated. And we're excited this afternoon to have the data management and governance lead at Nigeria LNG, right? And today she will be talking on the topic building the AI ready enterprise, and of course why data management is the foundation if you want to have a successful career in the AI industry. So are you ready for that? Are you ready for that? Are you ready for that? So just like Aramide said, right after the introduction, the video introduction, with a resounding applause, you make welcome the next speaker. All right, media, are you ready for Olayinka? Okay, let's have it. Media, are you ready?
Before transitioning into technology.
Can we take that back, please?
Olayinka Oke is an accomplished data professional with diverse experience spanning multiple geographies and sectors, including financial services, non-profit organizations, venture capital, and renewable energy. Beginning a career with a degree in chemical engineering, she started as a field engineer before transitioning into technology and advancing through various data-focused roles. She currently serves as a data management and governance lead at Nigeria LNG. Beyond their professional expertise, Olayinka is passionate about mentorship and actively volunteers with various and several organizations dedicated to advancing careers in technology, including Ingressive for Good, Textilers, Winters, and Women in Tech Nigeria. When she's not bending data, you will find her exploring new cuisines and cultures around the world. AWS Community, with the resounding applause. Please make welcome Olayinka Oke.
So you can do that better and louder as she comes up stage. Olayinka Oke for our session. Can we do that better and louder, please? Awesome. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, like you said, or like she said, my name is Olayinka, and when I'm not bending data, I can be found trying cuisines from all over the world. That's why they call me data bender. I will just go straight into it, and today I'm going to be talking about building the AI-ready enterprise, of course, but with secure data management. Yeah. Um, and I'm going to open with a quote that says, and let me just add that, at every point in my life, as I transition through my career, I like to have a quote for like that stage of my career, which is what I'm preaching at this time. And the message that I'm preaching at this time in my career is that without data management, AI isn't intelligence. It is intelligence disaster. And I'll explain. Have you ever been in a room where it's a board meeting and somebody is presenting the slide that has the executive KPIs? And they're like, oh, last month we made a revenue of $20 billion, achieving 25% of our target. And somebody in sales says, oh no, we didn't make 60 billion, we made 62. There was a sale that we made last week. Oh, it wasn't captured because of da 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 da. And then everybody's arguing, and the CEO says, that's bullocks. Why didn't you guys discuss this before coming here? Now that is a data management problem. You've built a fantastic dashboard. The dashboard is beautiful. It has nice visuals. The colors are popping. But the data is not accurate because you did not manage the data properly before you went into the dashboard. I'll tell you another story. Have you been at a place where somebody built, now core AI, somebody built a Gen AI thing? There's this thing these days where you can build a GPT based on your company's data. So what that means is that you have your company data somewhere, maybe in SharePoint. Someone builds a GPT on top of it. And so instead of going into SharePoint to look for the file that has the data, you can just ask the GPT, oh, how much do graduate trainees earn in our company? Or how much did we pay graduate trainees last year as a percentage of our entire revenue? And the GPT would tell you. Okay. Now imagine that in the company there's some data that some people should not have access to, and there's some other data that certain people should have access to. And somehow the person that was building this GPT just built it on top of the entire data. And now me, I just came today, new staff. I just go to GPT. How much is the MD salary? And the GPT tells me that is broken data security. And what causes that? You did not layer your data management properly and build it into the GPT that you were building. So now you see why without data management, AI would be an intelligent disaster. So let's get into it. What is even data management? I've been saying data management, da 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 da. I'm going to try to not so much read from the slide. I'm just going to tell you the way it is in my head. But basically, data management is the entirety of the process that manages how your company, how an organization generates data, and how that data is managed from the beginning of the life cycle up till when that data is destroyed, archived, whatever. So that goes into how you create the data, how you store it, how you analyze it, how you catalog it, how you classify it, everything that goes into the life cycle of the data until it is retired, it's archived, it is destroyed. All of that process is data management. And what that means, the second brother of it that you cannot separate from data management is data governance. Data governance is the process, the policies, the the rules and regulations basically that says, as a company, this is how we want to manage data. And a lot of people confuse it all the time. It's really because you can't talk about management without governance, and you can't talk about governance without management. And because I'm passionate about this topic, the easiest way that I explain it to people is, who knows how to cook jollof? Who knows CCME? She has the best recipes for cooking anything. So data governance is the recipe that says, this is how to cook jollof. Or you need to buy tin tomato, you need to cook your rice, you need to do whatever. That is data governance. Data management is actually cooking jollof. So the moment you are creating a recipe and saying, when you want to cook jollof, you need to boil water, you are doing data governance. The moment you start going to the market to buy tomato paste, you are doing data management, right? So both of them, they need each other to survive. And that's why when we are saying that you need data management to build enterprise-ready AI, it just means that you also need data governance. And why do you need data governance? Why do you need data management? What is really the imperative? Of course, AI is advancing, it's fueling cloud adoption, we're building a lot of infrastructure all over the place. But just like I said, if you do not secure and govern your data environment properly, you're not going to unlock that potential, because if you don't ensure data integrity when you're storing your data in the cloud, you're not going to be able to maintain trust. You're going to expose yourself to data breaches. You're going to have biased AI outcomes. That's what happens when you don't have the right quality of data, or the data is not complete. You're going to have AI that is going to be intelligent, but because the data is not complete, the result of your machine learning model, whatever, is going to be biased. So you've built AI, but you've not achieved the result, right? Of course, robust governance enables enterprise to harness AI safely and effectively in today's dynamic world. And what exactly are these foundations? What are the things that you need to do? You need raw data to build AI. You need to even collect the right data for you to have the data that you're going to use to either build a model or do whatever you need to do. You need to govern data properly. Like in the example that I gave with a GPT, governing data properly means that you're setting access rights. You're properly, sometimes it's not even just asset rights, it's in how you build your systems, how you build the right controls into your systems. And of course, cloud security is also important. There's a lot that you can do with that. And when you do all of that, what happens is that you have AI models that are built on top of well-managed data, and you can have the right outcomes. And I would give you another, I will tell you another story. Now, what are the challenges? What are the things that make data management a challenge, and how can they affect your AI solutions? First, we have fragmented data silos, right? We have fragmented data sources. We call them silos in data. There's also sometimes there could be lack of standardized governance causing inconsistent data controls. There could be security vulnerabilities. And of course, sometimes even compliance requirements for managing data, for using AI, they are unclear. So sometimes you really don't know what to do. And of course, when you have poor data quality, your model accuracy and reliability is going to suffer. And I will come back to standardized governance. I will try to tell you something also why it's called AI for a reason. If you try to get a layman definition of AI, AI is really training a robot or training a machine to behave like humans, right? But before you can train a machine to behave like an human, that human needs to have a, how will I explain it? A logical way of doing things. So you need to be able to tell the model that, oh, if the user is Olayinka, then the department would be information technology. And when you see that, this is what you should do. Now, data management and governance is where you set those rules that say that, oh, if the user is so and so, this is what he should have access to. Or if the data type is so and so, this is where you should store it. But if already you don't even have those rules set in your company, you've not built that logic into your process, what are you going to tell AI? Because imagine that, what you do in your company is there's a guy who is the DBA and he has access to the entire database. And every time somebody wants to build a solution, they have to ask the DBA because you don't have a metadata repository. You don't have a data lineage thing. So everybody has to ask the DBA, inside which of the database do we have? And everything is in his head. And now you want to build AI. The AI is always going to have to go into the DBA's head to find the information for it to know what to do in different scenarios. So it's really just I'm trying to make it as basic as it gets, but you really just cannot do AI if you don't do the groundwork. Unfortunately, it happens that data management is dirty work that nobody wants to do. And I started out being a data analyst. Data analyst in the house, if you're a data analyst in the house, I would just ask a quick question. What takes the most time when you need to build a data solution? So build out a KPI dashboard. What takes you the most time? I was hoping that somebody would say something else. But yes, it is data cleaning. And the reason why it is data cleaning is because somebody has a nice idea to build a form to collect data. They don't talk to the data analyst. They're like, when I'm done collecting the data, I will give it to Olayinka. I've been in a company where they say, I'll give it to Olayinka. She'll do her magic and build the dashboard. And then they do the form. It could be as simple as a simple Google form. And you're collecting data for gender. And you just leave it free text. And somebody can like boy, another one is girl, another one man, woman, female, female, male, with all of those kind of things. And now here comes data analyst. You want to analyze it. How many male and female applicants do we have? And you spend first 1 hour merging. Okay, if it looks like male, call it male. If it's boy, call it male. Then you spend the whole 1 hour building that solution. Imagine that they had the fantastic idea to ask you. You could have just told them, instead of free text, put a drop down here, female, male, let people pick what they want. The 1 hour you have spent cleaning the data, you wouldn't need to do it. And that's what happens with AI and managing data. When you don't manage data properly, you will still build AI, but you will spend longer time building AI. Not only will you spend longer time, you would likely build AI that is biased. Because of course, it is what when you see that data is poor quality, you can clean it. But when you don't know that the data is incomplete, like the example I gave about the board meeting, there was a sale that was made last week at the last minute, and the person just recorded it in the Excel sheet in his system. He didn't put it in the DB. And the data, the whatever pipeline that is picking the data from the DB does not know that there's data in your spreadsheet. And again, that's data governance, typical data governance problem. So what happens when there's poor data management in AI deployments? Like I said, you have costly data breaches, like in our GPT example. You have there's inconsistent global data definition across the enterprise. So sales people call it revenue. Finance people call it turnover. This other person calls it all kinds of names. You've not sat down to define a glossary that says this is what we want to call revenue in our company. And the guy that builds AI calls it revenue. And the finance guy wants to use the AI and is asking for turnover. And the AI is confused, right? You generate, of course, biased and inaccurate AI outputs due to poor data quality. You have operational failures from unreliable and inaccessible data, and you will lose competitive advantage because the whole idea of you using AI is because you want to be effective, you want to make faster decisions. But by the time you build the AI and is either it's not working or is giving you even a wrong result, and you make a decision based on that wrong result, your competitor has gone ahead of you and you're still struggling behind. So I'm going to try not to walk through the slides, but for lack of time, I don't know how many minutes do I have left? 5. Okay, thank you. So when you don't have data management, these are all of things that happen against when you have proper data management. I think I've repeated a lot of the things a lot of time, but the summary of it is just that you're going to have AI, but it's either you can't make a decision with that AI, or if you make a decision with the AI, you're going to make a terrible decision. I'm back to intelligent disaster. Right. So what do you need to do if you want to have sustainable, trusted data-driven AI with the right security? You need to do proper, these are just different aspects of data management that would impact the success of your AI deployment. You need to do good data discovery, you need to have good data classification, you need to have the right governance policies, you need to have the right security controls. And after all of this, what will happen is that the data that goes into your AI is secured, is governed, is accurate, and is complete. And your AI can report the kind of things, can give you the kind of results that you want to achieve with it. And because it's AWS Community Day, I've done the work of helping you to pick some of the tools that would help you to do these AWS tools, because you have lake formation, you have Glue, you have IAM, very important for security. I learned recently that there are people now who their entire title is IAM analyst or something. It's that important. And then of course there's Massey and there's CloudTrail. I like Massey a lot because it's like not reinventing is not the word. It's like a cheat code where you are using AI to do your data management proactively, which is it's a really fantastic product from AWS. And finally, what is the action plan? What exactly do you need to start doing if at this point you have realized the organization is not managing data properly? What do you need to start doing? You need to assess your current landscape. It's called a data maturity assessments. What are we even doing today? What should we be doing? And then you define what your goals are. You align with the features that you want to use, the tools that you want to use. You need to train your teams, of course. People need to know what they are doing. And finally, you would monitor and iterate. And after you do all of these things, let's say you've started doing these things and it's been 2 years, how do you know that what you're doing is working? These are some KPIs that you can begin to track, that you can use to begin to track the success of your data management or your data governance program. It's a data quality score, this, how many policy violations you have, compliance, audit pass rate. There's a whole ton of them, but I think a very key one that especially is relevant to this session is your data quality score. Because like I have been saying all the while, the success of your AI is as good as the quality of the data that goes into it. Basically, it's garbage in, garbage out. So without further ado, that's really it. I feel like at every point in time when you're trying to build a new solution, it's important to understand what are even the things that this solution needs to survive. And for AI, many times we think it's about the infrastructure or the knowledge level of the people building the AI and all of those fancy things. But one that people forget many times is data management. And many organizations, I was in a boot camp last week with people from the US and everywhere. And everybody just keeps saying, oh, my company, we tried to do this. And I think the last word I just want to give is this is a lot of things and it could get overwhelming, but you don't have to overcomplicate it. Because every time somebody says, oh, we need to be the data glossary, you're now thinking of, okay, what tool do we want to use? Which software do we have to buy? And all of that. But if your company is not that big, I worked in a startup where our data glossary was a Google sheet. We all just sat in the room one day. We put the head of marketing, head of finance, and we listed all of our critical data points. Okay, revenue, the profit, cash collection, whatever. And we defined that this is what it would mean to us. And every time there was an argument about how somebody was calculating something, we would just point them back to that sheet and say, please go to the data glossary. You would find the definition of revenue there. And so it's just important you don't have to overcomplicate it. Start simple and scale it upwards. And that's why I think the last step here was, okay, I went too far back. The last step here was to monitor and iterate. You start small and then you grow it. And that is it. And finally, I'll just leave you with this. AI promises transformation, but with messy data, it guarantees chaos. So act wisely.
So much. If you're clapping, you can do better. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. Please, can you put the Slido link up? So if you have questions for her, there's a link. A link is going up now, and you can just ask your questions, and she'll attend to them. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, while we're waiting for the questions,
thank you.
I try to be Gen Z at heart. So please, permit me to.
Okay.
What am I supposed to do?
They were not smiling.
They were not smiling.
No, we'll do it again. They were looking very. Now everybody, she's taking a picture. Is that a picture or a video? Yes, a video. The Gen Z way, please. So guys, you say.
What do I say?
What? Woo! Please make some noise. All right, the link is up now. If you have questions, you can ask away. Please, do we have questions already? Or while we wait for that, just ask her your questions using this link. And by the end of the next session, she'll just come to take, to answer the questions. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for her. I think you've forgotten our deal and our agreements. You can do better than that, please. Thank you so much, guys. The energy in this room has been very, very, very beautiful. Are we having a good time? Are you sure? Imagine. Are you having a good time? Yes. 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 Are you having a good time? Yes. Now that is more like it. Thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, this is the AWS Community Day brought to you by the AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa. And we have been having a good time so far. Yes, if you're clapping, please. Yes, yes, you can do better. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Media, thank you. Thank you very much. Because you were not clapping and they decided to help. Thank you very much. So we are going to be going into our next session. I just want to quickly remind you that after every session, we're going to be having questions and answers. So the link will be displayed while the speaker is rounding up. And so you can ask your questions because obviously you're here to learn, to unlearn, to relearn. And if you have questions, make sure that you ask these questions. They are here for you. They came here today for you. They will answer every of your question. Our time is far spent. We don't have so much time again. And I would like to welcome our next speaker. And this is something that is very, very, very exciting because this person understands what it truly means to move from just having an idea to actually turning that idea into impact. So I'm sure that you want to listen and you want to pay attention as you have been doing since morning. Remember that we're going to be having a quiz at the end of the day. And again, we still have lots and lots of goodie bags to go round. Like Praise said earlier, not exactly round, but for most people, you can't go home with a goodie bag. Our next speaker is a prototyping architect at AWS. And she's taking us from idea to impact, accelerating enterprise AI through prototyping. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to look to the screen as we learn more about our speaker. And just to remind you again, when she comes up, please give her a very warm welcome. Okay? Thank you. Media, over to you, please.
All right. Before media, please, it has been brought to our attention, several people at the back. Please, can we reduce the murmuring, and make sure that we are here. So if you're at the back,
Yes,
we know
please.
that, of course, you are seated at the back, but you should still be in what is happening at the front here. So please, rapt attention, reduce the murmuring, and, let's have a good time. Can we do that?
Did you hear that at the back, please? They did not even hear. Did you hear that at the back, please? So we're saying, please, it's getting really noisy at the back. We want you to keep it really calm and pay attention, please. We know that you're probably busy. Servers, volunteers, please keep it very, very, very calm. No noise. We need everyone to pay attention. Thank you so much. You've left the comfort of your homes to be here, and you want to make sure that you make the best use of it. Thank you very much. Media, over to you.
Ifeoluwa Ojomo is a prototyping architect at AWS, a digital creator and builder at the intersection of technology, storytelling, and culture. In her role, she helps enterprises rapidly turn ideas into working AI solutions, designing and prototyping generative AI applications that streamline operations and unlock new possibilities across industries, with a special focus on sub-Saharan Africa. Passionate about creativity and impact, she is also the founder of Career, a creative club for young professionals balancing full-time careers and creative callings. Through her work, content, and community, Ife champions a human approach to innovation, making AI approachable, practical, and culturally resonant.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please make welcome Ifeoluwa Ojomo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for all of the speakers who have gone before me. I think that they've made my job a lot easier because I think I'm just going to be repeating a lot of the concepts that we have spoken about. But I'm very excited to be speaking to you today. And I know you've paid a lot of attention, so your energy might be going a bit, but I hope that you're able to bring it up and we're able to get through this presentation together. Are the slides ready? Okay. Let's just talk a bit about my role at AWS. So I am a prototyping architect, which means that I help companies build prototypes with AWS technologies, mainly focusing on AI, machine learning, and generative AI. So I'm based in London, but I recently in January wanted to focus more on sub-Saharan African companies. So as you know, my name is Ife. I'm Yoruba, but have been born and brought up in London. So I'm especially excited to be here in Lagos. Has anyone worked with Bedrock before? Amazon Bedrock? Just like a show of hands. Okay. And like, what other AWS services have you worked with? Just like shout it out. Lambda, EC2, Amazon Q, ECS. So that's like a lot of infrastructure. And are you looking to get more into AI and machine learning? Hands up who's looking to get more into AI and machine learning. Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to leave with a bit of knowledge today. I'm just waiting for the slides to be ready. Running out of things to do. Maybe I should sing a song. Maybe we should all sing a song together. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you love using AI, clap your hands. If you love using AI, clap your hands. Are my slides ready, please? I am running out of things to say. Please. Sorry? Okay. Oops. Perfect. So we've heard a lot, thank you so much, about AI today and how businesses can use AI and how important it is to manage data. And Patrick spoke a lot about the fact that with AI solutions, you really need to focus on the end users of these solutions. You can't just build one-size-fits-all products. You really need to go into the areas and the industries that you're working with and really, really understand. And that's what prototyping is all about. So as I said, my name is Ifeoluwa Ojomo, and I am a prototype architect at Amazon Web Services. So when we work with our customers, it really allows us to understand what their key needs are. And that can be broken down into these three main areas, which is moving quickly, customization, and scale. And that's where prototyping comes in. So it's helping companies to innovate in a low-risk environment. So we collaborate with the engineers of the customers, we can collaborate with their business stakeholders, and we make sure to produce a tangible working prototype in a time box period. So it's not just about a POC or just like a proof of concept. It's really about answering a business problem that they have. So prototyping really sits in between POC and piloting on your way to production. So we work together. I'm a prototype architect, and then we'll have an engagement manager, and we'll really go to the sites of these customers. We'll understand their problems. We'll break it down. We also enable their engineers, and that allows us to be able to build together. And we're seeing how customers benefit from this. So as I said, because a key focus of prototyping is enablement, we can probably build it ourselves and just give a ready-made solution, but then the engineers don't have the knowledge. They don't have the knowledge to keep it moving on the path to production. So one of the outcomes that we see often are empowered builders. I often see an engineer, for example, start in the first week and they're like, how are we going to do this in 4 weeks? And by the end of it, they're leading the whole session. And we really see it kind of accelerate the professional development of the customers that we work with as well. Like I said, you have a tangible product. So you're not just explaining to people about what AI can do, but your business users who might not know so much about AI and the concepts and the technology, they can actually see the business value right in front of them. And then also clarity on cost and risk. AI, I mean, if you're using EC2 or ECS, you know AWS is not exactly cheap. But how can we help you have a clearer understanding of what the costs are to put your things into production? So we really do focus on cost, not just innovating whilst we're on prototypes. And then refining your requirements. Obviously, there's a lot that AI can do, but you need to start small. It's not about doing something massive overnight. What is actually feasible? And prototypes basically help you to refine your requirements. And then, of course, by the end of it, we're seeing customers decide whether or not they want to continue building this on AWS. But the results are pretty good, and we're seeing things go into production 1 to 2 months after prototypes. So what does this actually look like in a real use case? So I was in with Standard Bank in about March in Johannesburg, and I just want to take you through the timeline of what a prototype can actually look like. So we had our first meeting on the 18th of February, and that's where we work with the business stakeholders to frame your problem, to understand everything around it, and then really work backwards from that use case. And then, although we focus on enablement, some teams are a bit further behind than others, or maybe they've used other services I won't mention, like, I don't know, Microsoft or something. And then we'll basically help to immerse them into AWS technology. And then just basically a month later, we're ready to start. So like I said, I was in Johannesburg. We would kick off, so a lot of whiteboarding with a wide range of people. We had about 10 people in the room, making sure that every single aspect of the solution was covered. The people using it, the people sponsoring it financially, the people who will actually be building it. So we're really one team from the start. And then it was a 3-week prototype. So after each week, each sprint, we'll have a demo, and again with business stakeholders. So we really carry them throughout the process, and they were able to provide feedback and ensure that we're basically on the right track, and this thing actually does get used by the end of it. So the problem we were looking at solving with Standard Bank was how do they navigate all of this data? As a financial company, there's a lot of data that they have to navigate. Firstly, their user data, but also what is happening in the world. What trends do financial companies need to focus on in the world of AI, or maybe in the informal economy, in the gig economy? There is so much data to navigate, and as, was it Olayinka? As she said, like, if you're not managing your data, then you're really limited into the quality of products that you can achieve and that you can build. So this created an opportunity to navigate this data, to bring out the most of this data, and to really gather key insights from the data, and also understand how data can work together. And I think that's something that AI can help you achieve, because yes, you can have one person focusing on financial data, another person focusing on user data, but how often can these people really get into a room together? Often in companies you find a lot of data in silos, so why not use AI to help navigate and bring your data together? So I want you to imagine that you are a research analyst at a financial company, and every Monday you have the web sources that you navigate, you have the emails that you look at, you have the journals that you always frequent. And how can we collect that data? So essentially, on the left-hand side, you see an answer to how to collect that data. In this solution, we were automating collection of data from websites, but also looking at social media and also looking at YouTube as well. And then how can we collect that? So that's through web scraping. And I'll go through each of these concepts in detail, but I just want to show you what the higher level architecture is. So essentially, the first element focused on automating the collection of this data through web scraping and then through also agentic crawling. So that actually was using an open source AI agent to navigate Twitter just as if they were a research analyst and basically collect that data together. Once you have that data, you need to process it. So we were doing that with LLMs. We would basically ask the LLM to draw out the key insights, the key trends, any marketing promotions, because this use case was for the marketing teams specifically. And then by the end, once you've processed the data, how can you basically gain further insights from that? And so this was our insights engine where we were using knowledge bases. So I'm just going to show what this looks like in action. And in this demo, you'll see three main elements. The content discovery. So instead of having to navigate the websites, they can just view it all in one dashboard. The document Q&A, so they can then ask questions to this data, and then also summarizing monthly reports as well. So like I said, instead of having to go to different websites, now all they have to do is go to the content discovery tab where they can view all of the content that was gathered throughout the process. So here you're seeing a bunch of financial industry news, and you can also filter by specific months. So here we're filtering by April 2020-2025. And you're able to view this content in the dashboard itself. But of course, with AI, with data, source validation is extremely important. So you can also click on the link and make sure that the two things are the same and just ensure that nothing went wrong in the collection of the data. So here you can see that the article matches that one. And then once you see the data, you might want to ask certain questions. So here we're going to ask, what trends should financial analysts focus on looking forward into 2025, specifically for insurance? So we were using a standard RAG database. So RAG is retrieval augmented generation, if you don't know, and it's basically just enriching your prompt with your own data. But we also use a graph database, and a graph RAG database differs from a standard RAG database because it's also able to capture the relationships between your data itself. And so here you can see the kind of differences in their responses. And again, you can also see the source that the answer is coming from. So when building AI solutions, especially for enterprise, a lot of people are going to be wondering, how do we know? How can we validate? And it's really important to think about that when you are building these solutions. You can also filter by specific months in the Q&A as well. So asking the same question, but now only focusing on data from March 2025. And that is possible because of metadata filtering. So when you upload your data into knowledge bases, you also have the chance to upload metadata. So that's essentially data around your data. So here we're filtering by month, but you can also filter by different topics, different areas, and different things such as that. So all of this is what was possible based on how we architected the system. And then the last thing you'll see is that it is going to show you the report that was generated for April 2020-2025. And everything in this is automated. So every time the data is ingested, the LLM prompt asking about the data around it is automated. The report for all of the information is all automated, meaning that all you have to do is really go to this content viewer and look at all of the different things. So before I go on to explain the architecture, does Was that clear? Does anyone have any questions? Okay, well, we can get into that afterwards. So the first question I want to ask is, how do we stay informed about industry development? So you saw in the demo the content viewer and how you were able to see all of that content, click on it, but how is that possible? So with the web sources, we had an automatic collection engine based on an Amazon Event Bridge, which is essentially like a notification service and allows you to have event-driven architectures. So you can either run things on a schedule, so here we're collecting it monthly, but you can also, for example, every single time a new data alert came, you can run the system. So you have the choices based on what rules you set up. But our collection engine is basically run on a schedule. And then web scraping for the more simpler websites, we were just using open source libraries such as Selenium and Playwright and even Beautiful Soup for the most basic. And that basically just allows you to, web crawl a website. And I think it's really important when building AI solutions that you don't try and reinvent the wheel. If something already exists that can scrape websites, you don't necessarily just need like an AI web scraper. You can use AI to enrich the data as we have, but just think about, things that actually already exist and not trying to over-engineer or over-architect. But for some websites, for example, Twitter, they have robots.txt that stop you from scraping different things, or they block web crawlers and things like that. So with that, we had to be a bit more creative into how we were crawling the data. And so we use something called Browser Use. It's a browser automation AI agent where you're able to prompt it to look for certain things. So some examples could be booking flights, for example. You can have an agent that's going to search through different websites and then actually book the flights. Here we're using it to crawl through Twitter. So I'm going to show an example of it crawling through Wikipedia. On the left-hand side, you can see a snippet of the prompt that we did. It's not super clear, but essentially we are basically saying you're a research analyst. Your job is to go onto Wikipedia to look through different things to find information about different financial companies. And then on the bottom, you can see the actual logs of what is happening. Again, with things like AI and regulated industries, things like the logging of what you're collecting is also super important. So what it's doing on the right-hand side is getting a sense of the websites, getting a sense of what it can click on, and also creating a plan. So here it's navigated to the FSCA, and it's gotten a bit of information, but it realizes that it needs some more information. So it notices that the FSCB is a predecessor to the FSCA, and it uses that to gather some more information about the regulatory service. It also now is looking at a list of financial regulatory authorities by country, and here we were focused on South Africa. So it's intelligent enough to see that South Africa is not present on the top, and it's actually scrolling down until it finds the financial institutions in South Africa. And everything that you're seeing on the left-hand side is all just from a prompt. This has no human interaction. It's all just an agentic website crawling. So now it's gone to the National Credit Regulator, and it's essentially gathered all of the information that we've requested it to on financial services. Once we have all our data, then how do we identify emerging market trends? So once you have the data from the collection engine, this then moves on to the processing pipeline. So we have our raw web data, and just with a simple Lambda function that's calling Amazon Bedrock, we're basically getting it to extract all of the structured data, summaries, and the thematic analysis that you saw in the demo. And then lastly, transforming data into strategic insights. So we can store the data that we've collected in S3, which allows us to simply sync it to Bedrock knowledge bases because it has that internal integration. And then you're able to view that all in the UI. So just some of the highlights from this is that the architecture is modular, which means it's easy to plug in new sources and expand as you go. You saw that source validation was key throughout the architecture. You had AI automation throughout the process, for in the collection, in the processing, and then also in the strategic insights as well. And then security also. So ensuring that everything, we're using Lambda functions. So you benefit from IAM. In the agentic crawling as well, you can block it from going to certain websites and ensure that it remains in your domain. So my time is up, but I believe that there'll be time for some questions afterwards, maybe. And yeah, thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something new.
Please, a loud warm round of applause for Ifeoluwa Ojomo. Can you do that better and louder? I see you. I see you. I see you. All right, by the authority vested upon me. Should I? I'll see you there later. Please, another one round of applause for Ifeoluwa. Who heard all she said? You people who heard all she said? Someone is asking me, didn't I hear? But who heard what she said? Okay. I'll ask question. In fact, don't worry. Ifeoluwa, are you currently in Nigeria? Huh? Visiting. All right. Which country? From which country? London. Awesome.
London.
Ifeoluwa, can you speak? Ifeoluwa, your name is Ifeoluwa. Can you speak Yoruba? Very well. Dear.
She said, dear.
Should we try out? Ifeoluwa, what about Pidgin? They are distracting my speaker. What about Pidgin? Pidgin. I think she tried, Abby. How she did? Abby, how you did? Please, a warm round of applause for Ifeoluwa. But I love that everyone heard what she said. So right about now, the link for the questions for Ifeoluwa is currently on the screen. So each speaker have their different links, right?
Yes.
So that we won't mix the questions, for one speaker to another speaker. So this is a link for Ifeoluwa.
So if you have questions for Ifeoluwa, please make use of this link. Ask your questions, and she will be here to answer them. But before we do that, so the link that was put up previously, we already have some questions from it, and Praise will be taking us through them while we have our speaker, attend to them. Praise, please.
All right. So we have speakers. We have I beg your pardon. Questions for Olainka. Okay, that's the data bender, right? So we'll just take two questions because of time, and then wrap up that segment. So I'm trying to. All right. So please, can we get a mic from Ifeoluwa, please? Please. Okay, I beg your pardon for lying. I'm sorry. What have you done to me? Please, okay, awesome. Thank you. So the first question here is, how do you strike a balance between data security and cost, especially as more organizations move their workloads to the cloud and adopt AI-driven enterprise? Did you get the question?
Yeah. Striking the balance between.
Yes, how to strike a balance between data security and cost.
That's a very popular question, I promise you. And it can also be, so there are two ways to it, right? And there's something I always tell people, that for most data management related projects or initiatives, whatever you want to call it, is more of a change management problem than a technical project. The reason it's change management is because, just like you said, the company is looking at how we want to save costs. They are telling us about how we need to buy this new tool to be tracking whatnot. When I say it's a change management, it's because you need to help people to see the value first when you are selling it. And what you do when you're selling, for example, a data security product, in helping them see the value. Someone gave a typical example in a class I was in, where you go to the company's revenue, whatever they call that thing in finance, the financial statements, the things that are costing them the most money, and you pick a line and you tell them that if I deliver this thing, this line, this expense line is going to go down from what to what. So it's just to find something that security solves that they've been spending money on. For example, last year they got fined an amount because company data was leaked or something. Or last year there was a hack, and then because we didn't want to pay the ransom, we spent 24 days building from scratch. And that cost man hours, that cost us some clients that didn't buy product. That is money that could have been lost. So you need to show that value, either in money that was actually lost or money that could have been lost because of security. So once you are able to tie whatever you're bringing up to that value, then you can sell it and say, this is how we're going to either make money or not lose money from doing that.
Thank you very much, Alaika. One round of applause, please. All right. The next question, which is going to be the last, says, I'd like to know your suggestion for starting up data strategy in an organization where none seems to be in place.
Well, back to what I said about it being a change management problem. But in the area of data strategy, it's a bit more dicey. But what I always say, or what everybody advises for data strategy, is you need to tie your data strategy to the company's overall goals. So the company's mission is, to be the whatever of Africa, to be the pioneer of Africa. And this is how they want to achieve it. You need to build a data strategy that ties to how data is going to help them to achieve that mission. And that way, when you are able to tie that, it helps you to get the right sponsorship. Because I promise you, there is no data strategy without the sponsorship at the executive levels. So once you are able to tie it to the strategy, you get the sponsorship of the executives, and then you can start drafting out, okay, these are priorities and these are the things that we need to do. So yeah, that's the heart for it.
Thank you very much, Olainka. Okay. So whoever asked that question, did she answer your question correctly? Did she? Can she sit down? Please, another warm round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, over here, I have questions for Ifeoluwa. Ifeoluwa, this person says, how does one become a prototype architect? Are there support groups you can refer anyone interested to start and grow with?
I don't know exactly, but it's part of the solutions architect job family at AWS. So I would just keep an eye out on the job alerts, basically. And if you see anything around AI, if you see anything around prototyping or rapid projects, then just apply, because I think once you get in, it's easy to kind of move around and navigate your own career, basically.
All right, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for her. We have one more question. We actually have a couple of questions, but I'm sorry, guys, we can only take two. We're going to be having a panel session soon, so I'm sure you can ask questions at that point. Next question, Ifeoluwa. It says, thanks for this session. I'd like to ask if there are viable advantages to using web scraping, since some websites, URLs, already have APIs available.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. And I think that is what the difference is sometimes with prototyping versus when you put things into production. So Twitter, for example, has an API, but it's quite expensive. So when prototyping, having to get approval from things like this, we really want to prioritize moving quickly. So I think that when you're putting together rough projects, or maybe just trying to prove the concept, and you don't want to waste time with approvals or spend a lot of money without proving the concept, then you can use more like scrappy solutions such as web scraping or the agentic crawling. But when you're thinking about productionizing things, then definitely you want to look at available APIs. So I think that's a great question. And if there are any more, you can find me on LinkedIn. It's just Ife or Jomo, and I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Yes, thank you. Please put your hands together for her. So if you have further questions, you can follow her and, ask a question, reach out to her, and I'm sure she'll be willing to answer them just like she rightly said. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Are we excited? We have panel sessions coming up, and I can't wait. I can't wait for that, really. We still have games, and we still have goodie bags to go around. Who is excited to play my game next? Please mark their faces. I have marked your face. Because if I say volunteers should come outside, I'm sure you're going to be running out here. Anyways, amazing. Without further ado, our next speaker is someone that is coming to take us on a very, 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 very interesting journey, right? And his topic is building a secure facial voting application with AWS serverless. Who is happy about that, really? Thank you. Thank you so much. I see you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be welcoming our next speaker, Chibuke Nwanchuku. But before he comes up stage, you're going to look to the screen as we learn just a little bit more about the mastermind that is coming to speak to us. All right, please, media, over to you.
Chibuke Nwanchuku is a 13-time AWS certified and experienced serverless developer. As an AWS community builder, he's dedicated to sharing his expertise in cloud technologies and supporting others in learning. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Chibuke Nwanchuku.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of is here? No, please go back.
Wait.
You don't know what we are doing in this place. We used to respect people. Guys, are you ready? Are you ready? With a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Chibuke Nwanchuku.
Sorry, I need to ask you a question. What did you put in your stew? That applause was louder than.
I think not.
I think you're a returning speaker, right? You were here last year.
Yeah, I spoke last year.
Awesome. So I saw that. Please, another one round of applause for him.
Thank you so much.
I can see you excited, and I know you're going to have a wonderful time.
Hi everyone. Super excited to be giving this talk. A very large audience. Do I look like I'm shy? So it's quite funny because I've given lots of talks, and every time you come on stage, there's this initial fright, which is very funny. Okay, so today I'll be giving a talk on build a secure facial voting application with AWS serverless. My name is Chibuke Nwanchuku, and let's get started. So why this talk? So sometime in 2023, I was in between roles, and I happened to decide to start working on projects to solidify my knowledge. And I happened to stumble on AWS YouTube event page. If you don't know it, is where AWS uploads their videos for multiple events. Can you hear me? Perfect. And so I saw this video by AWS serverless advocate, James Beswick, where he spoke about a particular serverless project. Now, before I watched this video, I worked for a company and we did a lot of AWS serverless and microservices. But at that point, I have not really owned a product, right? I've not really built something open source myself. I've contributed to a company's product, but I've not really built something myself. So this was an opportunity to like really get inspired by serverless Presso and then build something that I felt I could learn a lot, and I could also use to like maybe write articles, also give talks across the world. Now, what exactly is serverless Presso? If you're opportune to attend AWS Summit reInvent, you will see serverless Presso in action. So it's an event-driven coffee ordering application. What happens is that users order with the app, and then you're seeing the baristas preparing the coffee in real time. They're taking your orders in real time. They're calling you up for your own particular order, and you're receiving notifications. So it's pretty much a real-world application, but you're seeing it being built live with the serverless technology. So I began to think, how could I convert or transform this knowledge of having serverless Presso as an inspiration, as a coffee application, to something that I could relate to it? And they say the best way to learn is to do what? Is to actually build yourself, right? So I began thinking, like I said, this was 2023, February, March, I think around March. And at that time, Nigeria was in the election period. So I decided, let's just try a voting application, basically. So I moved from having a coffee application to a voting idea. And then I'll spend roughly 5 days coming up with the architecture for this particular product, and I'll spend the next 2 weeks to actually build out the full application. And what was I exactly looking out for? Now remember, I said serverless preso was inspiration, right? I was still wanted to maintain the tenets of serverless, right? Still wanted to build something within the serverless space. But at that time, I was particularly interested about Jay's Beswick talk, where he emphasized about event-driven architecture. So that's EDA. How could I maintain the EDA architecture, basically the EDA in my application? So serverless should still be the focus, EDA should still be the focus. And at that time, before I left my previous work, a particular colleague of mine told me something about AWS step function. Now, for my idea of serverless in AWS, I just knew Lambda, right? Lambda is our de facto. So anything I'm doing, I throw in Lambda, and Lambda does everything. But then I started learning about step functions, and I began to say, okay, why not try to use step functions, which is orchestration, in the next project I'll build? So serverless, event-driven, orchestration, security as well. We don't want to build a product that is not secure. If not, it's not production use. And lastly, I'm an individual. I'm not a company. So I didn't want something that is going to be expensive, but something that should still be scalable. So what then was the result of this tinkering experimentation? I'll go on to build what I call a serverless facial voting application, which I call FacePose. Like I say, it took me roughly 3 weeks to build out the first version. So we can see the screenshot to an extent of what facial voting is. So what is FacePose in a nutshell? So it allows users to register their faces uniquely. What this means is users can take a selfie, register to our application, and then we do some backend integration and we tie it to our system. And then so when they come back again to vote, they don't need an ID card, they don't need the thumbprint, they just need to take another selfie, and we somehow map them back to who they were initially. And then they can securely cast their vote. And then they can also see live results, which is very, very important because we didn't want users to just see past results. We wanted users to see the live results as they are tinkering in for other users voting, right? And then lastly, it has to also be cost effective. I'm an individual, I'm not a company. So that's like the nutshell, what the application is. So we'll be looking at 3 architectures, but to focus on 2 main architecture. I will not really go deeply into this. We'll see it later in the talk, but just get an idea of this. So this is the first flow, what I call the registration flow. This is architecture for that. And then we have the next architecture, which is the voting flow. Like I said, we'll go into this, so no need to take pictures for now. And yeah, so that's basically it. So who am I? So that's like a whole lot of introduction on why this talk is important. So my name is Shibeke Wachuku. Everywhere I go across the world, I put proud Nigerian. So that's why I'm in Nigeria. So yeah, I'm a proud Nigerian. I work as a full stack, basically helping companies build. At this point, I don't really know where I am. I think I do everything at this point. Sometime in 2021, so I got tired of, so my friend were always like yabbing me, like insulting me, like you're always coding. So I decided to like leave the screen and try something practical. So I enrolled on a 1-year course and I become a certified chef. Perfect. Yeah, a lot of my friends don't believe me when I say that. I shall add pictures. So yeah, so but then in my free time, I try my best to write articles, build projects, and that took me on a 2-year journey from 2022 to 2024 when I'll get the full AWS certification and then the golden jacket, basically. I also love building. I'm a community builder. I love writing articles. So what exactly are we going to do today? So we have looked into why this talk, right? Then the next thing we'll look at is the registration flow, right? How does it work and what's involved in that particular flow? And then next we'll look at the voting flow. And then next, we'll look at what I call core areas of this talk. What are the actual principles that actually guide the product from inception stage down to like the real life application? And lastly, the last 2 steps, a brief demo, and then we'll look at what are the next steps I expect you to carry out after this talk. Okay, so register flow. What happens is that, so admin creates users retrieve their accounts. Key point. Now, let's look at, first of all, the admin section. So because of, I wanted admins to have a separate interface to like quickly add users as opposed to going to the AWS console, I created a separate app that allows users to admin to like sign into the Next.js application host and Amplify, and then Cognito is securing an API gateway, basically 2 APIs basically, to allow them to create categories and then to create new users. Then users can then retrieve their accounts when they try to register. So what is the flow? So let's understand how the application works, the flow. First, the user enters their email address. They click the retrieve account button. And next, they get an OTP to their email address. Now, if their email is not added by the admin, they won't get to this stage. So if they get an OTP and it's correct, they then add their face. And then they click the add photo button, and then the phone happens. Now, this is AWS step function. So we have two step functions. So the first step function is what I call the save face step function. We are going to be looking at 4 important sections. So the first section is the validate face. So we don't want users snapping a bag or snapping your tag or whatever, and then passing off as a face. And we don't really want to start the orchestration process by a false flag. So we use the first tags to like catch out dubious users, basically. And then the second, we actually want to check for duplicates. We don't want two users having the same face. If not, it's going to give us a bit of worry when we're actually allowing users to vote. So the next is to check, do we actually have duplicate of this particular face in our Amazon recognition collection? Then next, if the user is not a duplicate, he doesn't currently exist, we index the face, use Amazon recognition, and then we'll do some manipulations, and then we save it to DynamoDB. That's like very, very basic flow, right? Right? Nice. So let's break down the architecture to really understand what's happening. So first, you can see the architecture, right? Am I blocking something? Okay. So the user goes to Next.js application hosted Amplify, connected with Cognito. So the first thing they do is retrieve the account, then use AWS SES to get OTP. After they get the OTP, they try to upload their face to Amazon S3, and this triggers a Lambda function that triggers the stem function to start the orchestration, basically. And then you have the 4 various Lambda functions that does the tasks. Now, if you find something very interesting, I've mentioned DynamoDB, I've mentioned SES, I've mentioned Amazon recognition, I've not mentioned IoT. So what exactly is IoT doing for us? Now, if you're coming from a traditional system where you build application, if you're a developer, you make post requests, right? And then you get a response back from the server. But for the ED applications, we fire events. So once we fire events, it becomes a bit difficult to track that particular event we fired. How do we know it's done processing? So this is where IoT comes in. So IoT uses the MQTT protocol, let's say WebSocket, to actually relay back information from the front end to the back end. Now, when I say back end, I mean the Lambda functions, right? Now, the front end is subscribed to particular topics. The back end is subscribed to or has to just to push to those topics. Now, IoT serves as the central hub, what I call the communication hub. It gives the front end and the back end what the current stage the application is in process, number one. It tells us if we have an error message, or if I need to pass data between the front end to the back end, or if particular process data has actually completed. So that's the power of IoT. In fact, in the whole architecture, this is the brain. Okay, not really the brain per se, because the brain is recognition. This is what I call the flow, or what carries the whole information, which could also be the blood system, basically. So that's it in a nutshell. So the user indexes the face to collection, and we do some manipulation, and we save it to DynamoDB, and we send back a feedback to Amplify. For the application, I'm using AWS. Okay, sorry, I'm not using AWS. I'm using serverless framework. I don't know if any of you have heard about the serverless framework. Perfect. So I'm using version 3. It's a Node.js application. So this is like a screenshot of what we are seeing. So 2 important sections: a snapshot of what happens when you try to save a particular collection face to the collection. We see this section, which is what happens when we try to save. If you're used to DynamoDB, you're mostly used to like creating multiple tables. But if you know, I don't know if you know AWS Hero, so that they're like people who are, we have a hero in Nigeria, anyway, he's not around. So, but this particular AWS Hero, that is a data hero that really popularized what we call single table design in DynamoDB. Now, when I worked in my previous company, we really emphasized and we use STD, single table design, across or how we developed. The principle of single table design is that you want to have a single table in your whole database. Your database is made up of a single table, basically, and then you use it to store all your information. So how you index, you actually think about indexing and every technical bit before you start creating your tables or before you start saving data. So I use the single table design. So you start seeing hash. It's a bit complicated. You can actually read more about Alex Debris talk. Check him on YouTube or Medium or whatever he writes on, but a great architecture to use. So after we save the DynamoDB, we see we are pushing to IoT so that the users can get, or let me say the front end can get the current data that we are actually still working on. Okay. Perfect. So that's like what happens for the registration flow. The next flow is the voting flow. So the user has registered a face. They now want to try and cast a vote. The first step, if you look at the application, is pretty decent, just 3 steps. The first step, the user uploads the face. I'm not a Baka fan or a Messi fan, but I just try to use Messi to appease the gods. So Messi uploads his face, and then once you upload, it triggers, we'll actually go into the architecture, but then we can now vote for a particular category and a particular candidate. And then we enter the OTP, and we submit our choices. And then, so this is what happens when you upload your face. 4 important sections again. Unlike the register flow, we are not actually, we have the validate face, of course, to make sure you're not snapping a cop. But interesting thing is that we actually check to make sure your face is found. Unlike when we check if your face is not found in registration flow, we actually need your face to actually exist. I love what this guy did. They increased my mic. Perfect. Now, the next step is to send the OTP face. Now, when I built the first version of the application, I actually had only 3 important steps in the step function. I didn't have the OTP stage. But then when I allowed my friends to actually proof test what I've built, I found out that a particular dubious friend of mine went to snap my face and vote for me. Because once you upload someone's face, you get the STS token if your user is found, and then you can vote. So what I did was, once I check if face is found, I sent an OTP again to the initial email address that was tied to that user. And once the user gets the email address, gets the OTP, the front end also gets the STS token. Now, this STS token is what the API gateway used for authentication. So we're using 2 authentication methods. We're using both the API key and we're using IAM. Now, the architecture again. So the user uploads, it goes to S3, triggers Lambda function, it triggers step function to start. We see the 4 Lambda functions, and then we send an OTP using Amazon SES, as well as saving data, checking recognition as well, and then saving in data to DynamoDB. That's the first part. Pretty much first part. But then if you remember, like I said, serverless Presso allowed us to see real-time results. How could we convert a normal database to become a real-time database using AWS? There's no inbuilt solution, but we could actually modify existing solution. And we're using DynamoDB streams. Now this allows us to capture data, be it update or inserts as they enter. So what I was doing is, if a record comes into DynamoDB, we push it to the streams. The stream pushes it to another Lambda function that does what I call manipulations. I only want to send some specific data back to the user, right? So I do some manipulation, and then I forward it down to AWS IoT. And then the central hub knows where to publish a particular topic data to. So it pushes it to amplify with the STS token encrypted and all that. And then the user can then make API gateway calls to cast a vote securely. It fetches the current categories to vote and also allows you to vote. And once the user votes, okay, I made a mistake basically. So the DynamoDB calls happens once the user votes. Once the user has a new vote, it hits DynamoDB streams and you see the real-time results. If someone is looking at the result page and another user is voting again, we are seeing results trickling as they happen. So this cycle is a continuous cycle, basically. So this is what powers the whole real-time infrastructure. I broke it down to just see what happens only for the voting flow. So we see the user uploads, hits the API gateway to vote, then DynamoDB streams, Lambda, and AWS IoT. So that's the application in a nutshell. We saw the registration flow, and then we saw the voting flow. But like I explained, before you build something, you have to have domains, what I call guidelines or principles you actually adhere to when you're building an application. I mentioned 3, real-time security and data privacy, but I have a bonus section again to make it 4. But before we look at those sections, we need to understand why was this particular approach chosen. The first point is security. we are very security focused. Be it list privileges, be it keys, be it IAMs, be it private scope data, we try our best to make sure every layer of the application is secured. We don't want users rigging elections, basically. The next point is how do we combine holography with orchestration? I make reference again to AWS serverless hero Yanchi, who is very strong about, or let me say, he wrote a very great article on what this two actually means. So holography is the movement of events within the system. So you can look at it as event bridge, the triggers, S3 Lambda triggers, DynamoDB streams. How does events move in a nice format? That's holography, right? Then orchestration is structured business use case. So step function allows us, or allows an admin or a non-technical user to actually understand the application, because you're seeing data in and flow from each step, from each task, to know what happens, as opposed to a developer looking at Lambda console logs to actually understand what happens. So two things: we wanted to combine holography and also combine orchestration to actually build an EDA application, a serverless EDA application. I forgot to mention, in case this talk is a bit technical, this is a 200 level intermediate talk, so I may not really go into explaining, oh, Lambda function is this, Lambda function is that. There's a basic assumption that we have the basic understanding of what AWS services are. Lastly, we were guided by a principle, or let me say I was guided by a principle of data privacy, and I didn't want to spend much time in engineering. Right, so because of time, I want to look at the first domain, which is security. I've mentioned STS, I've mentioned secured by IAM and API key, list privileges, cognitor auth rows, as well as private S3 bucket. I'm not really going into this because of time. The next step is the bonus point, which you mentioned recognition, allowing us to index our faces, which is a pre-built model by AWS. S3 put triggers, we catch false positives, we use holography and orchestration. I also have multiple error handling, like ways of pushing error handlings or handlings in our backend. As well as looking at real-time update, what powers real-time update is DynamoDB and streams, AWS Lambda for manipulations, AWS IoT Core for data transfer, as well as AWS Amplify and Next.js for the front-end interface. And lastly, data privacy. Now, it's very important because there's a lot of issues about keeping users' data. We don't want to store users' information, which is a facial features. Well, I began to think about it. Why do I need to still hold your raw data in S3 bucket when I've already indexed it in Amazon Recognition? So that way you have a lifecycle policy that deletes the raw image after both registration and voting flow. We don't actually need it anymore. So we delete it. We're having 2FA, SCS, the cat of my friend, as well as private scope data transfer. Briefly talking about this, what this allows us is that we don't want a particular front-end application. So Mr. A is voting, Mr. B is voting. We don't want Mr. B to mistakenly receive data transfer from IoT from what Mr. A voted for, like something like that. So we need to find a way to make the system a bit robust to actually cater to individual data transfer. I may not really go into this again, but AWS IoT topics help us a bit in this particular section. So brief demo, 3 minutes, just to give image. So this is a landing page. So the first point is the admin adding the user to the system. I will explain what's happened. He clicks, then he has to add the user email to SES because I'm using Sandbox for now. And then the user gets an email, they click the email button to officially receive email from SES. And they click the verification link. And next, the user tries to retrieve the account. They enter their email address and they click on the retrieve account. They will get an OTP sent to their email. And they'll click the OTP, or they'll copy the OTP actually. Oh, yes, pretty slow. Perfect. So they copy the OTP and then put it within the system, and they click the validate OTP. And then this allows them to add their face. They upload their face, and they click the add photo button. At this point, Messi is trying to vote for. We'll get to know why Messi is voting. Well, he uploads. Now, this is the admin section where he tries to add a particular category for voting. So currently, we have 2 voting categories. We had a veg food, jollof, fried, whatever. We have a FIFA best, Messi, Ronaldo, Haaland. We know it's Ronaldo anyway, but let's just see how it goes. So Messi uploads his face, and he clicks the authenticate button, and this loads and does the whole stem function stuff. And once this is done, you see it's loading. It's actually pulling on the current categories, both the voting, the candidates, the options, or whatever. And then he also receives an OTP that he's going to use to vote securely. So he copies the OTP, he clicks on FIFA Best, and he clicks to vote for himself. That's strange. You're meant to be humble, never vote for yourself in Ballon d'Or. So before he clicks on the vote now button, I head up to the live result to show us what is the current live result. So if you pull a particular category and we select the FIFA Best, it loads the current result, and we see that Messi, Ronaldo has 3 votes, and Messi has 2, Haaland has 1. Hopefully Messi votes for someone else to Ronaldo to make it. But Messi biasly votes for himself, and he clicks on the loading button, the vote now button, and then we head back to the page, and we can see the results is being relayed back in real time. That's the demo in a nutshell. Perfect. So in summary, because they're standing close to me, what are the lessons learned in building this particular product? The first one is we found it a bit cheaper than the server approach because we're only paying for when we trigger the application. The second point is that security was not really an afterthought. We had to actually build it in from both the inception stage in terms of architecture down to the production stage. Improve debugging. So stem function allowed me a lot because I was learning a lot about stem functions to actually see data transfer. When I was having multiple errors, I could see what was entering a particular task and what was leaving it to actually debug what was actually happening. I combined it with Limigo. Limigo is an open source login application, visualizer application that allows us to see real-time or login data. I didn't write it here, but combining step functions, CloudWatch, and Lumigo to get our result. Finally, what are the improvements? When I built the application, AWS didn't have a direct trigger from S3 to step function. I had to use a Lambda layer, a Lambda in between to actually trigger stem function. However, if you fork the repo, you can actually help me modify, because I'm pretty busy, to have a direct connection from AWS S3 down to step function trigger. You can also work on fingerprint authentication. You could use your mobile devices. You have fingerprints to make it not only face, but actually incorporate fingerprint authentication. And lastly, I'm a bit good in all rounds. I'm a jack of all, master of some. I'm not really that good in front end, even though I do React a lot. But so you can help me improve the UI to an extent. Finally, what are next steps? Feel free to scan the GitHub repo. You see the full application in GitHub, as well as an article I wrote 2 years ago to actually explain the concept. I really went deeply into some architectural designs in terms of single table design and all that. You can find that here because my talk is a 20-something minute talk. And the next slide is me saying thank you for listening to my talk.
You can do that better and louder, please. Do that better and louder for Chibuike Unwachiku. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please, can we have the link for questions up right now? All right. While that is happening, we have a gift. I told you earlier that when AWS comes, we come correct.
Yes.
Right? And we have gifts actually for the first 50 people to attend the AWS Community Day West Africa 2025. If you know you're one of them, let me see your hands up.
Even you at the back.
Can you imagine? You are raising your hands. First 50 people. Don't worry. If you put in front like this, your own is
But
secured.
actually, the registration team will take care of that.
Yes.
I'm sure they registered the first 50 person.
So that is going on right now. Thank you so much.
Very quietly, right? Also, just so you know that Chibuike Unwachuku what he was wearing is a golden jacket cloud builder. So now I know why we introduced him. The old all was
because that's a golden jacket cloud builder. I mean, it's not easy. See,
yes.
Please, can you put your hands together for him again? It's not easy. I've seen the jacket. Can you see the jacket?
Yeah.
Jacket secured.
And just so you know, he's also a 13-time AWS certified and experienced serverless developer. Another one round of applause for him, please. But Aramide and I, we want to do something.
Yes. That jacket is entering our eye.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it is probably entering your
eye
as
yeah.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Chibuke, please. How much are you willing to sell the jacket before you leave this place?
To put it on auction.
5,000 naira.
$5,000.
What's that?
Aramide.
$5,000.
Because we will get $5,000 too if we sell it. It's like a business. This is a sales, stuff's going on right here.
Mm-hmm.
Aramide. We also want to get $5,000 each.
Exactly.
He also gets $5,000. So how much?
$10,000.
That's 15.
15. We're getting $5,000, and he's also getting $5,000
each.
Oh,
yeah,
I like it. Okay,
please let's maintain decorum. Yeah,
Chibuke is willing to sell his golden jackets. Let's start from $5,000.
Should we start from 5,000?
Yeah. If you're willing to buy that jacket for $5,000, let's see your hands up. You want to buy the jacket? Look at these people. Look at $5,000 is going.
It's going.
It's going.
Okay, go.
Go.
Let's take it higher. $10,000.
Anybody wants to get?
Okay.
Why are you clapping?
You will show me your account balance.
Chibuke, your jacket is gone. $5,000. Brother, please, you need to see him before you go.
Aramide, should we take it higher?
Is there anybody that wants to do $10,000
or 15? Okay, there's 15. Oh my God!
$15,000 over there. Woo! $15,000.
Chibuke is taking the golden jacket.
Wow.
Wait, Chibuke, let him do the transfer.
Or do we have $20,000 in the house? Oh my God, $20,000 over here. $20,000. Brother, let me see. Okay, yes, nice. What? 25,000.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yes.
$50,000.
EFCC will come and look for us. You said $70,000.
Someone saying $500,000.
Sister, chill.
Sister Antonia.
Sister, chill. Sister, wait. Wait for us. We're trying to catch up.
All right, Antonia, come up here with your account balance, please.
Come and show us your account balance.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes.
Questions.
Once again, one round of applause for, Chibuke Nwachiku. That's the second time, if I'm not mistaken. You would agree with me that was a practical session,
yes,
isn't it?
Definitely.
It was a practical session on how you can build a secured facial voting application with AWS, serverless. Another one round of applause for him.
It's not easy to get a golden jacket, and he has just proved to us how he got one.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chibuke.
So now we are going to the questions for Chibuke's session.
Just a minute while we get the questions.
All right.
Okay.
Someone asked this question. So, Chibuke, are you there? Can you come up here with a mic, please? Thank you. Please, a one round of applause for him as he comes up here.
Sir.
So, okay, there's a mic for him.
Okay, thank you.
So let's take this first question. We just announced that he has 13 certified AWS certificates. So this person wants to know, that's someone that is eyeing your jacket, by the way. How did you manage to achieve this, given that they are not free? And did you obtain free vouchers? What's your secret? How did you do it?
That's nice.
I think you have to buy the jacket before it tells you all the secrets.
What's your secret? How did you do it?
So that's a nice question. So first of all, I got introduced to the certification route through the Communities Builders program. So I got introduced to the certification route through the AWS Community Builders program. So if you're a community builder, you get a free voucher every year. So I will get 3 free vouchers to use. That's one. That's how I got first 3. I am close to the AWS DevRel team a bit now, right? So I got 2 free vouchers from them. That's 5. I got another free voucher from when it was like 3 years ago when they started the full African AWS something. That was like number 6. I paid 4 for 4. I got another free voucher from AWS DevRel team when they are trying to like test run the machine learning associates and they wanted people to like test it. So I got a free voucher. So I think roughly I got like 6 free vouchers or 7. Then the rest I paid by myself, but like paying, you get like 50% off once you pass subsequent examination. So, but how to like, is that the end of the question or like?
How did you do it? What's your secret?
Okay. So it took me 2 years, 4 months. So how did I do it? So I made sure I built a product and then wrote articles. Building facial votes took out like 4 certifications. Let me explain. With facial votes, I understood security. So security was like just this. With facial vote, I knew the database specialty, so I didn't need to stress. With facial vote, I could take out solution associate and developer, whatever. So I took out 5 by building this product. So I see people cheating to take certification or like rushing. You actually suffer the most if you follow that route. I feel you should focus on building, understanding before you actually pursue the particular certification. So take for instance, networking took me 3 months to learn. But I actually took time to really learn networking in depth. And that was in 2024. And I can say because of that knowledge, it helped me a lot in my organization. It also helped me a lot in multiple speaking engagement that will see me post about. And I'm really very, let me say, a bit stronger or very, very strong in networking. So when I took this networking specialty, and people say it was very, very difficult, I'm like, when I was in the exam questions, I'm like, I know this, I've done it before. Like, I just felt I know it because I actually spent a lot. So if you spend much time reading to understand the domain knowledge, I feel it will be easier for you to actually pass the certification as opposed to like going to Udemy to just learn only for that particular certification. You most likely fail or you just pass and then you know nothing about what you just did. I don't know if I answered the question.
Thank you so much, GBK. Thank you. The second question says, how do you protect the user voted results from the administrators since they are responsible for debugging in the event of issues?
That's interesting. So we're in Nigeria, so that's a very good question. I've not really thought about that. So what to come top of my head is you should have multiple admins to like defend themselves. But if you are, so take for instance, whoever controls the AWS account can do and undo. You cannot really control that, right? So what most organizations do is that they have multiple departments and they have people cross-checking, almost like 10 FA or whatever, to make sure no single user has full access. So there is CloudTrail detection to know what you did and what you didn't do. So you could use CloudTrail, you could do all those things to make sure to see, okay, did someone manually go to trigger or go to DynamoDB to insert a vote and then it triggers stream? You actually check that and see if a manual insertion happens, should we get alerts using SNS down to user email? That is the best way to actually secure.
How to clap for your
golden jacket
cloud builder. Okay, if you know that you are going to get a golden jacket cloud builder, please clap better.
Aramide.
I want to gaslight them a bit.
Aramide.
Talk to me.
This our profession.
Yeah.
Are you sure it will not?
Because of
because the way that there's something in that golden jacket.
It's giving. I think I want to change my career. I'll see you. You say no. What do you mean? I'm a fast learner. I promise.
You don't believe in us. Wow.
What? It's not cloud. It's not just cloud. It's not cloud engineering.
Chibuke, do you mentor people like us that don't have background at all?
Oh, no.
You don't believe in us. It's not fair. It's not fair, Chibike. Anyways.
Be careful of your golden jackets. That's all I'll say.
You can actually join communities, the AWS user groups, and they will mentor you very well.
I want you to mentor us.
I'm in the community, so if I'm free, I'll mentor those that are within the
If you are
community.
free. Pride.
Aramide. Don't worry, don't.
Thank you so much, Chibike. Please put your hands together for him. Amazing. That was an amazing session. All right, guys. Are we still together?
You know what time it is?
It's game time.
Yeah.
If you know you want to volunteer to just come up here and participate in our next game, please just raise your hand and I'll point. Just jelly. If I come into the crowd, it's touch and follow.
Aramide, just say, follow me.
No, I'm not going to tell you. But what I have to say is that you're going to win something very interesting.
I'm going to have fun at the same time.
You're going to have a good time. Yes, please. Please put your hands together for them. Come. Please come. Ladies, I'm not seeing ladies. What's happening? If you're a girl and you're raising your hand, just come out. Please come.
So we want 6 persons, so 3 male, 3 female.
Please
Come
come.
into that.
Yes, we
Alaja,
three
you have
guys
won
already.
something. Oh.
Please come up.
Alaja, let's
Hello.
Thank you, Alaja.
Please come up. I need 2 girls. Thank you so
2 girls
much,
or 3
beautiful. One is here. So we need 2. One more lady. Okay. We need just one more lady, please.
That's 7.
It's fine. We'll make do with 7. It's fine. Thank you so much, guys.
Who are you rooting for?
What's your name?
Hazan, my name? Hazan.
Hazan. If you're rooting for Hazan, say yeah.
Hazan. Hey.
You need to gather fans.
Hey.
What's your name?
I'm Cynthia.
Cynthia. If you're rooting for Cynthia, say yeah. What's your name?
Habibullah.
Huh?
Habibullah.
If you're rooting for Habibullah, please make some noise. Wow.
Because it's very orange shirt, Abby.
What's your name?
Zainab.
If you're rooting for Zainab, make some noise. What's your name? Godfrey. Make some noise for Godfrey.
Rawlings.
Rawlings. Make some noise for Rawlings. And Timmy, don't be shy. Tammy, make some noise for Tammy. Thank you so much, guys. Now, this is what we are going to do. Just come. No. Don't worry. They're not talking. DJ, please play me something soft. No, you're not dancing. This way, please. Just stand here.
Wait, what do you even mean? So if people don't dance, you don't dance. You only deal with data and cloud. Ekpele.
So, like, your hands on your neighbor's shoulder. The way we used to do. No, you're facing praise. Yes.
DJ.
Yeah, it's okay. I need space. It's fine. Move back a bit, please. It's fine. Please move back. Yes. Now just stay there. Praise, please. So they must not look back. Nothing happened, don't worry.
If they look back, they are out though.
Yes.
Just come in.
Alright, guys, you know who you are rooting for. Don't look at me. Look at me. So anything I do, you do for the next person. Do you understand?
So Aramide, I think you should give us the rule of the game, right?
Okay, so this is what we are doing. We're doing a communication game, right? So I'm going to act some type of way.
Yeah.
I'm going to demonstrate for Hazan, and he's going to do exactly what I did for Cynthia. Cynthia is also going to show it to my friend here, and then it's going to keep going like that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So whatever it is that you see them do, just show the next person in front of you.
So when you lose is whoever misses the demonstration. Meaning, whatever she demonstrates to Azan, you pass it all the way. So if Aramide demonstrates to Azan and you demonstrate it perfectly and correctly to her, you are in the game. So when it gets your turn, you demonstrate to remove one sign.
You know what? We're even going to get to the end first. Then we're going to see whoever actually
Wait,
missed it.
so
in
do you
between.
understand?
Yeah.
No.
No.
The person will show you.
So you have to pay attention. You can't make them repeat. Then the person was because of your problem.
So whoever gets it wrong, no, start again.
So just pray that the person that is standing behind you is a very attentive person, because they'll cause problem for you.
But whoever actually misses demonstration is out of the game.
Yes.
All right. Don't look back.
Are you ready? Hassan, you are the one that is setting the tone. DJ, please give me something. You think I can dance though?
But I they start it down to they follow. Okay, me or my papa low.
I don't be there. Okay. I want to plead. Okay, I'll
do
be
something simple. It's too much. Is it you? Oh yeah, now. Are you ready? One last time. I'm showing him one last time.
Yeah.
That's it. 1, 2. Let's go. Come on.
Got this on cruise, my cheeks. You spoke one for the days. Come on for the body, no the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand that this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, get the foot. Oh my God. What you want, my Jojo? And if you know the color like the Fuji, go to Olu, yeah. Joy is coming.
Hello. DJ, hold on, please.
They looked back.
Wait, push now fight. Wait. What do we do to them now?
They looked back. We don't even have time.
Should I go?
Yeah.
Cynthia Ofori. Okay, let's see. Please show him again. DJ. Brother, come and show us. I didn't see you. I'm sorry. Yeah, just show me what you saw. Oh yeah, come. What did she do? I don't say you dey para. No sondo le yawa. Mama ke amala. No shako ma pada. The batun bajo jo mara. Mama peke. That's what you saw. That's what you showed him. Oh my God. Oh yeah, show us what you showed him. Is that what you showed her? Show us what you showed her. Don't show everybody. I like this part when they are fetching water. Is that what you showed him? No. Let's see. She's very sure of what she saw. Is that what you showed her? Guys, who is the author of confusion? Who is the author?
Said it's Azan though.
Azan.
Should we use somebody else as the first person? Should we use somebody else as the first person?
hold on for me, I no go to me corny.
The lady first.
And if you're licking a fight,
Before the game started, the game had ended. Oh yeah, reshuffle everybody. Let's reshuffle. Come, they want shit to start.
Why are you people pushing us down to the? I don't like it.
Are you okay? Are they okay there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you look back your house.
Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa.
Initiating rage process.
I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable.
Now we will know if Mr. Azan is the author of it.
I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm sorry for who won't be my matter. Sorry, I'm only human. So make nobody para. Say I carry woman. She na man where I for carry. I need that when I talk, say I be pastor. If you know,
Are they done? You are done. Oh yeah, come and show us. No, it's just it's not his fault, and he's showing us what he saw from the person behind him.
They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable.
Is that what you showed him? Mr. Hassan, is that what you showed her? Is that what you showed him? Show us your own.
Open the fire, play the bed, do let them know.
Come on.
No finish you. Man, no fit tire every
guys, who is the author of confusion?
No limit you. No limit you.
Make some noise for Mr. Hassan! Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everybody, actually. You have a what? Okay. It's very long. All right, please put your hands together for them. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't you think my co-hosts deserve a round of applause? Did you see those moves?
It's not easy. I started dancing when I was in my mother's womb.
You must have kicked a lot.
You don't believe me. You push to tell lies. That's why you need to believe when somebody is telling the truth.
All right. Few announcements before we move to the next session. This car is leaking fuel. So that means you need to ASAP move down to the car park if this is your car. JJJ963GV. It's a Toyota Corolla color blue. Toyota Corolla color blue with the plate number JJJ963 and GV. Second announcement, say good news. Say good news.
Good news.
There is food for everybody in the room today. Are you excited about that? Yes.
They're not excited though.
Yeah. I remember they said they are not excited. Should we keep the food? We should keep the food. AWS community leaders. Should we keep the food?
Is that brother that wanted to buy the jacket
Where's the
for
brother?
$10 million? It's not that we should
Please mark his face. All right. So let's just let you know, right? The break comes after the
Yes.
So the break comes after the session where you get to relax for a bit. You get your food. You can walk around. You know, Chibuke talks about networking. Try to network with one another as well. Do not forget to also visit the booth. That's the DigiSport stand outside. Do all you can with this free time, right? Then we return to the next session. All right.
All right. So we're going into the panel session right now. Please, I need the all management team, please. And just remember that the food is coming to you on your seats, right? So while we're wrapping up the panel session, the food will be going around. You get your food. When you get your food, then you can stand up, stretch, meet somebody like Praise said. Make sure that you are actually networking with. You're not just asking, what is your name and what do you do? So you are making good use of that information.
collect their contact, phone number, BVN, NIN, collect all the numbers that you want to collect.
Account number too.
Account number, very important.
All right, we'll be calling out the panelists right now. Do not forget what Aramide said, right? When we call up this panelists, do well to appreciate them and put your hands together for them. All right. So for the first panel session, we'll be looking at No Wahala Ops, right? How AI is transforming DevOps and cloud infrastructure in Africa. Who's looking forward to that session? Who here has been looking forward to that session?
Are we together, guys? Are we together from the back? Are we together? Are we together? The noise is coming from the back. Please, can we keep it down? Decorum, please. Thank you.
All right. So, like I said, this session will be on No Wahala Ops, right? How AI is transforming DevOps and cloud infrastructure in Africa. And we have seasoned lineup of panelists for this session. We're coming up to have discussions centered around this topic. And trust me, you are in for a beautiful experience just before, you go for your break. This is food before food. It's food before food. All right, calling up our first panelist. We are delighted to have a cloud native engineer and DevOps consultant in the person of Ilaria Ayo Adebi. Please a warm round of applause
together for Ilaria Ayo Adebi.
as it comes up. Don't stop clapping till it get up stage.
Put
do
your
that
hands
better.
together, please.
Do that louder. It's coming.
Thank
Come on.
you.
Can you see this neat handsome man?
Come
Please do that better. Who said
It came from this side. All right, and the next person on this panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have a DevOps engineer in person of Mayowa Oluwaseyi Ojo. Please make some noise.
See that pretty lady.
Come on.
Do that better for that lady in black. Don't worry, she's as beautiful as what she has inside.
Yes,
you're about
I
to have
love it.
so many, you're about to, get knowledge from this panel
insight,
session. You're in for an amazing time. Right, the next panelist for this session is also a DevOps engineer, and we are delighted to have I beg your pardon, the next panelist is an information security manager. And to take us on this panel session as well, please a warm round of applause for Oreoluwa Jetawo. Can we do that
Make
better?
some noise. Please clap, clap, clap.
Don't stop clapping.
Don't stop.
So she gets off stage. Do that better. Do that louder. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh my God. It's Ore. Do that better for Ore, please. It's Ore. Do that better for him.
You can do better. Come on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us right here at the AWS Community Day, a senior site reliability engineer. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Chisom God's Time.
Woo! Awesome.
Chisom God's Time.
Don't stop clapping till I get up stage. Do that better. Do that louder. Do that better for Chisom. She's walking majestically. So please put your hands together for her till she get up stage. Awesome. That's the stairs. All right. Now, to moderate this panel session is none other than a seasoned moderator with several years, in moderating sessions, moderating events, right? She's also going to be able to ask these panelists questions, that are maybe bothering you, right? She's able to read your minds, to know what's bothering you, and then ask the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, please make welcome the moderator of this first panel session, Sophia Unjoku. Do that better and louder for her.
Look at her, looking so elegant. Thank you, Sophia.
Awesome.
All
so
right.
we leave you in the hands of Sophia. Do have a wonderful time.
Also, there's going to be time for questions. The link would be up. So once the link comes up, please ask the panelists your questions as well, as Sophia directs you. Thank you so much.
afternoon, everyone. As you can see, I'm kind of scared to sit down there. My chiefs can't be sitting down, and I'm also sitting down. I know they fear face. But since you guys are begging, you're begging for me to sit down, I'll go and take my seat. My chiefs, please permit me. As you can see the panelists line up, we really have a lot to unpack. A whole lot. I hope you have your jotters, you have your pen, because as you can see, their brain are hot. They're ready to just give it out. They're ready to pour it out. And as the topic said, no wahala ops. But if you're the one that deployed on prod, like yesterday I'll be on Friday, I think this session might not be for you because you might have to go and deal with your own wahala. But let's get into, but before we start the panel session, in case you have any question for any of the panelists here, there'll be a link on the screen for you to drop your questions. They are ready to answer any type of question you have, apart from your financial problem. Go and give it to whoever it belongs to. All right, let's start. Okay, so the first question will be going to Mayowa. Mayowa, sorry, it's fine. Mayowa, can you share a quick, real story of how AI has changed the way your team handles operation? Just a quick story.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. First off, I'm a DevOps engineer. And as a DevOps engineer, for the past few years in my career, I've gone through different career titles like DevSecOps engineer, site reliability engineer, DevOps engineer. There was even a time they called me a Linux administrator. So I've gone through a series of, or like phases of developments in the niche. So currently, I work as a DevOps engineer. And when I joined my current company, I think they had a problem before I joined. So during the interview, they told me we have infrastructure problems, we have a technical debt. Since we started this company, since we started this department in the team, we've been creating infrastructure, we've been setting up EC2 instances, spinning EC2 instances up, working with clusters and everything. But you know what? It wasn't documented as infrastructure as code. So when they told me that, I think that was one of the advantages I had during the interview. They said, if we bring you into the team, how are you going to improve it? So I told them, if you're looking for a Terraform guru, I think that's me. I'm very, very sure it's me. So joining the team, they told me I was going to bring all the existing infrastructure into code. Usually, we all work with Terraform, right? If you work with Terraform, please raise your hands here. Very, very nice. This is a very nice population. So if you work with Terraform, you know you use Terraform to create infrastructure. Terraform is code, but use it to create infrastructure. So when I was brought into the team, I was told, how do we bring our infrastructure into code? I told them, we have AI, right? Like, that's what AI is for. So I told them, this thing usually would take a normal developer or DevOps engineer like 6 months to implement because we have a lot of infrastructure set up already. So I told them, I'm coming into the team, I'm bringing in value, and I'm working with AI at the same time. The first thing I did was to use Terraformer, which is like a child to Terraform. Terraformer brings infrastructure into code. The way Terraform changes your code into infrastructure, Terraformer does the opposite, or like something like close to it. So I told them I was going to work with Terraformer, and this project would have taken me about, I told you before, 6 months to a year if I was working alone on this kind of project. But still, I'm working on this project alone, and so far, I've been able to implement what would have taken me 6 months in just less than a month. And that's like a very, very interesting or like very, very amazing time frame for a DevOps engineer that is working alone. I'm the only one working on the infrastructure aspect of things. So if I would say, just to wrap up with what you asked me, the way AI has assisted my team and my company, my organization in as a whole, in making sure our processes are faster and easier and everything is more seamless, I'll say AI has been very, very important in the aspect of coding. Instead of spending hours and minutes, or sorry, hours and weeks and months on projects, all these things take less time now. And yeah, that's a very nice thing.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayowa. So with the help of AI, she has been able to set up infrastructure that will take 6 months, and she has been able to cut it down to a month, and she's the only one doing that. That's how amazing AI can be. So, Ilere, can you just help us can you tell us a quick story of how AI has helped you and your team?
Okay, good one. So
Morning.
I, there's a lot of conversation around AI now. So I'm working with this team, and the engineers have been given projects to get on with AI. I mean, you're an engineer and you can't come on stand up and tell us that you were trying to do this and trying to do that when, because the CEO of that company is not an engineer. He decided to go with AI and he built a project in blockchain. And he did that in about 6 hours. So he came to the meeting and he was like, every engineer, you're going to adopt AI and you have a period in which you need to adopt this. Now, every one of them decided to build like different POCs, products with AI. And to be honest, at the end of this exercise, nobody knew that it was an exercise and it was like a test. Some folks lost their jobs, all right? And it was very sad. This was sometime last year and into early this year. Then it moved from the developers to the DevOps engineers. And it was now, because before now, there was a lot of, DevOps engineers sometimes, you know how to deliberately just act like you are working when you are not. All right. And so there's folks want to deploy their applications. They don't know how to go about it. You're using Kubernetes and you are the person in charge. You know the ropes. So they have to reach out to you and ask you, please, I want this app deployed into like the test environment. And then you know that I can do this thing within maybe like 20 minutes. All right. You've probably written scripts that can do all of that. And then you just make it look like it's a difficult thing. So we got on this project, and then we decided that because there was a lot of repetitive things that, as an operations person in DevOps, you're deploying applications the same way. You're standardizing using Docker files for all the Node.js applications or Java applications, the same thing. So there is a lot of repetition. And then we're like, okay, we can create templates where you can just deploy these things without having a developer, a DevOps engineer on board. And so we took that to Cursor AI, the IDE that is out now. And they were like, put this database put this code base, beside Cursor. And then Cursor says, okay, it begins to generate CI templates and CD templates, and that was a very simple thing to do. So in one day, that entire, CI CD pipeline was designed, developed, tested by that, by Cursor. And then we shipped that. And of course, with the human in the loop factor where you check and ensure that everything is working as it ought to work. And then we push that, and then we tested out with one application. The developer pushes code, and the code gets deployed in several minutes. And we're like, okay, try to push another code change, and that begins to change the way the engineers work. So they're not reaching out to the DevOps guys anymore, and now the DevOps guys look like their job is on the line because you need to now do something better. And so what they decided to do was, now we have this process, CI/CD. We are not being bugged with deploying things. So you can't say to on a stand-up, more in that, oh, I was trying to deploy this app, and this was this and this. You'd have to show links to like the CI. All right. But things were passing, nothing was breaking. So now you needed to now up your skill and up the ante. And then what the DevOps guys began to do, of course, we're just consulting with them, was that now let's move away from deploying to, monitoring. Let's now develop, metrics that we can test and we can monitor. And, Cursor AI as well came in the picture. We just put the code base beside, and it began to recommend that these are the things you can do. Step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. So really, I mean, AI is accelerating the rate at which DevOps engineers even do the work that they're currently doing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ilere. So with what Ilere and Mayowa have said, we have seen that the buzz around AI is not just real, but it is actually working. So our next question will be to Chisom. There is a lot of talk about AI in DevOps. From your experience, what is hype and where is AI actually delivering real value right now?
Okay, so first off, I currently don't see AI as hype. I just see it as a progression. So we moved away from information age to into an AI age. So AI currently is a progression and we need to like adopt it. So coming to delivering values, like my fellow panelist has listed, there are lots and a lot of value AI is delivering. And it now boils down to your organization, are they willing to accept it? So for me, when I joined my current organization, there's a part of my KPI that really stood out, like having very high value, and it says reduce toil. And what does it mean to reduce toil? You as an SRE, every other team supporting your application comes to you. They have a lot of workload. They are trying to automate tasks. How can you like reduce that toil? Honestly, if you're coming in and you don't have programming experience or you don't have maybe you're not very strong with programming, in that line item alone is enough to bring you down for that financial year. So for me, I see AI like a helper. So for people who still see it, like I know currently in Nigeria, when you present a document to someone, the first critic they'll give you, this is AI. So I feel people should adopt AI, like accept it and improve on it. In as much as it makes people lazy, I believe we should still accept it, embrace it, and progress with it. So coming to SRE work, instead of sitting down analyzing logs for 1,000 lines of log, 50,000 lines of log, trying to detect an incident, and you're there costing the organization downtime, why not use an AI tool and analyze these logs in few minutes, and you already have your incident root cause at your foot. So I see AI as a helper, and it's kind of accelerates how we're going to keep going on. And for people who still are not willing to embrace AI, they struggle a lot these days because you're competing with automations, you're competing with a model that has been trained with a lot of data that was gathered from the information age. So you really need to like embrace AI and think of how it can make your work faster. So for me, I see AI as a value-driven tool.
Okay, thank you so much, Chisom. That sounds interesting. Okay, I have another question for you. Based on now we have ascertained the fact that AI is not just a hype; it is actually delivering value. So tell me, what's the biggest barrier to adopting AI-driven operations in Africa enterprises? Is it cost? Is it skills? Or is it actually trust?
What do you guys think? Trust? Anyone going for costs? Anyone going for costs? So it's actually trust, right? Okay. So yes, I'll go with trust, right? Things like costs can be done down the line with proper investments, right? You have technical guys who know what they want to do, right? And but when you start thinking about trust, you start thinking about data governance, it's very, very hard to build an AI system that is built on trust. That's very, very key. And you start talking about if you can't build an AI system and you can't explain how it arrived at a decision, you go explain that evidence, no. But if you can, right, you are building that trust to your customers, you can go to your board of directors and say, okay, oh, my guys, I'm here, oh, this is what this does, right? I can explain to you how we arrived at this decision, right? then you can get buy-in from your boards, you can get buy-in from your vendors, even from your auditors, right? Because in take for instance, in the fintech space that is heavily regulated, trust is very key, right? So trust is the biggest barrier, right? But it's also the biggest gap that needs to be filled. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much for that. Okay, still hold the mic.
Oh,
I
me,
have
okay.
one question. So each of the panelists will answer this. What's one misconception? I mean, we have all been hearing AI will take your job, AI is doing this, AI is doing that. But what's that one misconception you hear often about AI in DevOps that you wish you could correct? Just one.
Well, I think we have been listening to all what our keynote speakers have been saying, right? Especially Patrick. He mentioned people keep on saying AI will take your jobs, but no. But well, yes and no. I'm not going to lie to you. Yes and no, because you think of things like people are automating certain tasks, so there are certain roles that have become very redundant, and a company that can invest in AI that can automate certain things, they will not want to pay money for someone who will do that. It's not reasonable. Let's be very, very honest, right? Put yourself in that shoe. Would you do so? Exactly. But then think of you using AI to do something. Think of you as an AI augmented engineer. You are using AI to solve a problem. And think of somebody that is just, okay, let me just use my head. Right? So what you want to do is use AI, right? What you want to DevOps guys now, they are not just building systems, right? They're building trusts using AI platforms, right? So you should understand something that use AI to the best of your ability. One word I always say is consume AI before it consumes you. It's very, very important because it's all about how your imagination can go. That's very key. So AI is not limited to what you see, but then how far can you think? That's how far you can go with AI. So yeah, thank you.
Gives you something. Just one misconception that you would love to change.
Okay, so for me, one misconception I would like or love to change is the fact that people believe with AI you're fine. No need to supervise, no need to proofread, no need to do anything. So, like I said before, AI is a progression. It's still new. In as much as it's over a year or over 2 years, it's still very new, and most people are still improving on their model. So the misconception I would want anyone here to change is leaving it all for AI. Don't leave it all. Still putting that value. That is why you remain in that company, even with AI growing. Still putting that value that brings you there, that pays your bill. So don't leave it all for AI. Don't build automation system and go and sleep. You need to still supervise. You need to still proofread. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Silire, one misconception.
Okay. So I completely agree with what Ore said. I mean, AI. Somebody said that AI won't take your jobs necessarily, but an engineer who uses AI will take your job. All right. But the misconception I want to, I mean, that I've seen is that AI will solve your problems. There's something that I mean, some time ago, I was just thinking to myself when I began to adopt Kubernetes, and everybody, I mean, there was a lot of headlines that Kubernetes this, Kubernetes that. Now, I really like Kubernetes. But then, I began to see that actually Kubernetes is not a silver bullet. And that is something that in the tech industry, we have often seen. In 1991, we had Linux. Several years later, about a decade later, we had the cloud. When Linux came, it was like a big thing. The cloud came, and everybody was trying to get on the cloud. And the big tech, they just moved there. And at some point, in the especially because I'm in the cloud native ecosystem, then we now began to hear a lot about containerization. I mean, Docker was like the kid on the block that everybody wanted to invest in. And then Docker came, Kubernetes came, and contributions to Docker Swarm dropped. And as time went by, we started hearing that Kubernetes is like the foundation of modern computing, modern cloud computing. And things began to move, and we entered platform engineering. All right, if you can remember, that's just a few years ago. And so we have these trends in history where there is this buzz. Now they solve problems, but then you now see that everything has the same fundamentals. So I think that what we should get out of our mind is that technology solves problems. Now, don't get me wrong. People who use technology solve problems. So people solve problems, not necessarily technology. All right. So that's a misconception. Learn the fundamentals and you will find your way through.
Thank you.
Yeah, so easy one. Okay, so one common misconception about AI is that it will make you lazy. Somebody said something like that to me recently, and I was like, I'm a DevOps engineer. I'm already lazy. Like, I'm very lazy in the first place. So I don't think AI is going to make you lazy because about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, a senior colleague said something on Twitter, and you guys know I love to use Twitter a lot. So she said she doesn't feel like using AI. Is she the only one that doesn't use AI? That she doesn't like it. She's not comfortable with it. I said something like, over time, if you look back at human history, like the way people adapt to stuff, you would realize that people that get used to something first, they are mostly the beneficiaries of whatever system it is. You guys know how pyramid schemes work, right? So they call you, you work on something with somebody, they tell you to bring two people to bring, yes. So that kind of system, by the time you start bringing people, you just notice, maybe, let's say, for example, you are like part of the last 100 people to be added. You just see that, the money is gone. Where is it gone to? So it's the same way. It's the people that started the pyramid scheme in the first place that benefited in this situation, in this scenario. So it's the same way with AI. If you know how to use AI, if you know how to control it, if you know how to work with it and make it useful for optimizing your work, you are going to benefit out of it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So I hope you've gotten out at least one misconception from our panelists. So over to you, Ore. You said something about trusting AI. I mean, not trusting
sorry,
AI.
Ojo.
Yeah.
Guys, please. The guys at the back, please. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Guys, please, let us try to take it easy.
Silence.
I think the noise is better, right? What do you guys think? The guys at the back who...
AI will come and carry them. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
definitely. AI.
Okay, so you say something about not trusting AI. So I have a question on that. Security is always a top concern in whatever you're building in both the cloud or on-prem, whatever you're building. So I want to ask, can AI really strengthen cloud security operations or does it introduce new risks?
So, in the 60s, let's take a trip down timeline, right? When you go to war, what do you carry? Sword and what? A shield, right? Now the shield is to defend yourself. Have you now? And the sword is to what? To attack. Now, so AI can be used for both of them, right? So think of your AI as a shield and a sword. From a shield's point of view, right? Think of you changing incident response from being reactive to being proactive. It's not every time fire is on the mountain, right? Stop that. Think of anomaly detection using AI. Think of threat correlation. Think of so many other things that can be used with AI. But now, on the flip side, this is where there is wahala, right? People are using AI for different things. You can use AI to build an application that correctly mimics another application using AI in a matter of how many seconds? 5 seconds. Just 5. Now think of things like that. So it really does depends on how how improved your security culture is from an organization's point of view, right? AI can be good and definitely can be bad. So the whole idea now is, what do I need to do, right? Someone mentioned something about human oversight. There will always be a human somewhere overseeing these decisions. Very, very important, right? Because if we, I think Hodaika mentioned something here, right? Data management. Think of things like data poisoning. I'm using an AI tool, right? And AI is feeding off data. Data is very, very important in AI, right? But then if I'm using a data that is already poisoned, indirectly I'm poisoning myself. So that is a very, very key risk, supply chain attack, right? I'm not breached because I was complacent, but because a third party is complacent. So it really just depends on how you want to use it. It really just depends on what security controls you put in place, right? You should always ensure that governance is key. Always ensure that oversight is key. Always ensure that people are always vetting these decisions that are made by AI. Then, long story cut short, you know that okay, well, I think I'm good. But then, really, you can only be as good as what your security culture is, because people say something, right? They say human is the weakest thing in security. But I don't necessarily agree with that, because we can also be the strongest link in security, depending on how cultural aware you are of your security background. You get, so it really just depends on security culture, right? Just ensure that things that you do, just ensure that AI models that you use, right, to ensure that proper sanitization is done, right? Ensure that that person is always there overseeing things like that, right? And then you're good to go.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you. So you're saying AI can be both for defense and can also go in
Correct.
attacking.
Yes.
All right. So still on security, Chisom, AI is often called a black box. So you mentioned using AI in your workspace or when you're doing some stuffs. So how do you ensure transparency and accountability when AI makes operation decisions?
Okay, first off, I mentioned having this human oversight onto anything you're doing with AI. So that accounts for you being accountable for anything you're doing with AI. Now coming to sorry, what's your
Transparency and accountability.
yeah, so coming to transparency, and even more, I think the part of transparency also touches around the security part of things. So you're trying to build a system with AI, and you're trying to maybe get the AI to understand your workflow and all of that. So I would relate that to you trying to train the AI. In doing that, you're as well as breaching some data concerns, some security concerns. But personally, I still believe there have been a lot of progression in AI, both in the aspect of accounting, being transparent, and even in security. I remember a time when I intentionally pasted some keywords, some PIIs, like IP address, password as well, pictures. So then I noticed AI will, let's say you pass a piece of code to AI tool with password, it will return the refactored code to you with the same password. But currently, when you do the same thing, you would notice that, especially generative AIs, it would give you an asterisk. This means that there's been a progression from where they were then, when they were returning your password for password and storing it or whatever, to this current period when they now know to max it. At some point, I saw an AI response that said something like that you need to reset this password, something like that. However, I intentionally pasted the wrong password, but then the AI detected it that I passed my password to the prompt. So coming to that, I see that there have been this progression in how these models even interact with you. So the security part of things, I think, is in progress as well. Even the accountability part of things, which is solely on you, the user. So I would say AI accountability with AI is solely on you. The transparency is also on you. So while using it, you have to be conscious of those two things.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So because of time, Hilary and Mayowa, just give us a quick, everyone here now, just like already talked about that AI is kind of scraping some jobs right now. Something like data entry and customer support and all. AI is kind of taking over in that space. And we as DevOps engineer, there's still a bit of, like says, fear and all of that about AI taking jobs and all. So in this age and day of AI, what new skills should DevOps engineer, especially in Africa, be learning today to stay relevant in this AI-driven world?
Okay, good one. I think what people ask when they ask that question is what technology to learn. Because if you ask me what new skill, I'll say the skills haven't changed. All right. Your ability to learn is a very important skill that you should develop. But I will not recommend technologies because I've seen I like to in my study. So I have a computer science background, and in my study of computing, one thing I've realized is that, like I always say, the fundamentals are often the same. The foundations are often the same. If you can master the fundamentals, you will be able to scale through when the wave of AI leaves. Because pretty much AI is going to become something, it's already, I mean, it's getting all the attention now, but in a few years, it won't get the same attention it's getting now. I mean, it would have gotten a very massive adoption and becomes the normal or like the new normal. So you would be required to go back to that fundamentals. For instance, I saw a post on MCP and I saw that MCP was defying the fundamentals from, I think, 1982, remote procedure calls. And it means that if we're not careful, we're building on a shaky foundation. All of the lessons that we have learned over 40 years, I mean, people are building technologies that are defying those things. And when you scale, because AI usually would amplify whatever you already have. So if you cook beans, all right, AI will amplify that for you. When you go to scale, then all of the things that you have done will just be obvious. So I'd say get in on the fundamentals. As a DevOps engineer, master the fundamentals pretty well. Like Chibike gave us a talk that just spoke around the different fundamentals: network, storage, compute. You know, those fundamentals never change. Yeah.
Mayowa, yeah.
So the same thing, right?
Yes, exactly.
If you are into cloud engineering, you're a cloud enthusiast, and you're looking for a skill to add, as Larry said earlier, just focus on the fundamentals first. And also, Mr. Devaye is gone, but when he was here, he said something about how this AI agents and everything that we use now, how much energy they take, how much power they consume, right? So as a DevOps engineer, I'm a DevOps engineer, so I always coming from the angle of a DevOps engineer. I'm going to say, first off, try to learn things about how your system can handle systems that have AI integrated into them. Learn to find how to scale your systems according to how your AI needs memory, power, and storage, etc. Also, another skill, kind of, should I call it skill now? Sorry. Another thing you should try to learn about is prompting. If you want to work with an AI agent, or for instance, ChatGPT. Let's say you want to make jollof rice now. You don't just go to ChatGPT and say how to make rice. There are different types of rices, right? There are different types of rice, of making rice, right? So when you go to ChatGPT, in this instance, you want to be very, very precise how to make Nigerian jollof rice. So they don't give you Ghanaian jollof. I know you guys don't like Ghanaian jollof rice. Like, oh, hope there's no Ghanaian here. So sorry. What you guys get, like try to learn how to prompt, how to scale your systems according to need, and that's just part of fundamentals, really. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Viola. So now this question is open for anybody. So it says, do you think AI will ever run DevOps completely on its own? Or will it always be a partnership between AI and humans? Let's go.
So it depends on the age, right? Yeah, I think in few times or in few age to come, maybe in the next 5 years or in the next 10 years, we would have AI that will be able to automate fully. Honestly, I think so. But then there would also be that human part, but it may not be as heavy as it is now. So that's what I think. We'll have tools that we're able to automate from start to end, but we would still need a little bit of human, and now at a higher scale. Sorry to add this. There was a time I saw an ad from one of the big social media platform that they're going to use AI for their junior developers, and senior developers will be human. So I'm like, who is now going to train the senior developers? So I feel we are actually getting to that age where we would have a full automation from end to start, and then we just have maybe very little top engineers supervising what AI has done.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So does anyone here think otherwise? Do you think in future AI won't run everything?
Um, my opinion is a bit contrarian to that. Um, I know AI is everybody. I mean, I've been looking at business news, and everybody's putting like $2 million in one AI tool that does one analysis in finance, and everybody's investing in AI pretty much. I mean, it's what the hype. Sorry to say, but I think that I mean, I'm always a big fan of going back to the fundamentals, right? So there's a lot of conversations now about even DevOps. DevOps is shaky now. I don't know if anybody has seen that. And people are saying perhaps we should start embracing silos. All right. So if you say, will AI handle DevOps? DevOps is even begging for its life now. All right. So, so I just think that we should understand those fundamentals pretty well, pretty well. Somebody said, how far down do we go the stack of understanding the fundamentals? All right. That means how, if you say fundamentals is networking, how far down do you go in networking? Do you go as far as the transistors on the computer? So that's another conversation. But as much as possible, try to ask why. Why is this so? Why DevOps? Why did DevOps come as a thing in 2008? Why? So when you find out why, then you'll be able to answer those questions, but you can't accurately predict what you will see in the next 10 years right now. You can't. Open source has taught us that. Terraform used to be, very, very open source with a very, very, open license. But recently, that licensing changed. I mean, you wouldn't have predicted that something's going to happen like this. WordPress is having the same issue. We had Redis have that same issue. A lot of technologies that we use in this our space have you couldn't have said that in 10 years this is what open source will be. All right, but that's what's happening. So don't live in the now, hope for the future, of course, but master the fundamentals.
Okay, that's wonderful. So one key takeaway, DevOps, AI might not take your job completely, but if you master the fundamentals, at least you're on the safer side. Okay, so one question before we wrap up this panel session. If you are looking for a startup idea, I think you should pay attention to this particular question. So, panelists, you give me one answer. Let me start from your. So, if you could design the perfect no wahala AI ops tool for Africa today, what's one feature it must absolutely have? One thing that that will have.
So I think one feature that I would definitely add is explainability by design. Explainability. I don't want something that is smart, but something that is accountable, right? Don't just tell me do this, do this, do this, but tell me why exactly am I doing this? Right? That's that AI system I am looking for. That's that feature that I'm looking for because it's all about trust. I mentioned earlier trust, transparency. Once you are being transparent, I trust you. It's I think it's just basic maths, right? If you're my friend, we are not transparent. Will I trust you? No. But if you're my friend and I'm very transparent, I'll trust you. So think of an AI system that is very transparent. That means that I can trust that system to a certain degree, right? Which means that this AI system is telling me what to do and it's telling me why I need to do this. It's giving me top level explanations as to why I'm doing this and this and this and this. So one feature that I would like to add, right, like I said earlier, is explainability by design. As you are designing an AI system or a tool that leverages on AI, right, you need to ensure that that's those logs are there, right? You need to ensure that everything that happens is auditable, right? You need to tell me, I need to know, okay, what model was used, right? What version was used? What data was accessed? At what point in time? What point was it triggered? Well, all these things are very, very important. So that's really it.
Okay, thank you. Chisom, just one feature.
Okay, for me, I think a key feature for me will be reliability, being resilient. So, reliability and resilience, they work hand in hand. Speaking from a perspective of an SRA applications, so one thing I've noticed in most of our African application is most of them are not reliable. Today your app is working, tomorrow it's not working. So if I'm really going to put in AI into anything, I want it to bridge that reliability gap. Even if the app is not working, let that feature I'm building or that AI tool I'm building stop that gap or bridge that gap. So I would really focus on reliability.
Okay, thank you. Explain. Sorry. What's your name? What was your? Okay, explainability, reliability. Okay, Hilaire.
Okay, I would say if I'm going to design an AI system, I would have to have the human feature. All right. I wouldn't completely delegate intelligence. Right. So I'll call it human intelligence. That's what I would love to have for a number of reasons. I'm not sure we should go into now.
For me, if I could integrate a feature, I think that would be cost optimization. I'm a DevOps engineer. I work at a financial company, so we love money a lot. I like when I get my salary before the due date. I don't like calling, what's wrong with my salary? I get paid very early, so I like to do things to motivate the team to pay me on time. Cost optimization is very, very important. We are in Africa. You want, you want to get your money. You want to get your money right. Yeah, so that's my contribution. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, if you've been having that question, if AI will take your job or not, our panelists have helped you to answer that question. Now, it's left for you to go back home and debate it. So, thank you all so much for listening to our panelists, and this wonderful session. And thank you to our panelists for pouring in that amazing knowledge into us. We are really grateful. Thank you.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all shorty, what you need? My niggas run the game, we ain't never leave. Counting up this money, we ain't never sleep. You got V12, I got 12 V's. Got bottles, got weed, got my. I'm all the way shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want?
What's happening?
What you need?
Hey, what's up, buddy? What's up, Southpaw? What's happening? Hey, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time.
Another hits jam from WebLoaded.com.
Now let me see everybody do this. Hey, let's go. Happy finals. But do you still? You get to it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it.
Thank you, DJ. How many of us enjoyed that session? Aww, I love that. That was an insightful one, isn't it? Right. Did they answer all your questions? Can we do that better, louder? Don't worry, we're going on a break almost after this. Did they answer your questions? Are you tired?
We're going on break now. We're actually going on break now. But before we do that, we have been listening to so many speakers and sessions. There's so much noise from the back. Please, can we keep it down? There's time for break and for networking. So please, guys, let's keep it down at the back.
Please, volunteers, make sure that every participant is seated. For those at the stand, you are not supposed to attend to anybody till it's the break. Please, volunteers, could you please help us at the stand at the back? You are not allowed or supposed to answer or attend to anybody till it's the break time. So please let every participant be on their seat. We'll be going on a break in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, just before we go on break, we have, like I mentioned at the start of today's event, that we're going to be having a session for quiz. And it's about time.
Yes.
It's about time.
Yes.
Very, don't worry, I'm not calling you out. Asan, why are you looking at me like that?
We are genies, so we're about to also release gifts.
Yes. Again, we still have a lot of goodie bags to go around. So this quiz session, all right. Now you can just join using the link showing on your screen. The questions, you answer the questions from the comfort of your seats. And, we're just going to be seeing the winners. It's very, very free and fair.
So don't worry. Don't be scared of being biased or anything. Okay, please, media, go back to the link.
Please, let's have the link again.
All right.
All right, are you ready? How many people have joined? Just one person.
Kelvin
Two.
has joined.
Sorry? Okay, sorry. Obstructing. All right, we have Joshua, we have Kelvin, we have Leaks, we have Ginika, Platinum, Feta, Temitokwe Badmos, Emiye, Abubakar.
I can see Noah.
I see Udeme.
I see Theta.
I see Dev Lawal. Come on. Love it.
I
see Olabisi Manuel.
AWS, I hope you are ready to give our gifts because
51 players have
awesome.
joined. We have 54 players ready.
All right.
I think we should get into it right now.
Do you want us to get to 70 or 100? 58? 7.
Let's get to 60 and we start. One person who just dropped off.
2 persons dropped off.
2 persons dropped off. What network are you using?
I think we should start.
All right, please, let's start. All right, are you ready? The question is on the screen.
All right. They'll be able to see the questions on their phones too as well, or on the screen.
They can
Anyone, so
use the screen, then just answer on their phone. Time's up. Let's see who is stopping. We have machine checkers. Oh, okay. 22 people got it correctly. 22 people got it correctly. Next question, please. 13 people. Wow.
Oh, Kelvin.
Kelvin is leading. Next question, please.
And KD as well.
Next question is up. You have to be very fast as well. So just pick your answer. Four, 3, 2, 1. Time up. Let's see. KD is now on top.
Right next.
Where's Kelvin? You threw Kelvin away from the leaderboard. Wow. We're coming up. Next question, please. These are questions from all the different sessions we've been having. So if you're paying attention, I'm sure you should get it correctly. All right, please, can we bring the gifts? So we give the person the gift here. Thank you. And time up. "41 people got it correctly.
So who is leading?
Let's see.
Just so you know, we are picking top 5. Adiola, wow. Then Platinum, Ajiri, Oluwaseyi. So they've dropped everyone. Where's KD? Kelvin, KD, all gone.
They threw them away.
Next question.
Come on, guys. 2 more questions. Zela, you see, somebody will get it. Hold on. No, this was from the previous question. Don't worry. Have you gotten your answer?
Some people have given up. Try now.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Yes. All right. Your answers.
Let's see.
Okay, 44 persons.
I thought you said we don't know it though. Wow. Don't play. Last question.
I want to see that, Adiola.
Time up. Wow. All right. Wow. Guys, where did this person come from?
Where's that Tolulokpe?
Tolulope or Adiola? Okay, Tolulope. Platinum is the winner. I didn't even see him on the leaderboard at all. It was there. It was there. It was cooking. It was cooking.
No, he said nobody knew him.
Where are you?
So where's Platinum?
Where's Platinum?
Ladies and DJ, play me stand up.
Wait, don't you come. Wait.
Take your time. Own your moment.
DJ.
Alright, is my goodie bag ready?
Where's Adiola? Adiola, you did well. Where's Adiola? Where's Adiola? I don't know. Is she a he? Is she a she?
Oh, she's a she.
Where's she?
Don't let me talk now before they will say this girl. No.
DJ,
Alright.
what's going on?
Don't worry, Adiola, you want something.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Give
make
it up.
some noise as we welcome the best,
Yes,
the most attentive,
come on,
the smartest,
come on,
the best of the best.
Yes.
Make some noise for Platinum.
Is it not working right now? Yes, congratulations.
Why
Hey,
not?
Lauren.
Like, literally nobody claps this place.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Are those your brothers? They're cheering you up. Are those your brothers?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you so much. Tell me, what session has been your favorite so far?
It's actually the panel session, really. The panel, though everybody was making noise, making it very hard to hear some parts. But I think the panel, and Mrs. Idioma's presentation too. I'm a data science student, so her presentation really awed me when she was talking about data analytics, web scraping, and it just really awed me for her.
Thank you so much. Ore. Where's
Alright.
Ore?
So I think I have a gift for Kelvin, for Adiola. Can you be upstanding? Who again? KD as well. Three of you stand up, please. Okay. I mean, yes, Ajiri as well. Oluwashe, because Kelvin was leading at some point. Adiola as well. Ajiri, Oluwashe, Tolulope, where are you? Stand up.
Please put your hands
Stand
together for
up.
them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my gift for every one of you. You tried to be up the game, but fortunately, we're picking just one winner. But my gift for you is a loud, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Please
much.
be seated. Aw.
It's Ore back. All right, Platinum, don't worry. So once Ore comes
What's your name, Platinum? What's your name?
Abdul Qadri.
Abdul.
It's a nickname. All right. Please, a warm round of applause for Abdul Qadri, aka Platinum.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to everyone who participated. It was tough, but we scaled through.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, guys. Now we will be going on a very short break. 20-minute break. And we want to implore you to just use this time as well to network, as we have said earlier. Praise mentioned earlier. Please network, meet somebody. Be actually very intentional about meeting people. Go to them, ask questions, and get answers, and have a wonderful break.
Let us finish now before I start standing up. But anyways, just let you know, right after the break, we have the second panel session. We have the hackathon, have the winners of the hackathon competition unveiled. They will also be awarded right here. Several awards too, right?
Yeah.
We'll be given right after this short break. Trust me, we keep the best for the last session, so you don't want to miss it. Don't forget, you can also visit the DG Sports at the back of the hall, right? Make connections. You can come in for the next session. I will ask you, who and who did you meet?
We'll
We still have
definitely,
goodie bags,
most
right?
definitely ask.
Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do have a lovely short break. We'll see you in 18 minutes. I've used 2 minutes out of your time. All right, see you shortly.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hello, Tolu. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Thank you, Promise. And thank you for staying
Awesome.
with us.
Yes, 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 yes. So, our online viewers, while the session is going on break in Lagos, we have an interesting session for you, right? So, we don't want to leave you hanging. We don't want to keep you bored. So, yes, we are having an interesting session, and maybe I should start by introducing myself and I will proceed to my co-host as well. Okay, my name is Promise Uchenwachku. I'm one of the leaders for the AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa. And with me here is my fellow colleague, she'll Tolu, proceed.
Thank you, Promise. Hi,
Yeah.
everyone. My name is Tolu Lokwe, and yes, I am a proud member of the AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa. I'm also a leader and a community builder. So thank you for having us here today. Thank you, Promise.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. I mean, I think it's actually been a great session, Tolu. What do you think? I feel like lots of things were discussed right from the beginning of the session with the keynotes to the data session to I think one of the speakers spoke about I think that was Chibike, the golden jacket holder, and
Yeah.
lots of the awesome sessions that has been happening. I mean, what do you think? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yes, it has been engaging so far. I love that the audience are having fun as much as they are learning. And that is the main purpose of we gathering together in a physical space. So, yes, it has been an amazing session so far.
Awesome, awesome. So for our online viewers who are currently watching, we want to let you know that we are not leaving you hanging. And like I said, we have some goodies in the house for you, right? So please take up your pens, your jotter, and just listen to this awesome session we have for you. Um, I would say that I would begin with the introductions of the wonderful guests we have today in the house. But of course, you know how they say ladies first. So let me give my co host the opportunity to start with the introduction of the first speaker we have on this session, and then we'll proceed from there. All right, Tolu.
Thank you so much. So, our first speaker for today is Ima Etuk, and he will be joining us up here shortly. Ima is, can you all still hear me? Yeah. Ima is an experienced solution architect and a proud member of the AWS community. He's an AWS community builder with expertise in cloud and on-premise infrastructure. Imo is also vast in system administration, DevOps, and yes, we all know this in the community when it comes to first-hand technical support and project management. Yes, Imo is a go-to person for that. He's currently, and if you know what is in vogue today, is currently exploring and building agentic AI solution. Thank you, Imo, for joining us, and we are glad that you able to take time out of your busy schedule to do this with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tulu. Thank you, Promise, also. Thank you for
Awesome.
having me. Hello, audience. I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you very much, Imo. All right. I think it will be time now to introduce the next speaker who will be joining us on this session. And he is none other than Adeleke Adebulugbe, who is also a senior telco solutions architect. He helps in building amazing tools and works on various amazing projects, right? He's also a proud member of the Black Network at AWS and a great support to our wonderful community. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Adeleke Adebulugbe to the stage. Hello, Adeleke. How are you doing today?
Hi everyone. Good to be here again. Just that I don't have the background you have. I wish I had that background.
Actually, you
So
can
it's only for fun
check if you have it on the virtual background section, and then you can switch it up.
Nice to
Awesome.
be
All
here.
right. I'll be allowing my co-host to introduce our last speaker for this session. Tolu, please proceed.
Yes, yes. And our last speaker for today is an amazing individual known other than Daniel. Daniel is an AI and machine learning specialist at QCon. He's a 3 times hackathon winner. And that was amazing when I actually saw that. A 3 times hackathon winner, and he's involved in various projects. If you check him out on LinkedIn, you'll see that he's involved in a lot of projects, a lot of volunteering. And I can proudly say that he is an AI evangelist because on his profile, he has been preaching and speaking about AI. So join me in welcoming Daniel on stage. Daniel, we are glad to have you here.
Thank you very much, Telu. Trust me, I've been looking for the banner. I've not seen it.
Okay. Don't worry. We'll do justice to that. But I mean, we are glad to have you all on stage today. I think it's really amazing. I know Adeleke has been one of those I would say people who has been consistent, with always being on our shows, right? So we are glad to have you here again this year. And I think Daniel, this is your first time on our event on the AWS community day, and also, I mean, it's a pleasure actually having you here. Imoetuk, I would say, is not a visitor. He's one of the leaders of the community as well. So sure, we are all happy to have you all on stage today. So over to you, Tolu. You start the first round of the questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yes, we're just going to go straight into the question. And my question is for Imo. Imo,
Hi, yeah, okay.
thank you. Now we're talking about AI adoption, right? So can you speak on the biggest drivers of AI adoption in enterprises today? Is it cost savings? Is it efficiency? Is it customer experience or regulatory compliance? So in your view, what are the biggest drivers when it comes to adopting AI in enterprises today?
So I will share some highlight on that. So I would say the first biggest driver for AI adoption, in particularly in companies in Africa, is in the area of efficiency. Operational efficiency is key. I will not dwell so much on cost optimization because, as one of the, I think it was mentioned in one of the panelist section, where I think already spoke about cost is not driven by AI. It is driven by efficient cost management within the team and the technical team to reduce technical debt. So I will lay more emphasis on the operational efficiency. If you look at the way the DevOps engineer and even those in the architect field like myself, and I do a little bit of DevOps at times. So we want to reduce that bottleneck, that making sure we at least we meet up with the deadline and all that. So in terms of operational efficiency, AI is really one of the key driver in that area and can be adopted for that. So another area I'll be speaking to is about the area of finances. If you look at the way the accountants and those also in the banking sector, fintech, and all that, they can easily just carry out financial reconciliations using AI, and see AI playing a major role in that area, because we spoke about people are worried about AI taking up their jobs. So I'm keen to that area in terms of the way AI will play out in the financial sector, and also looking at the customer service and experience. We all know that almost all the website, maybe e-commerce platform like Amazon and others. In Nigeria, we have the Jumia, which is the leading e-commerce platform, as I know, as of today. I think there are lots of them are being spiced up with a chatbot and pop up, and then these things are enriching customers' experience. I'm one of the person, I'm sorry to say, I do not have that much patience to wait in a long queue to be responded to. So having AI talking to me instantly and getting my problem resolved. So I see that as being one of the key drivers in that area. The other area is also the availability of cloud computing. We all understand that we have the cloud ecosystem is right there in Africa, it's right here in Africa, and most particularly we have AWS local zone in Lagos, and that will really serve as a key driver for building AI systems that help us to modernize our legacy systems and improve the way we work. So thank you very much on that question.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Imo. Truly, I think definitely AI is here to stay, and I know we are going to do justice to that. All right. I think my next question would go to Adeleke. Like I said, I know you've been an awesome member of this community, and also you have also been a support system to us every year. I think in the last 2 years, you've always been on this stage with us. So I would ask, right, how can AI-driven tools like Amazon DevOps Guru help reduce downtime and also improve operational reliability for African startups or enterprises?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very, very good question there. So in terms of tools like DevOps Guru, I think very soon you'll probably be hearing a lot more offerings that are going to come out in the DevOps space that will completely change the landscape of development and DevOps altogether. From even just looking at it from the point of view of your development environment, so from your IDEs and things like that. A lot of things are coming out in the next couple of months that would actually just revolutionize it. So with most of the answers that I'll be giving, I would say with everything with AI at this stage, how fast Gen AI, agentic AI, and all those things are moving, most of these answers may be only valid for today. And by tomorrow, something else might come up that would completely change it. So how can these tools actually reduce MTTR, or like the mean time to resolution and things like that? It really has to do with how you construct it at the end of the day, right? You have tools like DevOps Guru, which would potentially look at your logs, understand what you have in your pipelines, look at what your metrics are, and is able to proactively help you make corrections. Now, before, what you could see with things like DevOps Guru and things like that was it could analyze your logs, look at your metrics, and then tell you that, okay, potentially maybe there's a sales spike coming up. I think you should upgrade, or I think you should increase the bandwidth of your pipeline or something like that, right? So it was very proactive in telling you what to do. But in terms of changing the landscape of things like the MTTR, what really changes that is when you can action on those things, right, autonomously. When you can action on any anomaly detection autonomously. And that's where the whole concept of agentic AI comes into play. So prior now, you could see what was going, you could see the predictions, you could see what optimizations to make based off of the predictability of the DevOps group. But if your engineer is sleeping and it doesn't make those changes, you will still run into those problems and you still have a longer time to resolution. So how it boosts reliability is going to come in the agentic part of AI, and that's the combination of DevOps Guru with agentic AI. So I realized that there's going to be Black Friday coming up, or a big sales event coming up, and based on the logs and metrics from my pipeline, I can autonomously. Oh, sorry. Are you still there?
Yes, you're still here. Sorry.
Yeah, I can autonomously take action on behalf of what I'm seeing on the logs and things like that. So that's how it's actually going to help boosting the reliability. It's the actionable part. No, before we were stuck in the analysis and the predictability, and then we taking actions. But with actionable agents and that the agentic AI piece coming into what DevOps Gurus offers will really change the landscape and help boost that reliability and MTTR for these applications.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Adeleke. I think I'll leave it over to my co-host to proceed then. Tolu, over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Promise, and thank you, Adeleke, for that insightful one. Yeah, I'm going to cross over to Daniel. Daniel, I understand you have a little bit of the finance space, the knowledge of the finance space. So can you share or just talk to us about how banks, or let's say companies currently, let's just focus on Africa, are already leveraging the AWS AI services like Amazon Bedrock or the SageMaker? Can you just tell us a little bit about it, or maybe talk to us from experience, give us an example?
All right. Thank you very much, Solo. Okay, so this is actually a very important, very interesting question, because there's a difference between what is being implemented and what we say AI can be used for. All right. As someone who is working with tier one banks, especially in Nigeria, sometimes you have these beautiful ideas as to what you can use AI for, but then because of the underlying infrastructure, the infrastructure gaps in the financial sector, and some of the technological gaps as well, there are certain implementations you cannot just do. All right, and I think that is what we are trying to solve. But then, for us to implement a solution, or for solutions that have been implemented in the financial sector, we usually go with 4 quadrants, right? What's the easiest to implement and the fastest to get return? So easier to implement than fast return, difficult to implement, fast return, easier to implement, slow return, difficult to implement, slow return. But for most tier one banks, for most banks, right, the first thing they're trying to solve is the low hanging fruits, right? What can we implement quickly and we can get instant results? And a key implementation is in customer service, right? Till now, traditional banks, right, still struggle with customer service. You have this large customer base, but you cannot attend to it. So most times it's always a social media nightmare for most banks, because you have to go on social media to drag, a particular bank. Oh, I've been trying to reach out to your customer service team for about 2 weeks. I've not gotten a response. So what we are seeing right now is a rapid implementation of customer service agents. All right. So normally what you would have before is a one person to, let's say, 10,000 customers, but with implementation of, with AI agents right now that can try to minimize the time, a human would interact with the customer, right? Just remove the redundant task. For example, tasks that can be done without a human being involved, you bring in an AI agent. And we are seeing this, right, especially with tier one banks. And it's a low hanging fruit, because you implement it, you get instant results. Before we used to have rule-based systems, or if you want to do this, press 1, if you want to do this, press 2, and then in most cases your question is neither in 1 nor in 2. Your question could be in 1.5, and because you no longer have this system, these systems are not intuitive, you have to now go to the bank. But with AWS Bedrock, which gives you access to a lot of models where you can swap these models on the fly, you have these banks trusting AI agents to do the work that in most cases it's a nightmare for their customer service team. So that is amongst a myriad of examples that we can see with Bedrock and the models that Bedrock serves. The customer service agent or customer service agency I feel is where I think all banks come together and say, I think this worked for us. All right, we can keep layering more implementation with access to vector database, right, on AWS. access to embedding models. You can build your own RAG application where you can put your documents. So normally you would take about 2 people to just keep saying a particular thing. Maybe you have like 20 customers asking a single question, a particular question in a week. I mean, they're not being productive, right? It's tiring when you keep answering the same question. But with AI agents, right, you can build a solution with Bedrock, and then you automate this process really. So that is a key implementation for most banks right now in Nigeria and an extension in Africa.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for that, Daniel. I mean, like I said, AI agents are here to stay, and the more we keep understanding how this works, I think it would help our development both as professionals and as industries. So thank you so much for that once again, Daniel. All right, I think I would have my next question asked to Imo Etuk. So Imo, of course, like you said, we are here to talk about AI and the various changes that have been happening with AI with the services also provided by AWS. So now, what practical steps, right, should DevOps teams take to start integrating AI-driven anomaly detection into their existing AWS environment?
Okay, thank you very much, Promise, for that question. So, some of the practical steps that DevOps engineers can take in to start integrating the AWS anomaly detection into their existing environment, they can start leveraging AWS services like Amazon CloudWatch anomaly detection. A delegate just made mention of DevOps Guru. I think I play around it a bit, but then still looking out for it in full speed. So they also can use this to be able to detect metrics and also curb the way of some of the irregular patterns in the logs. And also, this also will help them to be able to avoid maybe over provisioning and also help secure the environment. Another way is also they can also integrate with MLOps tools like AWS SageMaker and be able to train models and deploy an anomaly detection models directly into their CI/CD pipelines on a daily basis. And I believe the AWS SageMaker offer a very good and low-code platform where they can start deploying their models and adopt MLOps practices in every step of the way. So another way is also they can also automate use AWS Lambda, combine Event Bridge and System Manager to trigger automation remediation actions in their pipelines. So these are some of the tools. And also when they want to monitor and iterate continuously, they can maybe establish feedback loops between developers by using some of the AWS monitoring tool, like I mentioned, the AWS CloudWatch can also will play a very huge role in helping them to monitor and iterate and also scale their CI/CD pipelines on a very great level that will help them to progress in their deployment. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Imo. I think I will hand it over to my co-host now, Tolu, to proceed from here. Hello, Tolu.
Yes, thank you, Promise. I would just ask Adeleke this interesting question. Can you all still hear me? I need to. Okay, yes.
Yes.
So now we are looking at AI presently, but now let's take it way forward, like 3 to 5 years from now. 3 to 5 years from now, how do you envision AI transforming the enterprise operations in Africa, or let's just say worldwide? How do you envision AI transforming enterprise operations in Africa? Let's just focus on Africa. And
Yeah.
what role do you see AWS as an organization playing in that shift in 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, so I mean, like I said earlier, I think most of this, I've had a lot of these conversations with customers, um, especially now that we have a very, we're thinking that it's a buzzword with AI and and all of that. And one of the first questions I ask is, currently where are we seeing the most value from AI? There's a whole lot of things going on. Like currently, where are we seeing the most value? We're not making very few people are making money from AI in itself, apart from those who are building the LLMs. That's the language model. So where are we seeing the most value from the companies? And the top value point has been in workforce productivity, right? That has been the number one thing that he has been resonating with most organizations. They're either implementing quicker workflows for HR businesses, internal documentation summarization, emails. So workforce productivity has been the pillar so far, driving all the Gen AI applications, right? And the AI buzz itself. So when I'm looking at enterprises itself, how do I see this playing out in the next 3 to 5 years? What's going to happen is we are going to see productivity double, right? We're going to see a lot of new startups. We're going to see a lot of organizations releasing products a lot faster. Operational tasks are going to get a lot quicker. The learning curve for a lot of things are going to get a lot steeper, which will increase innovation ultimately. So in the next 5 years, the transformation is not just going to be in the AI space, but it's also going to be in the digital space altogether, which is why, like for a continent like Africa, cleaning up our data pipelines, making sure that we are gathering data now as much as possible is going to be critical so that we can catch on to that wave. So, making sure that, like in the financial cycle, like Daniel said, making sure we have those transactions, we are able to use that as training data for the LLMs that will potentially come into that space. So productivity is where I see that will be very, very key and will be a huge leap and bound. So I don't know exactly what areas, but I'm expecting that, especially in Africa, we're going to see a lot of things in the enterprise and startup space, operational tasks that are going to go like 2x or 5x in the next 5 years in terms of how we are able to close the gap. Another thing that, from an AWS standpoint, and I'll just speak this, I'm speaking as someone who is aware of how much we are working together as an organization to position AI for developing countries as well as the developed world. The key is going to be making sure that we are able to, AWS looking at how to democratize AI, and that's the infrastructure with things like Bedrock, ensuring that everybody can get access to all of these models. I know one of the sessions today was talking about MCP, the MCP servers, building that with making products like Agent Core. I think Agent Core is was released a couple of months ago, which can help you build agents with little or no code, right? So those kind of things are going to come. More and more of those are going to come into play, which will potentially affect staff productivity and also increase the pace of innovation. And we'll see the transformation in the enterprise products that are going to come out, not necessarily on the AI space. That's my take on that.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Adeleke. Thank you so much for that. All right. I think my next question will go to Daniel. And Daniel, this is my question to you, right? How are organizations in Africa prioritizing AI adoption within their digital transformation roadmaps, especially when budgets are tight and data maturity levels vary?
Okay, so all right, so I think I'm going to pick some points in my earlier in what I said in my earlier answer rather, and that's to how can I benefit from AI as quick as possible, because of, again, infrastructure gap, access to proper finance. You have companies that cannot wait for a long time for them to say, oh, can I wait for 6 months, 1 year before I can benefit from AI? There's no time. All right. So right now, what African companies are doing now, especially in the financial sector, is we know that AI can do this for me. I know AI can implement this. I know AI can transform this. But how can I benefit from AI in the short term? So, like Adeleke said, productivity. So most companies are going through the productivity route. I understand that AI can transform my code. AI can do this for me. But first of all, a key driver of my operation is in the human factor, right? The human part of my company is where is what drives my operation. So how can I bring in AI there? And like I said, the four quadrants, right? Which is the easiest to implement and which is fastest, which is fastest to bring in returns. I don't want to wait for 2 years. I mean, I don't have a long time to begin to plan. Oh, fine, if I implement this ML solution, it takes me about 1 year, 6 months if I can get a returns. No, I mean, I don't have that cash on money to begin to invest in talents and resources to do that. While that can be a long-term goal for me, all right, but the short-term goal is what is important for me, especially right now where the AI buzz is all around. We're having evidences of companies actively benefiting from AI. So why should I not be part of that cluster of companies? So what most companies are doing right now is prioritizing what will give them that short-term gain. So, for example, like I said earlier, customer service agents. Why would I want to invest in 20, 25, 30 persons just to be in my customer service team when I can just build one AI agent, right, that can help assist my five members of the customer service team. So I don't have to expand, right? I can still retain the talent I have and just help make their work faster. All right. So it's all about the short-term gain, right? How can AI optimize my business processes? For technology companies in Africa, where you see that transformation is in their building capacity. All right. So right now I don't need to expand my development team. I don't need to hire 20 more engineers. I don't need to hire 10 more engineers, right? With code tools, right, I can bring it into my development phase. So normally I need to increase the quantity of my development. I need to increase the number of engineers I have just to fast track certain development processes. But I don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to hire 10 junior engineers. I don't need to hire a lot of interns where, okay, after this project is done, I don't know what to do with them. So I just have redundant staff who are not working, but I have to pay them. So with implementations like, coding assistance tools, I can bring in I just have like 3 senior AI engineers. I have 3 senior software engineers. I have maybe 3 or let's say 5 junior engineers and maybe 1 intern. It's enough for me. Bring in that coding assistant. So it fast tracks development. What will take me 6 weeks to build takes me 3 weeks to build, right? Because we now have that assistance, right? So instead of scaling in numbers, now we are now scaling in productivity. So it's all about productivity for most companies. And I don't need to spend so much. All right. I don't need to build my own LLM. I don't need to hire a massive machine learning team or AI team to begin to do all these things. No. I mean, with AWS resources, I just need one person. I just need the solution architect or the AI engineer who comes in. Oh, you can use this, you can use that, and then you're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniel, for that. I think I would then hand over to my colleague Tolu to take it out from here. Hello, Tolu.
Yes, thank you, Promise. We are rounding up the session now. So I just have one question for all 3 speakers right now. It's simple, right? We've been talking about AI agents and AI adoption. So I would like each of you, but I'll start with Imo, then Adeleke can go, then Daniel. Just give us one statement on be it AI agents or AI adoption, your choice. Just give us one statement to round up this session. So one statement on agents or AI agents or AI adoption.
I think I will stick to AI agents because AI agent is one of the things I really love recently. One of the capabilities of AI agent mostly that I love so much is the ability to think wider than the normal LLMs. And the ability to also perform tasks autonomously without human intervention and all that. And all these are right available on the AWS. Such one of them are the AWS Bedrock Agent. I think AWS also has Agent Squad that enables developers to manage multiple agents in one place. So all these are available right in the AWS ecosystem. Thank you.
I will be probably twofold. I think the first one I would say is we want to look at AI as not something that is going to take your jobs or take jobs. We want to look at AI as something that is going to free you up to do more important things, right? And I think that's where the misconception is for a lot of teams who think that AI is going to take their jobs. I'm no longer going to be a junior developer. If you're not going to be a junior developer, it means that you can leapfrog to become a senior developer, right? So we're just going to give you time to do more things. So my final word is AI isn't magic. It's talking about data, infrastructure, and governance, and your imagination. And once African businesses begin to understand these 4 factors right, then they can bring in the agentic part of it that will unlock the moments that we're all looking for across industries. And that's what I'll leave it at.
Yeah. Awesome. Daniel, over to you.
All right. I'm tempted to speak to AI agents because I'm an engineer, but as a consultant, I'll speak to AI adoption. I think right now, every Nigerian company is aware now that they have to begin to gear towards data maturity. All right. We've been speaking about having a proper data infrastructure, right, as a 21st century company the past 5 years. And I mean, it's as if we're just speaking to the future, because right now the company or the organization who is going to benefit significantly from artificial intelligence adoption is that company that is very, very strong on data infrastructure. All right. You want to build a customer service application, you need documentation. You need documentation on your processes, on your solution delivery, because that is what AI would have to, imitate to interact with humans. So for any organization out there, and I think for startups right now, I think now you don't have to begin to think of how you want to go through all your existing infrastructure and bring tiers some down and build back up. Right now you are building. So as you're building, have data maturity in mind. Have documentation for every delivery you're doing, have documentation for every processes you are implementing, have documentation for anything, because you would benefit from it, not just in the long term anymore, in the short term.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniel. I would like to also say thank you so much to all the speakers, Imo, Adeleke, and Daniel. We're rounding up this session now, and we'll be handing over to our base in Lagos to continue. So thank you so much, everyone, for this amazing session. It was nice.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Promise. That was
an Imo.
Awesome. Yes, Imo, Daniel, all the speakers of stage that were online, right? Thank you for that session. All right. We are resuming the next session right now. I don't want to see plate too, because it's over 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes. So we are moving straight into the next session, right, which is also the last session of this auspicious occasion, the AWS Community Day West Africa 2025. Are you excited about that?
They're not back from their break. All right. We are moving into the next session.
Yes.
Which means that the break is over. So can we have your attention, please? If you're meeting someone, now is not the time. That time has passed, but I'm sure you'll get another time right after today's event. If you're downstairs and you can hear my voice, it's time to come back into the hall, please. If you're at the back, people at the back, hello. If you can hear me, please come back to your seats.
Yes, please, as well, if you're outside the hall, it is time to get inside. We want to make sure that we conclude this event in time. We want to do every other thing remaining under an hour. So please, if you're outside, please come inside. If you know someone that was seated beside you that are not here, do well to call them. Please do well to call them in. Also, as well, volunteers outside, please send all the participants outside inside. We are kickstarting the next session right about now.
Hello, if you're in front and you are having conversations, now is not the time.
You are wrong.
Please, you can wrap up your conversations right away. We are going into the next session. And trust me, you want to be around for this one. You want to be around for this one. All right, you know what we're going to do? If you're still in the room, please can you just fill up the spaces in front of you? Let's just fill up the chairs. People that are coming in, don't worry, they'll sit behind you. Please just fill up the spaces in front of you. If you can see me and you can hear me and there's a chair in front of you that is empty, please fill it up.
Thank you. Come up, come up, come up.
Thank you.
Fill up the seat right beside. You can see there's a volunteer there telling you to come up to the front.
Please
If you are
listen
still
to them.
outside, please come inside. If you are still at the back at the booth, please come forward.
Come
Let
forward,
all
come
participants,
forward.
let all members, let everybody, volunteers, fill up the seats right in front of you so we can kickstart this next session.
All right. Have we done that?
Some persons are still seated at the back.
Please, if you're seated at the back, there are seats in front here. Please, we need you to fill them up right away. Please.
Thank you very much.
We are asking kindly. Please fill up the spaces in front of you. If you're downstairs, volunteers, please, we'll really like that you help us get the attention of the people downstairs because we need them in the hall right now. You really don't want to miss this session. It's hackathon time.
Yes.
Really.
Whoa,
So why are you
announcing
looking
the
shocked?
winners.
It's hackathon time and you really don't want to miss this session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As you do that, please come forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The chairs are for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for doing that. Thank you. You know what? You know what? I said something before we ended the last session. I said we always, at AWS Community Day, we always keep the last we always keep the best, I beg your pardon, for the last session. So that you are still here by this time. You deserve a warm round of applause. Please put your hands together for yourself.
Yes. Please put your hands together for
Do
yourself.
that better and louder. It's for yourself, it's not for me. Yes, awesome. Aramide, we forgot to mention, the participants that are online, watching. We are not just here. We know we had hundreds of people gathered in the room this morning. Some persons were also gathered online. Please, a warm round of applause for all the participants that are online. Do that better.
They can see us, but we can't see them.
Yes.
But they can hear you. So put your hands together for them. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us today. Guys, who's excited about hackathon? I love it. Just two people. Who's excited about hackathon? Yes, hackathon has been going on. It's been going on for a while now. Okay. All right. Just getting to me right now that the judges are not here yet. I would like to do this in the presence of the sponsor. So while we wait for that, we'll just go into our next panel session.
And that's the last as well for today. Are you excited?
I hope you pay attention this time. I mean, you paid attention the last time, but even better, rapt attention. All right. Our next panel session, we have an amazing lineup over here, and I can't wait to listen to all the nuggets that will be spilling, all the insights that we are ready to take away from this place today. And they are going to be discussing around AI, cloud, and the African hustle, turning challenges into opportunities. That's such an interesting topic. That's such an interesting topic. All right. Guys, I have a question, by the way. African hustle.
All right.
I have a question. And actually want you to be very practical and actually tell me. If you didn't have to worry about money and you could have 1 year's supply of one thing, don't say cash, don't say money. If you could have 1 year's supply of something, every day they are supplying you this thing, what would you like it to be?
I actually thought we were going to say data.
Nobody's saying feel.
So people are saying food. Someone is saying good food.
Good. Oh.
There's food and there's food.
Like spaghetti. Voucher.
This is your you don't know, your defining moment. You can say voucher and somebody is saying, you know what, we are giving out vouchers. Who said voucher again? I only had one voice.
You came from that place.
You can. I said good food.
You said good food.
You said voucher.
Good thing that we already gave out good food today. We already gave out good food.
Yes, unfortunately,
today.
I don't have the power to give out vouchers.
But what else? What else? Anybody? Sorry?
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. What? Unlimited data. Love it.
AWS free credit. Shout. Don't know your helper can be in this room. What do you want again?
Why is that? Was it yours? AWS free credit. We could just say, who's that? Who said that? Okay, don't worry. By the power bestowed on me.
Okay. Let's see what she can do.
Command.
Let's see what she can do.
Where's Ore?
Ore, where are you?
You know when you're holding this mic, you have power.
Where are you, Ore? Where are you?
Where's Ore? I want to command Ore real quick.
Ore, don't show. You're about to enter your hotspots, but you know.
But don't worry, I'll see you. But that's good. That's really good to know. And I know that we hustle a lot in Africa. And, I was actually looking out to hear things like data, food, and things like that, which is amazing. And the next panel session, we're going to be hearing, a lot of things about how AI, cloud, and the African also are intertwined and how we can turn challenges into opportunities.
Yes.
This lineup is very, very, very amazing. The first person I have on my list is an information security analyst. And I'm talking about no other person, but the person of Diogo Anekwe.
That's not our deal. That's not
Thank
our
you, guys.
deal. You can do that better, louder for Diogo. Come on.
I love it.
Don't stop clapping. Do that better, louder.
Where's
for
Diogo
and Nikwe, right? I hope I got that correctly.
Yeah. Where's Diogo and Nikwe? Oh my God. Please put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for her, please. Love it, sir.
Awesome. The next panelist on this panel session is also a cloud developer associate. And
please have your seat. Thank you.
None other than this special personality with quite a number of years, experience in the IT industry. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please, with a resounding applause, please make welcome Osinachi Okpara. Do that better and louder.
Come on.
For Osinachi Okpara. Don't stop clapping like we said.
Until you see Osinachi.
Oh my God, he's been at the front since. Do that better and louder for him. He's a fine guy. Maybe when you see his face, you clap better. Do that better, please.
You've seen his face and you're still not clapping better. Are you for real? Thank you. Thank you. All right, the next person we have here is an AWS cloud captain. Somebody say capo.
Capo.
Say capo.
Capo.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Abdulrazak Noibi.
Awesome. You can do better than that. It's coming right up. Make it louder. Make it better.
Make some noise.
The way Kevin is looking at me, wants to take all the gifts that they've given me. You're not clapping, looking at me. I see my hands. So. Awesome. Then the last person on this panel session is also a AWS Cloud Captain, and we are delighted and so honored to have him join the last panel session of the AWS Community Day 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, with that same energy, a resounding applause. Are you putting your hands together? Please make welcome Abolaji Abdurrahman. To the better and louder for Abolaji Abdurrahman. Come on, don't stop clapping till you get off stage.
Keep clapping. Where is Abolaji Abdurrahman? All right, while we wait, I'd like you to now give a very special welcome to the moderator of this panel session, this very, very, very knowledgeable and intelligent moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding applause, make some noise for Chelsea Ifedenezi. I hope I got that correctly.
She's coming right up. She's
Whoa,
coming right
put
up.
your hands together for Chelsea.
Do that better. All right.
Chelsea will be moderating this session.
Yeah. Like I said, the moderators will be able to read your minds and ask questions you want to ask the panelists. And trust me, you're going to have an amazing time. Are you ready? No, that's not someone that's not the sound of those that are ready. Are you ready for the last panel session? All right. I'll leave you in the safe hands of Chelsea. Over to you, Chelsea.
All right. Thank you for that generous introduction. So, guys, we're going to be having another panel session, and my name is Chelsea Ifedenezi, and I'll be moderating this session. So, in this session, we're going to be talking about a very interesting topic, which is AI, cloud, and the African hustle. How to turn challenges into opportunities, rather. So, as we can see, we have an amazing and brilliant lineup of speakers over here that will be able to share their insights on everything cloud and everything AI in the context of Africa. So, thank you so much for being here. I'm really honored. So, we can begin the conversation. Yeah, so I would like us to start with some real talk, right? What does the African hustle mean to you in the context of tech and the startup ecosystem in general? Osinachi, would you like to take that?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Sorry, can you hear me? People at the back, can you hear me? Okay, so yes, I'm really excited to be here. Like, very huge opportunity for me. Thank you guys for the event so far. Please give a round of applause for the volunteers, the organizers, and everyone. So yeah, African hustle. If I would answer that question, I would say African hustle has to do with how, despite the constraints that we have as a continent, despite the limited resources, despite the lack of basic infrastructure, so to speak, things like light, things like electricity, we as youths, and if many people might not know this statistic, but Africa has like the youngest population like across all other continents, across the world. So we are very agile on this continent. We are very willing to put ourselves to the test. We are really very willing to go the extra mile to learn stuff, to put ourselves through challenges and stuff, to learn and to grow and to develop ourselves. I think that's how I'll put that question.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure everybody here can relate because we're all in Africa and we are all into tech one way or the other. That's why we are in this room. Thank you so much for that. I would like to hear every other person's insight into this. Angela, you can go next.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. Good evening, everyone. Okay, like Osinachi just mentioned about the African hustle being that of resilience, I also agree. And what I would add to that is that in Africa, we have this um, relentless kind of creativity within us. And we look at our environment and we turn our challenges into prospects. For instance, one of the speakers, Chibike Wachuku, built a faceless, serverless application that we can use for voting. And I classify that as an MVP. It has not been battle tested, but that kind of product can be used to, it can be turned into something that would solve real-time problems. And that is just one of the things that we have within us as Africans. We look at our environment and we pinpoint our challenges and we use those challenges, turn them into opportunities, and we take them into the global stage to be able to claim what is rightfully ours. So that is what I have to say about that.
Thank you very much. That really sums it all, honestly, because I can see in Africa, everybody knows that our hustle is unstoppable. So thank you for that insight. Would you like to contribute something?
All right. Thank you so much, Chelsea, for that question. And good evening, everyone. I'm very sure that you guys have been having fun and also enjoying the session. So when we talk about Africa hustle, I'm very sure that the word hustle is not just a buzzword for us. Like, it's a struggle. If you look at the things that happen, there's a lot of issues that we have in Africa. I mean, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to light issues or not having power, things like that. You see that all these issues, despite all these challenges, we were able to like rise and be able to solve problems. If you're a tech person here, you write code, right? I want to see your hand. Have you been in a situation where your data is not just going? Have you been in that situation? Network is not going right. So these are some of the challenges that we face. But despite with all these challenges, we're still able to code. We're still able to do things. We were resilient and we're able to solve problems. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm sure all of us can relate to their responses, right? We are all in Africa and we are doing these things and we are seeing the challenges, but somehow we always find a way to turn them into opportunities, right? Thank you so much for those insights. Okay, so my next question will go to Abolaji. So you're a DevOps engineer and you work with the cloud and you work with AI. What would you say is a specific challenge that you faced when building with cloud and AI, and how did you turn that into an opportunity?
All right, thank you very much for that question. Good evening, everyone. So when talking about challenges, as a builder, as an innovator, which everyone I believe in this room is, when I was trying to build, let's say a solution I've been trying to do some few years ago, I have this challenge of getting AWS credits, to do some things on AWS, right? So it was a challenge for me, but I felt I didn't have a community then. So it was the community I then began to be in 2023 or pro that gave me some insight about some AWS programs that you can apply to, then get some AWS credits, such as AWS Activate. There are a lot of AWS partners too that are also willing to give you credit once they see your solution, what you want to build. They're ready to give you some upfront credit to play with some AWS services then you build. So it was a challenge for me, and I believe community was the solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Abolaji. That was really helpful because I'm sure that a lot of us here, we want to start working with the cloud, want to start working with AI, but we might think, oh, cost is a challenge. How do we even start, bringing up these resources when we don't have the money to fund them, right? But thank God for AWS credits. And thank God for the programs that you talked about, like the AWS Activate, right? So we're able to go with those programs to get credits to use and, build whatever we want to build. So Thank you for that insight. Would you like to add something, Abdurazak?
Not really.
What's Nachi? Do you want to share something?
So like I have so many stories and anecdotes. I think the first one, I think many people here can relate. At least if you use AWS and you have maybe a Visa card and you try to use on AWS, like it doesn't work. Visa cards don't work on AWS. That's one of the first issues. The second one I think I've faced is Bedrock. So Bedrock is expensive. Like even if you are at the top of the line, like you earn at like the highest level of earners, at least in Nigeria, you would still struggle with how expensive Bedrock is. Please, is there anyone here that builds with Bedrock currently here? Anybody? Okay, I see someone's hand. Yes, I see another person. You guys can attest to the fact that using models on AWS can be very expensive. So that's another problem. Then another problem I have faced personally is open source models. Sometimes if you want to run them locally, it can be very expensive too, because you have to download those models. You have to host them on maybe GPUs. If you don't want to host them on GPUs, maybe you can host them on a T3 Micro, NVIDIA AMI. Then host it on that and use it and run your inference. But then if you can't do that, and I think sometimes credits don't account for those kind of usages. So there are just so many challenges. It's just that sometimes you just have to navigate your way. Sometimes I get free credits that count for Bedrock usage. Sometimes I get free credits I can use to build other stuff on AWS. So they're just different ways we've been able to navigate. And also with the cards parts, I think MasterCard, some MasterCards in Nigeria, not all. So not all of them, some of them work. And I think AWS now supports Naira payments now. So yes, so those are just some of them that I've faced. Yeah, sorry, and AWS, like network. Like sometimes, I don't know, many people here would have faced this one. There's no way. AWS and MTN, like they are battling. They have serious, thank you. They have serious. So what I do now is like Cloudflare DNS, Warp, or I use a VPN. So yes, so these are just some, but like, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Osinachi. I can see a lot of the audience could relate to what you're saying. Everybody has faced this issue in one way or the other. Thank you so much for that insight. So, Angela, you are a security analyst, right? So I would like to ask, what are some unique African problems you think AI and cloud is currently solving in Africa?
Okay. The unique African problem I can think of right now is something like data fragmentation. Now, most of the compliance frameworks we use in Africa, most of them are GDPR, European based, and PCI DSS, payment card. I know that it still works, but it is not a local data protection law. Now we have NDPA, yeah, NDPA, Abi NDPR, yeah, NDPR. So now this local data, AWS is doing a lot to ensure that as data that we store on the cloud are compliant to foreign compliance frameworks, we are also integrating they are also integrating our own local data protection laws, especially for Nigeria, and other laws that come from, aside from NDPA, the CBN laws for companies that are in the fintech. So it's also helping them comply to that. And on the side of artificial intelligence, so for instance, this is a use case. I'm not 100% sure that it is working right now, but it is a use case. So the issue of advanced threat detection. Now, the cyber threat landscape in Nigeria is different from the one that is in the world. And that is why most times, if you don't have solutions that are 100% local, would miss out on a lot of things in terms of threat detection. So with Gaduti uses an advanced machine learning in threat detection. And if we have the local data and the local cyber threat landscape in our cloud environment like Gaduti, if you're using Azure, there is Azure Defender, and I think Microsoft Sentinel also uses artificial intelligence. So with this, whenever there is issue, especially issue that are peculiar to our environment, we can have artificial intelligence help us in advanced threat detection, and also have the cloud platforms give us protection or framework that are very local to us, and also have artificial intelligence use that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you for giving us insights on that. Right. So we'll be moving to another really another question. I know this one comes in like bogs the mind of a lot of people, right? So in Africa here rather, you see a lot of startups in their early stage. They are not sure if they should go with the cloud because they feel like it's expensive. They don't know if it's worth it, you know. So some people would say cloud is expensive for early stage startups, right? While some will say it's an enabler. So where do you stand in these debates? Osinachi, would you like to give us an insight on that?
So I'll always lean on the side of using stuff or keeping things simple. First of all, keeping things as simple as possible. Today when I don't I don't want to throw shade, but today it's not shade in any way actually. But today when I was going through the when Chibike, the Golden Jackets guy, when he was going through the architecture of everything, I was just looking at this. I was like, is there no simpler way to like build this house? Is there no way to reduce the amount of services? Is there no way to even not use AWS in general? Just use maybe like open source services, then deploy to EC2 and just let it go like that. So like some of these considerations are some things you should take into like you should take some of these things into consideration while deploying stuff. I would say if you are starting like if you are a very like an SME basically, I would say just use all these like Vercel or GoDaddy, just all these very simple basic stuff that you can work with subscriptions. You don't have to think so much about IAM because even cloud engineers are dying from IAM, like how to handle IAM. And you as a small business person, you're not focusing on your business. You're focusing on how to manage policies, how to ensure that your S3 does not is not exposed to the public, so you don't serve. So all these considerations are not things you should be focusing on, and that's the entire essence of the cloud if you really think about it. To like simplify a lot of things. So honestly, I would advise use the simplest solution for your use case whenever like at that point in time, then scale when necessary. The conversation about Kubernetes and whether to use Kubernetes and whether or not to use Kubernetes is endless. Like a lot of people still talk about it now. And some people use it even when like they've known. I worked with somebody recently. I was telling one of my friends here. I was working with somebody recently. He did not have any user. He did not have any like he didn't even have an MVP. The guy was already thinking about how to deploy his application on Kubernetes. Like so many, he was even like having different microservices, so different Kubernetes deployments for every single microservice. I was like asking this guy, you don't even have one user, nobody knows this your application works, and everything. And the guy was, I don't want to. This thing is live. Hey, Chineke, man. But you get the idea. Like you have to be as lean as possible. The lean mindset is something you have to take into consideration. Like use only what you need when you need it. When you need something extra, then you now move it and you should also work to make your code scalable. So you don't write code that is too that's how will I put this now? Yes, that is too like monolithic in nature, so that it now becomes difficult for you to switch to a microservice based architecture later down the line. So you should ensure that from the very start, you are security conscious. First of all, that one is like a no-brainer. But you are also conscious of your code to ensure that okay, if in any case I have to scale up, I'll be clear. I don't have to bring in people and have a lot of technical debt when I'm trying to move into let's say Lambda, or I'm trying to deploy myself on Lambda. So work with what you have, work with what you can afford, and work with what is simple. Be as simple as possible. Sometimes some of the technologies that we use are almost very unnecessary. you can use simple code to do it. There are libraries that can like cut down the latency and the times you need to deploy many things. So just use those. Then later down the line, you can think about other things.
All right. Let's give me a round of applause for that response. Wow. Thank you so much, Sachinachi. So what Nachi said is very powerful because there are a lot of startups out there. If you're a startup in the room or you're planning to be a startup, you've heard this from here. Start simple. You don't have to deploy all the resources on the cloud to know you're using the cloud. So thank you so much, Nachi, for that. Abdurazak, do you want to chip in something? Okay, Abalaji. Okay.
Yeah, I want to add to what Osinachi have said. I think you like break everything down. The truth is, as a startup, you don't want to like spend so much money to build a product. You want to focus on of course, you want to build and ship, but you have to also consider that cloud is not cheap. Cloud is expensive. I'm going to tell you the truth. If you have deployed application on the cloud, you are being charged in dollars and not in naira. And now you are in Nigeria. Imagine you convert that money. It's a lot of money. Now you mentioned about Kubernetes. I don't understand how someone would do that. It does not even make sense to me. Yeah, so that's yes, exactly. Yeah, but this is what I want to say is that in as much that cloud is expensive, I will also say that it's an enabler. Also, it also gives business to be able to like ship their product as fast as possible on the cloud. AWS has something that they do, fintech educate, is it advocate or something. They kind of like support the startup businesses with $25,000. It doesn't to apply. So if imagine that you have $25,000 in your account to start up a business, it's not a lot. It's a lot. That means you can actually use the cloud to build something and to start your business. So that's what I want to add to what Osinachi said.
All right, thank you very much. That was really insightful. Abalaji, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, so I just wanted to add something, but I felt Abrazak has mentioned that. So for me, in the local context of Nigeria, we can say cloud is expensive, right? But at the same time, it's an enabler if you use it wisely, like almost every panelist has mentioned. So AWS has a lot of services, more than 200. So why should you go to Kubernetes when you have some other optimized, cost optimized solution that you can, venture to? So I believe the first basic thing for a startup who doesn't know anything about AWS is understanding what you want to do. So do your research, do ensure that you understand what your solution and the services that will address it in a cost optimized way. So I believe with your credit that are also available, like you mentioned, startup do get $25,000 credit from AWS and some other things you are ready to build, and it will definitely enable you. So that's just what I want to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful insight. Thank you. So key takeaways: start simple, use the cloud wisely. Okay, so to my next question, to you, Angela. So where do you see the biggest untapped opportunities currently in Africa when it comes to cloud and AI?
Okay. Where do I see? All right. Okay. I may not have seen this yet, but I saw it during the session, during the first keynote. And our keynote gave us some idea how we can use AI for prediction in the fashion industry. And trust me, I used to be a fashion designer, and I never saw the need to use artificial intelligence in fashion because I always think that AI has to be relevant in technology. But Africa has a lot of untapped markets, especially the cloud. I don't know if anybody did AWS Educate, the hustle to get a certification that did not work. If you did it, please, can I see your hand up? Yeah. So you can agree with me that there is this program where one of the sessions where we had to look at, there was someone that used artificial intelligence for agriculture. And this is where we can also bring it. Now we have Internet of Things working. And that is just the way we have IoTs working in our homes. We can also use artificial intelligence in the field, that is in agriculture, that is using cloud as well. And aside from, the healthcare service, Nigerian healthcare system, and gladly it is improving because I visited hospital a while ago and I didn't need to use pen and paper to sign in my name. Everything is already documented in the system. So how about a system where hospitals begin to use more of artificial intelligence, not just artificial intelligence like generative AI tools like we prompt ChatGPT, but building healthcare systems with battle-tested artificial intelligence program to help when a customer, when a patient, for instance, has visited the hospital a couple of times. I think an AI tool can be able to help you understand when next he or she could come based on how frequent they've come. So, and looking at the cloud, we are talking about scaling. We have hospital native applications that we can deploy in the cloud. And aside from that, I want to make one key takeaway from me, and I don't know if our leaders are listening. This issue of, during JAMB registration, we are struggling with internet. During WIAC registration, we are struggling. When there is a major national issue, we start struggling with having internet, NYSC, and all those stuff. How about we take those applications to the cloud? The cloud scales a whole lot. You can scale from 1 to 1,000. So with this, our government digital infrastructure, our private digital infrastructure can be running on the cloud, and then we use artificial intelligence for overall improvements. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angela. Wow, that was a lot, right? So we can see that there's still areas for improvement in the health sector, in government, a lot of untapped energy here in Africa. So thank you so much for that insight, right? So to wrap up our panel session, I hope you guys have been getting a lot of insightful insights. Thank you. So to wrap up our panel session, I'm going to ask every panelist a quick question, right? So if you had 30 seconds to advise a young Nigerian innovator who feels like the odds are stacked up against them because they're in Africa, what would you say? Starting from you, Angela.
Okay, I'm not advising Nigeria innovators. I'm advising myself because in as much as I'm sitting here, I am still at the level where we are trying to find our square roots, right? So now, the advice I'm going to give to myself now is the odds are against us, but that is an opportunity. I believe that people who built aircrafts first, they saw a challenge of movement and they solved it with building an aircraft. All the tools we use, the clothes we wear, was a challenge that came from cold, from nakedness, and all those stuff. So, how about we turn our challenges into opportunities? Every day before I sleep, I ask myself, where can I contribute? Not just what someone has done, or maybe what someone has done, but how can I improve upon that? And I know that we are quick to making excuses that, oh, we count all our problems before we count solutions. But then I believe that if you come out today to build, you would have people who would support you with all the resources that you need. All they just need to see is your commitment, your drive towards what you are building. So let's stop complaining about all the issues we face in Africa and start looking at or channeling those complaints into opportunities that we can use to improve ourselves and better our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you so much. That was so insightful. Okay, Osinachi, please
Yes.
go ahead.
So what I want to add to this is, and this is also to myself too. So, please, I would like to beg everybody that is seeing all the AI news and all the new technologies are coming out every single week. Like people, GPT-5 came out about a month ago. Sonnet 4.5 came out last week. Gemini 3 is about to come out next year. And almost every week, the paradigms are changing. Everything is changing. So what I want to advise you, in fact, myself, like she did, is learn at your own pace. I'm giving this advice with asterisk because I'm not saying go and be lazy and say, oh, he said, learn at my own pace. If Saba catch you and you are the one that is handling, it's not me that advised you that way. Learn at your own pace means you are trying your best, you are learning, but like the tech is moving faster than you. Like as much as you are trying to catch up, it's moving faster than you. You can only do so much. Like we are not machines. As much as we might, and the reason why I'm saying it, I'm saying it to myself. Like we are not machines. I'm not a machine. Like you can only learn so much. Your brain can only take so much, at least at any given time. People use 4 years to learn this stuff, and as we speak, some curriculums are outdated right now. Like many people that if you took an LLM course last year, like I even gave a speech last year about how infrastructure is the future of AI and how the current paradigm of data models, big models, and compute is plateauing. Right now, the algorithms behind some of these large language models have evolved, like they have gone above and beyond like what my speech was covering. So that my speech now is outdated as it stands. It's very, very outdated because the algorithms have gone beyond what I was talking about then. So learn at your own pace. Try your best. Try to be consistent. In fact, like consistency should be your priority now. There's an advice that someone gave me, or I saw somewhere, I can't remember. But the advice is basically don't be the most, how will I say it now? But don't be the one with the most activity. Be the one with the most consistent activity. I think that's how I can put it. So be the one that they know is reliable, the one that is consistent with learning, the one that no matter how much because the information is just too much. There's MCP today, there's A2A today, there's ADK today. All the abbreviation, there's B2C even, there's B2B, there's SaaS, there's like all these abbreviations will come at you. But if you are not one to brace yourself and just be okay with the fact that you might not know everything. In fact, the best of the best people still, in fact, that's one thing I was talking about with somebody, is that the AI race has made this, like the playing field, very even. Anybody can contribute to the conversation, no matter how new or how old you are, because of how new, because of how cutting edge the field still is. Like everybody's still figuring things out in this field. So don't be that person that kicks themselves because they're not learning as fast as this person, or they're not doing this as fast as this person. Try as much as possible. Some of you have full-time jobs. Some of you are juggling 3 gigs at the same time, and you're comparing yourself with somebody that is online and constantly posting every day. Please don't be that person. Try your best, even if it's 1 hour every day, as long as you're consistent with what you're doing, as long as you're pushing, as long as you're trying. I know the job market is not easy. I'm currently inside it, and I know many people can like attest to this. So it's not easy at all. And I know that it can be very annoying to look like someone that does not know so much. But our advice that you should not let that get to you, because if you let that get to you, like you will be very traumatized and you'll be very depressed.
All right.
So I'm sorry for going on, but you get the idea. Just learn at your pace and try your best.
Thank you very much. Just naturally, we said 30 seconds. Anyway, thank you very much for that. Abdurazak, do you want to share something real quick so that Abolaji can share something real quick and we wrap it up?
All right. Thank you so much, Chelsea. First of all, I will say, my 2 panelists here have been able to cover a lot. The truth is, with a lot of information that we have right now, it's actually will make you to be overwhelmed. Definitely. Like, there's a lot of things going on. But for me personally, one of the things that I do to kind of not get into chaos is to kind of specialize. Like, I don't care about what is going on. I'm a DevOps engineer, so I stick to it. This is what I'm doing. Oh, there is AI, there is this, there is that. Fine. But I'm not saying that do not make do of AI. AI is important. You need AI so that you can also accelerate fast, so that you can ship product fast, so that as a DevOps engineer, you can also like deploy self-infrastructure and all of that. I'm not denying those things. What I'm saying is that you need to stick to a particular niche, master your onions, learn the fundamentals, then use AI in that field. In DevOps now, we have people that do MLOps. We have people that do AI ops, platform, all those things. Then, if you're a DevOps engineer, then come into that field. Use AI to accelerate and build faster. So yeah, another thing that we add to it is that, being African, first of all, you're already disadvantaged. So there is a lot. Imagine you are competing with people in the US. You are already disadvantaged. That's the truth. These guys have what it takes. They have the data centers, they have the infrastructures, they have the data pipelines, and all of that. So you are actually competing with these people. So what you can do is to kind of keep learning, learn, build, be resilient. Don't give up. It's not going to be easy. Trust me. It's going to be. The road is bumpy. It's difficult, but with resiliency, with consistency, you are going to, top above. Yeah. So that's
Thank you very much, Abdirazak. Thank you for that. Abolaji, do you want to share something?
All right,
Please, let's
fellow
listen up.
panelists, as done judges to that question, but what I just want to add are two things. So the journey so far, I started this journey of tech in 2022, and I get to realize while I was reflecting on how I started the journey till this moment, though the African also is part of it. But what I've been able to realize is the power of community. Community is so powerful. So if you are stuck up there and maybe you are alone in that journey, because I started this journey alone, but the moment I got into the community, I networked with some few people. The journey was a bit seamless, to be sincere. So if you are on this journey alone, try to find someone. If there is no community, create one. So if there's no community, you can create one, then attend events, you see a lot of fellow guys that are doing the same things. Then from there, you are already starting your own community. And another thing is networking. So I believe that we have this unemployment issue in Nigeria, which is part of the challenge and African also. But I feel network has also been the solution to that. Jobberman released an update. They said over 72% of those that are recruiting, employers that are recruited through internal recruitment, through referrals. So when I say internal recruitment, that's mean within the company, I refer this person to you. So how will you bridge that gap without knowing another person? So with networking, you can also solve the issue of unemployment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abolaji. Wow. Such an insightful session. I learned a lot from this last question, right? Learn at your pace, specialize, and then network. Very important. Join a community, network with like-minded individuals. Thank you so much. It was really insightful. I'm sure it'll be all learned a lot. Thank you so much for it.
My Gigi baby.
More music on trendybeats.com.
I got love for you. Spend all of my time with you. Anytime that you wanna come through. Don't let anybody whine you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another 1 minute applause for the panelists and, of course, our gorgeous, intelligent moderator. I know you can do that better and louder, please. Yes. The moment some of you have been waiting for is here. Are you excited about that?
Are you excited?
All
Are
right.
you excited?
They're not excited. Maybe we should just close the event here, right?
I will take the prize. The
Should we
hackathon
close the
prize.
event here? But you're not excited. Are you excited about this next session?
Amazing, guys. I wanted you to sound like you actually mean it because it is hackathon time. And I can see the prizes. Somebody's about to go home with a huge sum of 500,000 naira. Another person is going home with 300,000 naira. And another person is going home with 200,000 naira.
That's a total of how much?
1
1
million
million
naira.
naira.
Is that not amazing? Who's excited for that? I love it. I like the way you're clapping. All right, now the hackathon challenge has been going on for a while now. And today we're just going to be announcing and be awarding and gifting the top 3 contestants, right?
Yes.
So to do that for us, guys, I mean, this hackathon wouldn't have been possible if not for our sponsor, the sponsor of the hackathon challenge. Those are the Euphrates Tech. Thank you so much. Please, guys, let's give them a round of applause. They sponsored this, and this was possible because of their help and their support.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And so, to award the top 3 contestants, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome from Euphrates Tech, Mr. Okikiola Oloide.
Lide, can you do that better and louder? That's the representative from Euphrates Tech, right? He would also be judging the participants. Alongside with him, we have the golden jackets cloud builder. Are you excited? Ladies and gentlemen, where is his jacket? He had to keep it.
He sold
because
it.
something
Have you
can happen.
forgotten? He actually sold it for
All right.
$5,000. He sold it, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Chibuike Nwachiku, please. All right, in just a few minutes, Okikiola will talk a bit, right, on the sponsorship, and then the both of them will go straight to awarding the participants. Are you excited about that? All right, over to you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is, can you hear me? My name is Okikiola Olide, and I'm the founder of Euphrates Tech, along with my co-founder, Michael, who is not here today. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm the founder of Euphrates Tech. My co-founder, Michael, is not here, unfortunately, but Chibuke will be assisting with what needs assisted. So please, can we give a round of applause to the organizers of the event? I think they really did a good job, and it's not every day you sit in a community of like minds like this. I'm a DevOps engineer as well as a founder in a startup. So I'll be taking a lightning session, 2-3 minutes, because this is the end of the event, so we cannot do a technical session. So one thing I learned, or a number of things I learned from the previous session, is the AI that would revolutionize Nigeria isn't Western AI. It is the one that it is built for Nigeria and maybe in Nigeria. And Mr. Oyedayo said, what role are you going to play in the future? So these 2 questions are basically introduction to what I want to talk about today. It is pretty simple. It is a charge. Over the last 2 years, my team and I at Awari Technologies, if anyone is familiar with Awari or an Atlas, right? But if you're not, what we've done is we've built Nigeria's first and open source large language model. Right? It is available on Hugging Face in collaboration with the federal government. What this means for you as a developer or as a startup founder is you can build inclusive AI. Growing up in Nigeria, there was a basic problem, at least for me. Funny thing is, before this presentation, I thought everyone was penalized in secondary school for speaking Yoruba. Then I realized that it was a me problem. It was my own school that penalized us, right? Some people went to good schools. Anyways, that besides the point. Nigeria and Africa moved from a place where we were not proud of our languages as far back as 20, 15 years ago, to a point where our languages are now not being included in technologies that shape the world. What that means is that AI systems are built now, but not with the African context in mind. We have AI systems that don't understand Yoruba, that don't understand Igbo, that don't understand Hausa. But then we're building solutions for our enterprise customers. You're building solutions for maybe MTN, for Airtel Nigeria. But in ordinary users of these solutions are average Nigerians that maybe don't even speak English as well. So what we've done at Awari is help you take it a step further. With the open source models that we've released in collaboration with the federal government, you can build enterprise solution at scale. All you need to do is download the models, deploy them, maybe even fine tune them. So with this, I urge you to head on to Hugging Face download these models, use them. Whatever you're building, always think Africa first, think Nigeria first, right? The problem that we're trying to solve are Nigerian problems. They are unique to us, right? So we need to adopt our own languages in tackling these problems. So that being said, that is my little talk. We would be announcing the winners of the hackathon. Please, if you participated in the hackathon, can you do a show of hands? Okay, good. Over the last 2 weeks, we hosted an hackathon around the theme of the event. Pretty much asked you to build solutions leveraging AI, and we selected winners from eight judges. There were 8 judges on the panel, and the criteria for selecting the winners were pretty much what we published at the beginning of the hackathon, right? So we would be calling on the 10 participants if they are here today. I think Chibuke would help with that, and they will be announcing the winners after that. So if you are one of the okay, to save time, we would be calling the 3 winners of the hackathon. All right, so we'll be starting from the 3rd position. The 3rd position wins 200,000 naira. So 3rd place. The product's name is Cashflow, and the name is Elizabeth Ogumola. Please a round of applause.
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
All right, thank you. Please just hang around so we can take a final picture with everyone.
Wonderful. Can you hear me? Yes. Perfect. For our 2nd position, we have I love the drama. We have Veritas AI by Lasisi Cordrio.
Be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions.
Hi everyone, are we excited? For the 1st position and the winner of this edition's hackathon. Now, before we announce the 1st position, I would like to say something. One of the challenges that was highlighted in the panel was learning, right? So besides this hackathon, if you are, Michael and I have another program where we give grants to people that are trying to get into IT. So if you're trying to learn, you're trying to buy a course, we would make it available in the community. So if you are not a part of the community, please join the community. And in following weeks, we would announce the grant. So if you're struggling to buy data to learn IT, you're struggling to pay for a course, you're struggling to pay for an exam, you can just join the community and we will share information on it. All right, now to the 1st position. This particular product is exciting because I wish I had it when I was in school. The name of the product is Studently.
Studently.
So Studently, your party Obembe Eitayo David.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
All right. Thank you very much, DJ, and congratulations to the winners.
Congratulations, guys.
Of the Hackathon Challenge of the AWS Community Day 2025. Are you excited for them?
I think we should celebrate them one more time.
Please,
really.
your hands together for them, please. Aramide,
they put so much
I
into
was
that.
teary at some
I know,
point.
right? And I'm so happy. You say, you see your teary. And I'm so happy I'm so happy for everyone that won that. They put a lot into, and I'm just so happy to see them rewarded for their hard work.
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys, one more time.
Congratulations once again. All right. We told you earlier on before we started the event or during the course of the event that there are grand prizes to be won as well. And right about now, it is time to give out.
We're giving out 2 laptops.
2 laptops.
2 laptops.
I'm not saying those ones that children used to use these days. Oh.
And it's not even audio laptop.
Yes, it's not.
You touch it and you feel it.
You feel it. Laptops, right? And to coordinate this grand prize this session is none other than one of the community leaders, Chisom. Please, a warm round of applause for her.
Chisom, God's time.
As she comes up stage to coordinate this session. Please do that better and louder for her, please.
Thank you, Chisom.
Good day, everyone. So, the winners, everybody among the 12 we listed are actually winners, but then we have just 2 laptops. So the winners, or these 2 people we're going to call out, we really want to appreciate them for their efforts. So what you saw on LinkedIn was not just the only criteria, there were other criteria and they stood out. So the second person, not like second, they are all, yeah. But I'll start from the second person. For this year's grand prize in AWS Community Day is Prosper Agada. Prosper Agada. Is he still here?
Is Prosper still here?
Please, let's cheer him up. It's not
Let's cheer him. Let's cheer him. The other person, the second, the co-winner, because both of them are winners. Yeah. Do we have? Who should I call? Who should I call? Can I pick anybody at random? Okay. They actually put in the work, like she said, a lot of effort and various things were considered in picking them.
do we have Divine Chinaze Pere Obido? Are you here? Please, can we have some of the organizers on board? David, please come. Before we hand this over, we would like to have a word from one of our founding fathers, yes, of the community, Mr. David Okeyode.
No, big congratulations to you both for winning the grand prize of the laptop. But also, thanks. Also, I would just like to say a big thanks to everyone that's responsible for putting the event together. Thanks very much to the great team of leaders. We have an amazing team of 15 core leaders that's been working through the night. People like Madam Chislo, Madam Blessing, Sir Imo, Sir Promise, lots of people, Israel, Tolu, that worked day and night to put the event together, making sure that everything went according to plan. So I would like you all to just give the event organizers a round of applause, please. Yeah. But apart from the event organizers, we also had the amazing event volunteers, like about 90 of them. Some of them actually slept here last night to make sure that all of you are able to just come in, sit in, and take in the event. So can we appreciate them also, the team of 90 volunteers that made this happen. And I would like to say a big congratulations to you both again. You obviously both put in the work. Big congratulations to you. Well done. You've done amazing. Hopefully, this laptop that you're receiving will be a great part of your learning experience, and you'll also be great contributors to the community. So thanks very much, everyone.
Okay. We'll be calling on the lead organizer, Israel, to hand over the gifts to them. Israel, please. Yes.
I'm a logo, Baba Remi no bobo. Normally I go low, money for my back.
Is that in the hall? And
17 at the dark bow, where the crack code, let the bricks of back every day this my mother they shout out. Knew I was a trying from this anger. Step on the stage and the girls them pass out. Opposition and I me the packer. Success of me losing my younger. PSG gang, guess what the burner. Rissa. Lamborghini Euros, I did my jam, 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 I did my jam. I did my jam, I did my jam, I did my jam, I did my jam. Every day, I did this on a BP, raise down to the ceiling, touching my shit, and I don't keep a PG. To the room, and I'm a good at me, live, we are good at me. And I don't let anybody breathe, let me know this, and I am not shaking. Oh, boo, I'm I was dropping another banger. Only one of me, they make girls dance, let me do the para, for performance, collect.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, congratulations to
Congratulations.
winners of the grand prizes. Aramide.
Tell me.
I know that a MacBook is waiting for us, Abby.
I know, right?
Abby Blessing.
Has to be a
MacBook Pro.
No, it's Israel.
It's waiting. Or Israel, yes.
Yes.
It's waiting for us. Congratulations once again to the winners of the grand
Please
prize.
celebrate them. Celebrate them. We're going to celebrate you too as well.
Yes.
And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. We're rounding up.
Yes.
We're rounding up, and I'll just say thank you for choosing to spend your day with us right here at the AWS Community Day. I mean, you could have been anywhere, right?
Yes.
But you decided to spend it with us, and we do not take that for granted. On behalf of the organizers, we're saying thank you. I mean, there's still going to be a closing remark.
Yes.
But myself and my very amazing, gorgeous, beautiful,
Stop
eloquent co-host. We're saying thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for spending your day with us.
Yes.
And you've been such an amazing audience. Don't you agree?
Yes, I mean, you guys made it fun, you made it interactive. Please, another, and maybe the last warm round of applause for yourselves, please. You deserve it. Make it louder for
Now,
yourself.
this one is for yourself. Thank you, guys. All right, my name still remains Aramide, and it's been such an honor doing this, being your co-host today at the AWS Community Day West Africa 2025, and with me, obviously.
Yes, my name is Praise Ganiu, right? We are, right, certified broadcaster, professional event compare, and of course, award-winning presenter. I think we deserve another round of applause. I'm sure we made your day, didn't we? I'm sure we made your day, did we? Awesome, awesome. We are deeply honored, right, to have been your co-host and host, right, of AWS Community Day West Africa 2025. And we hope to do this next year.
Yes, see you guys
See
next
you
year.
at AWS Community Day 2026. All right. Now to wrap up this event.
Yes, we'd like to make welcome all the way from Blessing flew in.
From Port Harcourt.
Blessing flew in from Port Harcourt. Blessing is such an amazing person. And when she's coming up, guys, I actually want you to take time to appreciate her. Blessing. Yes, please. Volunteers, members, community members of AWS. I'm sure you know how amazing she is.
Yes.
So, guys, to take us to officially close this event with a closing remark, please make welcome Blessing.
And she comes up stage for the vote of
Keep
thanks.
clapping, please.
Just to let you know, she was the lead for last year AWS Community Day. You can do that better, louder, please. Love it.
All right, and also joining her is another very wonderful human who came all the way from the United Kingdom.
Yes, London to be precise.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for David.
Sir David, aka
Yes, aka Sir David. Keep clapping, please.
Don't stop clapping till you get off stage.
Thank you. That's the only thing. I don't know where to start. But before we start, can we have all the other organizers on stage? Please, can we have Ore, Chisom? Please come on stage. And all the team leads, can you come on
Please,
stage?
let's clap for them as they are coming. These are the people that made the event happen. All the sponsors for the event, all the organization, all the collaboration, all these people made it happen.
Please, can you come? So I want to use this medium to appreciate every single one of you. We are really appreciating you because without you, there'll be no community day. Without you, there'll be no community even to have the event. And then, but behind everything, we have these and more. Most of them are not here. Some are outside, some are engaged with other things. They are the powerhouse that doesn't sleep. We have the virtual hosts. We have our other leaders that are not here, that are unable to join us. Tolu, I always call her, I always say she doesn't sleep because at any time of the day you reach out to her, she's always ready to jump in and support and do what she's good at. We have Sir Promise, Imo, that are not able to attend this year. They are doing great things, of course, and they sent all their love. And be sure that this came to be because of them.
Okay, so again, big round of applause to everyone on the stage, please. Yeah. So the final things I'm going to say is there is a lot of hype, there's a lot of information that's whirling around with AI in the space. If you're not a member of the AWS community groups, this is the best time to join the community groups. There's a lot of upcoming study series that will be putting together specifically around AI after this event that you don't want to miss. There's lots of opportunities for you to volunteer, either as a speaker or as a moderator. So please find any one of the people on the stage, speak to them, Make sure they share the information with you on how to join the community. And when you join the community, make sure you contribute, make sure you volunteer. Thanks very much for joining us this year, and see you again next year, everyone.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Dance, do. Tell them make we dance, do. Make it dance, do. Let the music they play, do. Almost say you go dance, do. Tell them make we dance, do. You go dance, do. You go dance. For the vibe I've been out for days. Steady chasing the body, concentrate. Anytime I day, whether night or day, I day on my chain. Even on my leg, they go dey dance to the bed, they go feel like rain. Cause anything where I drop, then go chop a J. Whether night or day, I day on my J. I day on my J. Kese, 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 kese. Kese, kese, baby, kese, kese. How many times they go tell the person? They don't pay to the learning lesson. Shama ya baby, baby. I just survive anytime, baby. I know better, I know better. Spending money, weather is getting cold, cold inside. Double sweater, I am young, ordinary, paranoid. I can picture this without you, my life. Oh, baby. Sweet Fanta Diallo, I know people forget you. Hey, Bezina, buzo, buzo, buzo. If I speak English, you will. Cho, no working. I don't want to punish you. I want to punish you. Yeah. Spyro, now only me alive. See us we day like beans and rice. I will never leave your side. I will never go. I dedicate my time to you, my guy. Even if the road be rough, I don't mind. Cause you be my G for life.
As I never see you online, it they worry me and it they give me consign. Yeah, I've been ringing on your cellular. Where you at? My body no fit settle down. Yeah, I'm hoping you're okay. We got to party tonight. Many just stay for mine. Yeah, me and you they like they're not my guy. Don't jazzy my guy. Joey's us. I do transfer. You self be my guy. My guy.